Chapter 4067. 3 minutes was neither too long nor too short. For the Starry Sky Warriors and the Starry Sky battleships, 3 minutes was enough for them to travel a long distance. Fortunately, although the Netherworld Furnace had developed a device spirit, its intelligence was not high. Otherwise, the Netherworld Furnace would have attacked and destroyed such a vast blood-red light of guidance that was thousands of miles in diameter from the horizon of the demonic Emperor Star. This blood-red light of guidance was made by the second-generation ancestor of the demon dwellers. His cultivation was only at the level of Marquis Undying. For the Starry Sky Warriors, he was a powerful being, like a giant in the sky, unreachable. However, for the creatures of the Desolation Era who had lived from the Desolation Era to the present, as well as the Netherworld Furnace, this blood-red light of guidance was nothing. Moreover, before the Netherworld Furnace rushed out of the source of all evil star field, it had been rewarded with a mysterious green light by the heavenly Tao Azurite, which was even more powerful. If it wanted to destroy it, this guiding blood light would definitely not be able to hold on, and the demon race would suffer even more losses. Therefore, everything went smoothly. Although it was impossible to take away all the resources, the demon dwellers in the Demon Emperor Star area in 3 minutes, it was not a big problem to take away more than half of them. In these 3 minutes, many cities in the Demon Emperor Star, especially the Demon Emperor City, which was covered by the blood-red light of guidance, had taken away almost all the important materials into the storage magic treasure. After all, the demon dwellers in these areas did not need to rush to the blood-red light of guidance at all. They spent all their time on collecting resources. With these resources, the demon dwellers, who had lived for tens of thousands of years in the Demon Emperor Star, could find a suitable place to live and rise again in the future. In addition, more than 70% of the demon dwellers had rushed into the blood-red light of guidance. There were nearly 20 million battleships, fortresses, which were almost half of the total. Finally, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the blood-red light of guidance retreated almost instantly, retreating into the horrible space crack in the sky. Long, in the end, the void crack closed, leaving no trace behind. More than 70% of the demon race's people and resources were safely evacuated into the mysterious ancestral land's secret realm that even Yi Xian didn't know where. Roar. Screech. With the departure of the guiding blood light, in the void outside the inner defensive circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, there was a series of desperate howls and roars. In this void, there were still over 10 million warships of various types, as well as countless captives and a small number of demon experts. Although a small number of them could basically escape, because they had already charged into the distance, their figures would soon disappear into the end of the void. However, the vast majority of them were destined to perish in the Demon Emperor Starfield. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Even the demon experts who were unable to charge into the range of the bloody light within 3 minutes felt the same. After all, such a technique was too shocking. Summoning blood light from the sky with a diameter of 10 million kilometers, normal Undyings wouldn't be able to use it. Even an official level Undying would only be able to use it once in a short amount of time. Now that the guiding blood light had left, it was obviously impossible for it to descend again in a short amount of time. In fact, even though Yi Xian was still in this starfield, hiding himself with the help of the field of the Shinong Cauldron, he couldn't take action again. Because once he took action again, it was very likely to attract the attention of the spirit of the Netherworld Cauldron. It would be troublesome if the spirit of the Netherworld Cauldron insisted on fighting to the death. More importantly, it might attract the Eye of the Heavenly Way, which might be lurking in the dark. The price was too high. Furthermore, there weren't many devil cultivator experts left behind, and they were all scattered. There was no way that there would be a large number of devil cultivator experts gathered in one area. The entire Devil Emperor Star region was so vast, it was impossible for Yi Xian to take out the Shinong Cauldron and run around the world. It would backfire and attract the Eye of the Heavenly Way, which would lead to a greater disaster. Hong, la, hong. Hong, long, long. Amidst the clanging of the chains, the netherworld furnace once again rushed into an area with a relatively dense number of battleships. The 20,000 rune chains swept through the void like space pythons, and in an instant, 1,000,000 battleships exploded, turning into large and small starry fireballs of various sizes. Then, they were sucked into the netherworld cauldron together with the blood mist formed by the many exploding demon experts. At this moment, the sound of grinding was heard again. After this attack, the spirit of the netherworld cauldron seemed to have found a more suitable target. With the sound of clattering, the giant cauldron flew across the sky and shot toward the demon emperor's star on the right, abandoning a large number of demon experts who were crying and howling in the void, allowing them to take the opportunity to escape in all directions. Escape. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's tensed heart relaxed for a moment, because the devil cultivator experts within his line of sight were all piloting large and small battleships, fortresses, and strongholds as they charged into the distance. If he really had to watch tens of millions of scattered demon experts die like this, Xianxia's heart really couldn't bear it. He had an impulse to rush out at any time, and almost couldn't hold it in. But now, the netherworld cauldron had set its eyes on the demon emperor's star, and these demon experts finally saw a glimmer of hope. Maybe they couldn't all escape, but at least more than 90% of them could get a chance to survive. At the same time, the captives of the two major planes captured in the previous battle were also fleeing. Some were crossing the void with their bodies, some were driving all kinds of battleships, and they were all fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Xian didn't pay attention to anything else. He maintained the Shinong cauldron in a hidden state, and its aura was not visible. The cauldron was only 100 feet in size. He stood on the top of the cauldron, and his figure was covered by the dense 9-colored fog in the cauldron. Just like this, he drove the cauldron and followed the netherworld cauldron from a distance, slowly moving forward. Walala, in front of him, the 20,000 rune chains on the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron moved at the same time, like 20,000 space serpents rushing towards the demon emperor's star. Seeing this scene, Xian instantly opened his eyes wide, and even held his breath. This time, the netherworld cauldron had arrived in its complete form, like a giant planet. Its size was similar to the demon emperor's star, but the demon emperor's star was after all, not the demon emperor's star. It was a few times bigger than the latter, so whether it would be crushed by this attack and follow in the footsteps of the demon emperor's star, Xian couldn't be sure. He didn't even think about stopping it. There were indeed a lot of important treasures and cultivation resources in the demon emperor's star, but basically, they had been taken away by the previous bloody light. Now, in the demon emperor's star, there might be a lot of resources left, and there might even be a small number of demon experts, but this was definitely far from enough. Chapter 4068. Although the demon dwellers had migrated away, the defensive formation of the demon imperial star had been fully activated before they left. Now, the atmosphere of the demon imperial star was covered by a layer of blood-red energy light shield. However, Xian knew that it could not withstand the power of the netherworld furnace. At this moment, all of the rune chains emitted boundless green light. The green light that the green eye of the heavenly way had shot into the netherworld furnace before it had rushed out of the star region of the source of all evil had clearly been activated once again. The huge light shield that represented the power of the defensive formation was instantly destroyed like a piece of paper. 20,000 rune chains that were almost 1,000,000 miles long stirred the atmosphere of the demon imperial star like whips. They rushed into the interior of the star and hit the surface of the inland. Boom! This was a real landslide. The earth-shattering sound was indescribable. Such a huge star was directly broken into pieces. The might of the netherworld cauldron was truly too powerful, and with the support of the green light shot out from the green eye of the heavenly Tao, the Devil Emperor planet was directly destroyed by the concentrated power of the 20,000 rune chains. A huge star was thus turned into countless fragments of different sizes and exploded with a boom. The real star fall happened again, and without any suspense, it caused the entire void to change again. As the main star of the three stars of the Demon Imperial Star, the star magnetic field of the Demon Imperial Star obviously had a greater influence on this void. Now that the Demon Imperial Star was completely broken, it caused an imbalance in this void. The demon guards in the distance were affected in an instant. The star shook and made a huge boom. Under the dramatic change of the invisible star magnetic field, it was also directly broken into pieces in the void. Rumble, the star exploded. The flames rushed to the 9 heavens and illuminated the entire Demon Imperial Star area. At the end of the void in the distance, the demon dwellers and prisoners of war who were running for their lives turned around subconsciously. What they saw made all of them widen their eyes and turn pale with fright. Then, without any hesitation, they turned around and ran away at a faster speed. By now, the entire demonic Emperor Starfield had been reduced to a mess. The Devil Emperor Star, Devil Guard 1, and Devil Guard 2 were completely destroyed. Except for Devil Guard 1, which was not directly attacked by the Netherworld Cauldron but only collapsed into 3 large irregular continents due to the huge magnetic field change caused by the collapse of the Devil Emperor Star. Every single one of the Demon Emperor's main planets was in a tragic state. At this moment, the 2 stars, one large and one small, were completely shattered. One could barely see the larger fragments that were more than 1,000,000 meters in diameter. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the Netherworld Furnace's 20,000 rune chains was. Of course, this was also because the green eye of the heavenly Tao shot a mysterious green light into the Netherworld Cauldron. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a Desolate Era Supreme Treasure was, it wouldn't be able to destroy a giant star with a casual strike when no one was controlling it. In the void, there were star fragments of all sizes, and all of them were roaring and rolling. Because of the total collapse of the 3 stars, 1 large and 2 small, in a short period of time, the impact on the universe's magnetic field was extremely shocking. Now, the Devil Emperor Starfield had formed an invisible magnetic field hurricane. That was to say, Yi Xian, who had the Shinong Cauldron to protect himself, was still able to stay in this starfield. If it were anyone else, even an immortal realm-old monster, they would have to retreat in a hurry. Otherwise, they would be very likely to be torn to pieces by the violent universe's magnetic field. At the very least, they would not be able to avoid minor injuries. In the entire Devil Emperor Starfield, except for Yi Xian, there was no one alive now. All the demon experts and captives of various races in the inner defensive void of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had fled long ago. Even if there were still a small number of living creatures in the Devil Emperor Starfield and the Devil Emperor Starfield, it was obviously impossible for them to survive under the doomsday catastrophe caused by the instant explosion of the 2 stars. Even if they were still alive, they would not be able to withstand the violent universe's magnetic field hurricane that was wreaking havoc in this starfield. After all, a large number of space battleships and wreckage that were originally left in the void in the distance were now shattered inch by inch under the ravaging of this magnetic field hurricane. Everything in front of them could only be described as a doomsday catastrophe. A starfield was completely destroyed just like that. However, the Netherworld Cauldron did not leave because of this. Yi Xian was still hibernating in the universe's magnetic field hurricane thousands of miles away from the Netherworld Cauldron. With the help of the Shinong Cauldron's magnetic field, he was unscathed and his aura was not obvious. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. At first, it was not dense, but soon it became overwhelming and shrouded this part of the void. All around, a large number of space battleship wreckage and debris, as well as a large amount of blood mist, were all sucked in and gathered at the top of the Netherworld Cauldron. A huge vortex with an awe-inspiring aura was formed there very quickly. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flickered incessantly. This time, the Netherworld Cauldron's actions were a little abnormal. It seemed that it was not only for revenge, but also to create a great slaughter in space as a warning. At least, this was not its only purpose, because the Netherworld Cauldron was obviously hunting, but its target was not the flesh and blood of powerful creatures at the immortal rank or above that were used to refine the all-evil origin liquid. Whether it was the flesh and blood of ordinary creatures or the wreckage and debris of space battleships, it was obviously collecting everything, and the more the better. In a short time, the entire vast void of the Devil Emperor starfield had been cleared. All the blood mist from the exploding bodies of creatures, as well as the wreckage of space battleships, all disappeared. What remained in the void were only countless lonely star fragments floating in the void. At this time, the grinding sounds of grinding stones that had been continuously coming from inside the netherworld cauldron rang out again. Xianxia made a preliminary calculation. This time, the netherworld cauldron had once again swallowed more than 10 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes, as well as an incalculable amount of blood mist from the exploding bodies of starry sky masters. All of this was exactly the same as what had happened the first time the source of all evil underwent a major change. At that time, the netherworld cauldron was evolving itself and finally succeeded in giving birth to an artifact spirit, but its degree of intelligence was obviously not very high. If he was not mistaken, the purpose of the netherworld cauldron's actions this time was most likely the same. It seemed to be absorbing all of this as nourishment in order to promote its own evolution again. Perhaps, its ultimate goal was to let the artifact spirit's degree of intelligence, which was originally not very high, obtain a qualitative upgrade. Realizing this, Xianxia immediately felt a sense of uneasiness. If the artifact spirit of the netherworld cauldron really evolved and improved its intelligence again, it would obviously be more difficult to deal with in the future. If possible, Xianxia would definitely take action to stop it. Unfortunately, all of this had already become an established fact. Even if he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Chapter 4069. Realizing that the artifact spirit of the netherworld furnace would once again improve and evolve because of this demon tribulation, Xianxia felt depressed in his heart. However, the wood had already formed a boat, and he couldn't stop this matter at all. One day, it would definitely come. Therefore, after a few sighs, Xianxia put this matter to the back of his mind, and no longer worried about it. His attention was soon turned to the netherworld furnace in the void thousands of miles away, because a new change had taken place at this moment. From the explosion of the Devil Emperor star to the formation of the terrible cosmic magnetic field hurricane in this star area, to the collapse of countless battleships inch by inch, converging into one place, forming a vortex, and pouring into the netherworld furnace. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths of time. In just 3 breaths of time, the void where the Devil Emperor star used to be had changed again. Crack. Crack. There came the crisp and clear sound of silk tearing in the void. At first, there were only 1 or 2 sounds, but soon they were as dense as raindrops, which made people's scalp numb. It attracted Xianxia's attention at once, and even the spirit of the netherworld furnace seemed to have noticed it. The rune chains outside the furnace walls were waving in the void. But at this moment, there was an obvious movement of a slight pause. What he saw next made even Xianxia's back break out in cold sweat. With his eyes wide open, he did not hesitate to activate the Shinong cauldron, which was in a hidden state, and retreated rapidly. In front of him, the void where the Devil Emperor star used to be was now like a broken ice surface, radiating from one point to all directions, entering a state of rapid collapse. At first, the shattered void was only a singularity, but after half a breath of time, this singularity that was rapidly expanding had already reached a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Moreover, this was clearly only the beginning. This kind of shattering of the void, the situation of a complete collapse, continued to spread out, and the speed was shocking. At the same time that Xianxia urged the farmer god cauldron to retreat, the netherworld cauldron in front of him also seemed to have sensed the danger. It did the same thing, but it retreated diagonally in a different direction. After another breath of time, the shattered space had expanded from a diameter of 1,000,000 kilometers to a diameter of 10 million kilometers. At this moment, an extremely bizarre scene could be seen within the shattered space. That was clearly a void, even if it descended. It was a wonderful and weird feeling. It was as if the Demon Emperor's star area was just a mirror and there was another world behind the mirror. Now, the mirror was breaking apart from the center, and the other world behind the mirror was also breaking apart. Little by little, it was quickly revealed. Xian was no stranger to this world that was developing at an extremely fast speed and would eventually arrive in its entirety. It would overlap with the first universe and replace the former Demon Emperor galaxy. In fact, he should have thought about the possibility of such an unforeseen event. Because in the depths of the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, there was a void passage that was connected to the Desolation Cage. Yes, the so-called other world that was fully descending and about to fully manifest in the Demon Emperor star area in the first universe was the Desolation Cage that Xian had once entered. Obviously, the reason for this scene was the complete collapse of the Demon Emperor star. Due to the collapse of the Demon Emperor star, the void passage that connected to the Desolation Cage in the inner city of the Demon Emperor star was also shaken, which led to this result. Generally speaking, there were two possibilities for this kind of shaking. First, the void passage was directly cut off. Then, the only connection between the original location of the Demon Emperor star and the Desolation Cage would be destroyed. The Desolation Cage would float into the boundless void of the universe, as if it had been exiled. It would be impossible to find it. The other situation was that the void passage would expand because of the Demon Emperor star's fragmentation. This expansion was uncontrollable. When it expanded to a certain extent, even the originally stable void plane of the first universe would crack like a broken mirror, until the world behind the mirror appeared and integrated into the first universe to replace the broken mirror. The collapse of the void would stabilize again. In other words, the Demon Emperor star area was definitely doomed. From then on, it would no longer exist. Instead, it would be replaced by the world behind the mirror that entered the Desolation Cage in the first universe. When these thoughts flashed through Xian's mind and he finally understood everything, dozens of breaths had passed. During this period of time, he controlled the Shinong cauldron under his feet to retreat again and again. Now, he had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away from the Demon Emperor star area, where the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were located. Before this, the expanding void crack in front of Xian was also continuing. With this process, more and more of the Desolation Cage that Xian was familiar with appeared in his sight. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, the continuous cracking sounds in front of them finally stopped. At least, the central region of the Demon Emperor star area, hundreds of millions of miles of the vast void of the universe, had completely changed. The world behind the mirror was fully displayed, replacing the former Demon Emperor star area. With a thought from Xian, the Shinong cauldron that had been retreating the entire time also stopped. He stared dumbfoundedly at the familiar yet unfamiliar world in front of him. His face was full of sluggishness, as if he had just been struck by lightning. In fact, even if he had truly been struck by lightning, the shock in his heart wouldn't have been so intense. Because what he saw was indeed the complete appearance of the desolate ancient cage. That originally shattered world had truly descended in its entirety. Huge continents of different sizes were either connected to each other or separated by vast void turbulence belts of different extents. All of this, Xian had seen once when he was in the Desolation Cage. Because of the power of the headless infant corpse, his divine sense had soared into the infinite sky and looked down once. Therefore, at a glance, he could see that at this moment, what had replaced the Demon Emperor star area was indeed the complete Desolation Cage. Moreover, it was obvious that this broken world of the Desolation Cage was not the only thing that had descended on the Demon Emperor star area of the first universe. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, as the mirror-like void stopped shattering, the excited and joyful roars of fierce beasts soon came from the continents of the Desolation Cage that had completely descended on the Demon Emperor star area. Obviously, the countless descendants of the fierce beasts that had originally lived in the broken world of the Desolation Cage had all been brought to this world. This is really piercing through the heavens. Chapter 40-70. Roar. Roar, 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 a series of roars shook the heavens. As the desolate ancient cage world fully descended, in the cage star field that was hundreds of millions of miles in radius, on the starry continent separated by the turbulent void, huge ferocious beasts rushed into the sky one after another. These ferocious beasts were of different shapes and sizes. Many of them were not even seen in the three main planes of the starry skies today. They had long gone extinct. Even among the millions of native ferocious beasts that walked out of the source of all evil star field, there were no similar figures. These ferocious beasts of the cage world were also the bloodline descendants of the desolate ancient beasts. Back then, Xianxia had obtained a great fortune in the desolate ancient cage world. He had fished up a huge amount of multi-pupil perception crystals from the terrifying corpse pool and even awakened the sleeping headless baby corpse in that area and brought it out. However, it was also at that time that the desolate ancient cage world's will of the heavenly path, which was also the doppelganger of the heavenly eye, was awakened because of the aura of a hibernating powerful ferocious beast. In the end, Xianxia and the headless baby corpse joined forces and lightly injured the doppelganger of the heavenly eye. Before the doppelganger of the heavenly path's doppelganger descended on the cage world, they safely and successfully left the cage world. However, as soon as Xianxia and the headless baby corpse left, the doppelganger of the heavenly path's doppelganger had already descended and carried out a great bloodbath in the desolate ancient cage world. All the ferocious beasts that wanted to take advantage of the heavenly eye doppelganger's injury to escape the cage world were almost all killed. Only a few of them managed to escape, but in the end, they were suppressed by the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other high-ranking members of the royal family. That battle had obviously greatly damaged the strength of the ferocious beasts in the desolate ancient cage world. However, this world was so vast that it had existed for so long that it could be traced back to the ancient era of the Great War. There was definitely no shortage of more powerful ferocious beasts that had been hibernating all this time. They had been hibernating all this time. Even when the heavenly eye doppelganger was injured and faced with the perfect opportunity to escape the cage world, they did not act rashly. After all, the stronger the cultivation of the descendant of the desolate era ferocious beast, the sharper their spiritual senses would be. Once they reached a certain level, they would be able to sense the arrival of danger in advance. Naturally, they would not show up easily. However, it was different this time. This time, the entire desolate ancient cage world, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, had completely descended on an even more vast starry sky main plane, and had completely stabilized. As for the existence of the cage world, perhaps it should now be called the cage starfield. After all, the cage world had been taken generations ago, in the demon emperor star area. To the caged beasts living in the cage star field, the world had suddenly become wider and wider. The shackles of the world were no longer there, and a vaster world appeared before their eyes. It was a great time for them to live freely. Excited and happy, the caged beasts rushed out from the starry continents one after another. They were in different shapes and sizes, and their cultivation bases were different. The strongest one had even reached the immortal realm. It was a three-tailed iron tiger with a terrifying aura. When it roared at the sky, the wind and clouds in the void were swept away. Move! At this time, Xianxia had already retreated to the distance of the cage star field, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide. He was still 20 to 30 million miles away from the edge of the cage star field, and the netherworld furnace, which had retreated to the other side, was basically the same. However, even though they were so far away in the starry sky, Xianxia could no longer see the entire cage star field. Just from the two large and small star continents in the cage star field that could be seen, there were millions of caged ferocious beasts roaring and charging out. From this, it could be seen that the total number of caged ferocious beasts in all the large and small star continents in the entire cage star field was at least in the thousands. 10,000, or even more. With so many caged beasts descending into the first universe with the cage world, replacing the previous Demon Emperor star field, this matter would obviously have an unpredictable impact on the overall situation of the first universe. The situation of the first universe, which was already in its initial stages, instantly fell into chaos again. With the spread of these tens of millions of caged beasts, the entire first universe would probably be in chaos. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately shook his head and sighed, smiling bitterly. Walala, it was also at this moment that the cage star field was completely stabilized. At the end of the void to the right, the clanging sound of chains rang out again. Obviously, the netherworld furnace was on the move again. Facing the countless caged beasts that had just arrived in the cage star field, it was obvious that it would not let them go so easily. It would at least hunt them down. However, the cage star field was too vast. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. No matter how large the netherworld furnace was, it would not be able to travel through it in a short period of time. Just as Xianxia was hesitating whether to take this opportunity to rush to another continent in the cage star field and use the Shinong cauldron to capture some caged beasts, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his left chest. At the critical moment, the infant corpse warned. A faintly discernible green mist gushed out from the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Xianxia's left chest, instantly enveloping Xianxia's entire body. Furthermore, a message appeared in Xianxia's mind. Without any hesitation, Xianxia immediately waved his hand and put away the Shinong cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he threw out an inconspicuous multi-pupil perception crystal. Then, he ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. He directly launched the interstellar coordinate jump and left the demon domain. When his figure reappeared, he was already in the black hole of life outside the demon domain. One of the two interstellar coordinates that Xianxia had imprinted in the first universe plane was here. However, even though he had instantly left the demon domain, the faint green mist that had spread out from the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest and enveloped his entire body did not dissipate. It still existed, protecting Xianxia's body, causing his aura to not be obvious. Even if the netherworld furnace was right in front of him, it would not be able to detect it. He could find it. Only the heavenly Tao's I could sense it. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Xianxia waved his hand and summoned a misty green light in front of him according to the information transmitted to him by the headless infant corpse. This was obviously a divine ability, but Xianxia hadn't mastered it yet. At this moment, he could only use it according to the information transmitted by the headless infant corpse and with the help of the corpse lamp tattoo. The faint green mist was just a gourd painting. The green light quickly turned into a light screen in the void in front of him. It was 1,000 feet in radius and flickered slightly. Then, an image appeared on the light screen. It was the scene of the cage star field that Xianxia had just left. Chapter 4071. Walla. As Xianxia left, the sound of rattling chains suddenly rang out from the right side of the cage star field. The netherworld furnace, which was like a giant star, turned into a ray of light and directly rushed into a starry sky continent in the cage star field. In this medium-sized starry sky continent, there were more than 1 million caged beasts rushing into the sky from the ground. Their cultivations varied. Some were very weak, but there were also powerful existences. The immortal stage three-tailed tiger Xianxia saw before was the leader of these caged beasts. At this moment, these millions of beasts obviously intended to take advantage of the fact that the cage world had just descended and the surrounding void was open without any restrictions or obstructions to quickly escape this star field and enter the wider world outside. From then on, they could fly freely. However, the arrival of the netherworld furnace directly blocked their escape route. The millions of caged beasts flew into a rage, roaring and howling endlessly as they rushed towards the netherworld furnace at the same time. These caged beasts had just arrived in the first universe, so they were very unfamiliar with everything here. They had never heard of the netherworld furnace, so naturally, they were not afraid. A tragic scene quickly occurred. The netherworld furnace's power burst forth, blooming with brilliant green light. The 20,000 rune chains outside the furnace's walls danced wildly in the void like space pythons. The moment they lashed out, a large number of caged beasts exploded one after another. Even the Empyrean tri-tailed void that possessed a cultivation at the immortal realm was powerless to resist in the end. Even though it possessed a monstrous ferocious aura, it was directly blasted into a vast mist of blood before being drawn into the netherworld furnace. In the next moment, a fierce howl suddenly resounded from the central continent of the vast caged stellar region. It carried a unique and dignified aura, and it actually caused all the large and small caged stellar continents to tremble slightly. Moreover, the tens of millions of caged ferocious beasts that were charging into the sky from these continents shook in unison. Without hesitation, they turned around and shot towards the continents below. This was clearly a reaction of being frightened. The countless caged beasts that were about to take the opportunity to escape returned to where they came from in the blink of an eye. They all returned to the continents that had soared into the sky before returning to their respective lairs and hibernating, not daring to leak out even the slightest bit of aura as they trembled. At the same time, from the central continent of the caged star field, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a blood-red vertical eye appeared. It was as big as a star, emitting a ferocious and cruel aura, completely different from the heavenly Tao's unexpectedly indifference and arrogance. This blood-red vertical eye was the heavenly eye doppelganger guarding the cage world, which was the will existence that Yi Xian joined forces with the headless infant corpse in injured. With the arrival of the cage world, the heavenly eye doppelganger guarding the cage world also came to the first universe plane. It was like a doppelganger of the heavenly eye had returned. Yi Xian saw this scene clearly through the cyan light curtain in front of him, and his heart trembled violently. However, this blood-red vertical eye was just a doppelganger of the heavenly Tao. When the headless infant corpse had just woken up, it was not its opponent. Yi Xian had to create a fleeting opportunity to slightly injure it. But now, although the headless infant corpse had not fully recovered, it was obviously far from what it used to be. This blood-red vertical eye was obviously far from the headless infant corpse's opponent. This could be seen from the fact that it did not find the multi-pupil sense crystal left by Yi Xian at the edge of the cage star field at all. Crack. In the next moment, a crisp sound of ripping silk came from the void above the cage star field. A terrifying giant crack appeared in the void. Cyan light burst out like a huge river, continuing endlessly. After this huge river of cyan light flowed into the void, it immediately spread out rapidly towards the periphery of the cage star field. In just a breath, it had completely enveloped this vast star field with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Like a spherical light shield that was infinitely large, it sealed the cage star field. Inside. Then, this huge cyan light ball flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye, no longer visible. However, compared to before, the aura of the cage star field that had just descended could no longer be sensed with divine sense from the outside. Although his vision was not affected, and perhaps even his body was not restricted, the green light curtain that had just disappeared clearly had the ability to isolate his divine sense at least. The effect of divine sense detection. At the same time, the frequency signal of the starship was probably unable to be transmitted. Moreover, the experts of the various races outside might be able to enter, but the countless caged ferocious beasts that were born and bred in the caged star field could not leave. All of this was exactly the same as the arrangement of the source of all evil star field. The heavenly Tao Green Eye had clearly treated this newly descended caged land as a second breeding ground. The experts of the starry sky from the outside could enter at will. If you have the ability, you can hunt the caged ferocious beasts. If you don't have the ability, you can wait to be devoured by the caged ferocious beasts and turn into food for their bloodline to grow. However, the caged ferocious beasts inside could not cross this cyan light curtain and break out of the caged star field. Yi Xian still saw all of this clearly through the cyan light curtain in front of him. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, in the huge crack at the top of the cage star field, as the light curtain of the cage star field formed below, the waterfall of cyan light that was originally like a huge river had stopped. However, a cyan vertical eye that was even larger than a star suddenly appeared. Swoosh! With a whistling sound, the blood-colored heavenly eye in midair below directly turned into a beam of blood-red light and rushed to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the cyan heavenly eye in the sky. This scene represented the return of the clone of the blood-colored heavenly eye that was originally guarding the cage world. With its return, there was clearly a touch of blood in the depths of the heavenly Tao green eye that was as huge as a star in the sky. There was a hint of coldness in the originally endless aura of indifference. The heavenly Tao green eye was an unexpected concrete manifestation of the untainted heavenly Tao. The clone of the blood-colored heavenly eye that was previously separated from it was obviously in charge of killing, and its aura was more ferocious and filled with endless coldness. Now, with its return, the heavenly Tao green eye was obviously greatly affected in this aspect. In the future, this heavenly Tao green eye would be even colder and more ferocious than before. This was something that even Yi Xian understood in an instant after seeing this scene, and immediately felt even more pressure. Swoosh! In the next instant, another whistling sound rang out. High in the sky of the cage star field, a cyan light with a touch of blood shot out from the heavenly Tao green eye, and directly blasted towards the edge of the cage star field, the multi-pupil thought crystal that Yi Xian had left behind. Very obviously, with the arrival of the heavenly Tao green eye, the multi-pupil thought crystal was discovered in the end. Chapter 4072. With the current strength of the headless infant corpse, the blood-colored heavenly eye clone of the heavenly Tao's green eye was obviously unable to detect this kind of monitoring divine ability that he used. However, it did not mean that the original body of the heavenly Tao's green eye was also the same. At the same moment that the blood-colored heavenly eye clone merged with the original body, the multi-eyed thought crystal that was left at the edge of the prison star domain was discovered and was immediately destroyed by a faint blood-colored green light energy shot out from the heavenly Tao's green eye. Because of this, the green light screen in front of Yi Xian also disappeared with a flash. However, this was obviously not the end. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. The devouring system in Yi Xian's body was extremely extraordinary. Now, it seemed that its origin was mysterious. Even the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, was the same. With the interstellar coordinate jumping ability activated by the devouring system, even the heavenly Tao's green eye could not detect any traces of it. This was something that Yi Xian had already verified several times before. From this alone, one could see the mystery and power of the devouring system. Although the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system did not leave any traces, including if the headless infant corpse used a method to take Yi Xian away, it could also not leave any traces, making the heavenly Tao's green eye unable to detect and track it. For example, when he rescued the void turtle in that mysterious void last time, the headless infant corpse had once torn open a void crack and sent the void turtle into the ancestral land of the Netherworld Turtle Clan in the second universe. Then, he smoothed that void crack. The heavenly Tao's green eye descended later, but it did not sense the slightest clue. However, this time was different. The headless infant corpse had just used a wisp of green light energy and used Yi Xian's hand to cast this kind of monitoring divine ability. Although it was extraordinary, there were still traces that could be followed. Right now, although this monitoring divine ability had been interrupted, the multi-eyed thought crystal that was like an electronic eye probe had also been destroyed. However, it must have left some traces. With the means of the heavenly Tao's green eye, it was not too difficult to track it down. This was also the reason why Yi Xian suddenly felt a sense of danger. He understood this point almost instantly. At the same time, almost without any hesitation, Yi Xian once again ordered the devouring system in his body to immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability. This time, his target was still the first universe's plane, the other of the two coordinate jumping points that he had left in this plane. The source of all evil star domain. With a faint light flashed, Yi Xian's figure instantly disappeared, without a trace. After half a breath of time, a green light shot into the black hole of life. Its speed was extremely fast, and it quickly circled around this vast, semi-open, independent space. However, it was obvious that it didn't find anything, including the coordinate jump point that Yi Xian had imprinted in a certain corner of the void. It was already perfectly aligned with the entire space, and after a fruitless search, the green light quickly retreated. The crisis was finally completely resolved. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the source of all evil star domain. He raised his head and saw the end of his line of sight in front of him. There were 20,000 broken rune chains hanging in the void. As expected, it has been completely repaired. No wonder there has been no movement in the source of all evil star domain during this period of time. Yi Xian immediately came to a realization when he saw these rune chains. When he saw the reappearance of the netherworld furnace and the rune chains at the bottom of the outer wall were still intact, he had this guess. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed it. He did not plan to pay attention to this matter for the time being. With his current strength, he could not destroy these rune chains. At least, he could not destroy all of them in a short period of time. He was afraid that the netherworld furnace or the heavenly Tao's green eye would descend as soon as he started attacking. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, since the heavenly Tao's green eye could be repaired once in a short period of time, could it not have the ability to repair it a second time? There was not much meaning in doing this. He quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and began to think about the situation in the caged star domain. There was no doubt that although this desolate caged world had descended to the first universe due to an accident, the internal order had not been reversed or changed because of this. The green light curtain that the heavenly Tao's green eye had just set up prevented all the caged beasts in the caged star domain from escaping. At the same time, this green light curtain did not prevent the experts of the starry sky from entering. With the arrival of this caged world, presumably the three main planes of the starry sky would soon be in an uproar. This was an ancient and desolate world, a corner of the world that had been destroyed in the great battle of the ancient times. For the major races and top forces of the three main planes, it was absolutely tempting. After this matter spread, a large number of experts from the major races and top forces of the starry sky would soon enter. Among them, there might be some powerful existences who would obtain opportunities and fortunes from the caged star domain, but most of them would probably end up very miserably. They would become the prey of this star domain. The caged beasts would be hunted down and killed. As a result, it would undoubtedly promote the bloodline evolution of the tens of millions or even more caged beasts in the caged star domain. For the heavenly Tao's green eye that raised these caged beasts, this was a good thing. It could make the fruit it was waiting for ripen as soon as possible, so that it could be picked. Of course, Yi Xian actually had the ability to break this trap. He was different from others, he had the Shenong Cauldron. Previously, in the source of all evil star domain, Yi Xian was able to bring out a large number of experts and battleships from various forces, including millions of indigenous beasts with the Shenong Cauldron. Now, in this caged star domain, he could obviously do the same. As long as he entered the caged star domain, took out the Shenong Cauldron, put the caged beasts into the cauldron space, and then escaped. However, there were too many caged beasts in the caged star domain. There were at least tens of millions of caged beasts, or even more, and they were very scattered. There were all kinds of caged continents of various sizes. Moreover, these caged beasts had lived on these caged continents for many years. Basically, they all had hibernating lairs, and they were all extremely secretive. Under such circumstances, even if Yi Xian entered and took out the Shenong Cauldron, he would not be able to use the power of the cauldron's domain to collect a large number of caged beasts in a short period of time, once the time was dragged on for too long, it would definitely alarm the heavenly Tao's green eye. At that time, it would probably cause unnecessary accidents. It was precisely because of these factors that after pondering for a while, Xian finally gave up on this idea. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the Shenong cauldron, activated its concealment state, and stepped into the cauldron space through the opening of the cauldron. He decided to ask the indigenous beasts in the Shenong cauldron for their opinions on this matter. For them, although the current caged star domain was equally dangerous, it was also a great opportunity. Whether it was the indigenous beasts or the caged beasts, they were all ferocious beasts from the primordial era. The bloodline descendants of beasts. Chapter 4073. Whoosh! With a piercing sound, Xian's figure appeared high in the sky of the farmer god cauldron. He turned into a stream of arrows and fell to the edge of the volcano in the central region below. The scene in front of him made him speechless. When these indigenous beasts were put into the farmer god cauldron, they were all in a state of extreme anger. Xian was worried that after they were threatened by him to enter the cauldron helplessly, they would suffer some internal injuries due to the anger in their hearts. That would not be good. Yes. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. In his line of sight, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts that had just entered the space inside the cauldron were gathered around the vast central region volcano in a long line. They were all holding some of the flesh and blood that they had obtained before and were preparing to roast it. There were countless flame pillars around the central region volcano that had been opened by Xian. At this moment, 6 colored flames were soaring into the sky from these passages. A group of indigenous beasts, led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were roasting the blood in their hands. From time to time, excited cheers could be heard from the meat. Seeing this scene, Xian was instantly speechless. This was truly a joy for foodies. A moment ago, they were furious, but now, in the blink of an eye, it was as if they were celebrating a festival. They started a barbecue party, and the jubilant scene around them made them speechless. Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. His figure quickly landed. At this time, the primordial porcupine, primordial tortoise, and the other indigenous beasts' meat had already been roasted. Seeing Xian's arrival, they immediately cheered. Each of them carried the roasted golden, oily, and exceptionally fragrant roasted meat. As they chewed, they gathered around Xian. "Brat, this is a big harvest. The precious blood and meat in this tortoise's hands are enough to last for at least half a year." The primordial tortoise was only a few feet in size, but it was carrying a large piece of roasted meat that was 1,000 feet long. As it spoke, it habitually wanted to rush to Xian's head. It felt like a green cloud was pressing down on him. Xian's face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly stepped back to make way. After rolling his eyes, he changed the topic and said, "By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Let's see what you think. A piece of desolate world that was destroyed in the Battle of the Desolate Era has descended. It is in the Demon Star area. Because of the arrival of the Netherworld Furnace, the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor have been destroyed. And because there is a valley in the Demonic Emperor's star that is connected to a space tunnel, the end of which is that corner of the Desolation World that was destroyed in the Great Battle of the Desolation World, which has now replaced the entire Demonic Emperor star area, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. In this corner of the Desolation World, there are a large number of bloodline descendants of the creatures of the Desolation World. They have been living in this corner of the Desolation World that is like a cage. Their origin is similar to yours. This invisible barrier has restricted the movement of the caged beasts. However, the creatures from the outside world should not be restricted from entering. The purpose of the Heavenly Eye is to let them live in a semi-free environment, attracting a large number of experts from various races to enter. It will create an effect similar to a nurturing pot. It will artificially create a massacre and promote the growth and evolution of the caged beast's bloodline. For you indigenous beasts, the bloodline inherited from the caged beasts is obviously the best nourishment. It can also increase your strength rapidly, and the growth and evolution of your bloodline will greatly increase. However, there are risks in this. If there is hunting, there will be falling and death. You may be the prey, or the hunter. In addition, because you are also the descendants of the beasts, after entering this cage star area, you will most likely be affected by the invisible barrier left by the heavenly eye. Your freedom will be restricted. In other words, you can enter, but you can't leave. Of course, I have the Xianxia cauldron. If I go in to pick you up, I can still bring you out safely. However, I can't stay here all the time because I have other things to do. I have to go back to the third universe of the human race, and I won't be back for a while. I will be back soon. This is an opportunity, but the risk is too great. Whether you want to enter this cage star area or not is up to you. When he spoke up to this point, Xianxia didn't speak further. His gaze had descended onto the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, and he silently awaited their reply. This matter clearly surprised all the native beasts. After Xianxia finished speaking, the group of native beasts behind the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were all stunned for a moment. They even stopped chewing on the roasted meat in their hands. Then, they whispered to each other and discussed endlessly. As the emperors of these few million indigenous beasts, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise had gathered together and started a discussion with those region lords. This matter was of great importance, and it was indeed inadvisable to act rashly. This was also the reason why Xianxia was so serious and had specially entered the space within the Xianxia cauldron to explain everything in detail before asking for their opinions. After all, it was the heavenly eye that was making a move this time, and it was no small matter. The outcome came out in next to no time. Just as Xianxia had expected, the indigenous beasts weren't willing to miss this opportunity at all. Practically all the higher-ups of the indigenous beasts had unanimously expressed their desire to enter the cage star area and start the hunt, and they howled with excitement. Roar! 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 The cage beast clan, huh? Even though they're only descendants of ferocious beasts as well and are far from being true pure-blooded ferocious beasts from the primordial era, the bloodline of ferocious beasts from the primordial era flows within them after all. They're the best form of nourishment for us. This is a fortuitous encounter that can't be missed. Enter. Enter immediately. Everyone enter. Begin the hunt. As the higher-ups of these 100-plus indigenous ferocious beasts howled madly, their voices spread out, and it wasn't long before the entire group of indigenous ferocious beasts that were lining up at the edge of the volcano in the central region to wait for their meat to be roasted had successively received this news and found out about it. In an instant, all the volcanoes in the central region within the cauldron seethed with excitement. When they heard that there was actually a large number of caged ferocious beasts within the cage star area, and they didn't belong to the same group as them yet similarly flowed with the blood of the primordial ferocious beasts. All these ferocious beasts were instantly excited. In their opinion, this was an extraordinarily great fortune indeed. Ferocious beasts were addicted to slaughter and battle. Because unlike the other living beings of the various races, they basically didn't possess any cultivation techniques or inheritances, and even their divine abilities and techniques had been fused into their bloodlines. Chapter 40-74. All the native ferocious beasts had unanimously decided to enter the cage star domain. This was exactly what Xianxia had hoped to see, and the result was as expected, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief. Now, with the arrival of the cage world, a small corner of the desolate great world, which had been shattered by the great battle back then, had come to this world. This seemed to be a coincidence on the surface, but it must be a sign of something. Xianxia had a strong intuition that this accident was extremely likely to signal the arrival of the primordial great world into this world. Following that, the curtain had already been opened. Whether it was Xianxia or the native ferocious beasts, they all needed to grow up as soon as possible. Faced with such a grim situation, even Yi Xian himself felt heavy pressure. This bunch of native ferocious beasts could no longer continue to stay in the internal space of the farmer god cauldron and live a leisurely life. Otherwise, once the full descent of the great desolate world was complete, the destruction of this race would not be far away. Now that they had entered the cage world that had just descended, there was indeed some risk. There were only slightly more than 5 million native ferocious beasts, and there would definitely be casualties, but it was all worth it. Since ancient times, there had never been a race that did not pay the price of blood and fire on the path of growth. Without experiencing the test of life and death, the strength of the entire race would never be able to increase. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately left, retreating from the internal space of the farmer god cauldron. His figure appeared in the source of all evil star domain, and after seeing that there was no other movement in the surroundings, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the edge of the source of all evil star domain. Even though the netherworld furnace had yet to return, the source of all evil had long since become a place of right and wrong. Even he didn't dare to stay here for long. If he were to encounter the favor of the Heaven Tao on a whim and cast a gaze of concern to sweep through this region of stars, at that time, it would probably give rise to many other unnecessary troubles. After leaving the source of all evil star area, Yi Xian activated the void-shattering shuttle and stepped into it. He headed towards the demon star area, but he did not rush. Instead, he slowed down. This was because the heavenly Tao Green Eye had already left the former Demon Emperor star region of the central region of the Demon Cultivator star region, which was the current Cage star region, but it was hard to guarantee that it would still leave behind a wisp of consciousness to pay attention to it for a short period of time. Yi Xian's return this time was only to send the indigenous ferocious beasts in the Shenong Cauldron space into the prison. It was just the Cage star field. They were not in a rush at all. There was no need to rush and take risks. A day later, the void-shattering shuttle entered the Demon Dweller star area. After traveling for another half a day, the Cage star area, which had just arrived, was already in sight. At this time, the heavenly Tao Azure Eye had already left, and the light green light shield barrier that enveloped the entire Cage star domain had also disappeared. The entire vast star domain in front of him was very clear, and the ancient starry sky roads, as well as the turbulent void and the gaps between these starry sky roads, could all be seen. Yi Xian stopped in the void in the distance. After walking out of the cabin, he put away the void-shattering shuttle, hid his figure, and directly used his physical body to cross the void, rushing forward. After a while, Yi Xian passed through the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared, and easily entered the interior of the Cage star domain from the Demon Cultivator star region. Sure enough, as he had previously speculated, this light green light shield barrier did not prevent any foreign experts and creatures from entering. Yi Xian passed through the light shield barrier using his physical body, and when he passed through this light shield barrier, there was no abnormality at all. However, after passing through the light shield barrier and entering the Cage star domain, a strong desolate aura hit him in the face. Obviously, the light green light shield barrier that had already disappeared also had the effect of blocking the heaven and earth spirit chi. In this Cage star domain, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the void of the universe far exceeded that of the Demon Cultivator star region, and the ancient aura was extremely clear. On one hand, this was to ensure the bloodline evolution of the large number of caged beasts in the Cage star domain, and on the other hand, it was most likely to attract more creatures from the outside to enter and become the resources for the bloodline evolution of these caged beasts. The entire Cage starfield covered a vast area of hundreds of millions of miles. It was composed of fragments of different sizes, as well as the turbulent void space between these fragments, which acted like isolation belts. Although Yi Xian had once rushed into the extreme sky due to the headless infant corpse, and looked down at the full appearance of the Cage world, but he was actually not familiar with this vast corner of the desolate ancient world. The only place he had really set foot in was the Cage main road, which was the largest area, where the mysterious corpse pool was located. And now, after Yi Xian entered the cage world, the place he chose to stay was also this cage main road. Subconsciously, Yi Xian moved his body and quickly arrived at the mysterious crater of the corpse pool that had once given him great fortune. This was an extinct volcano, and the space inside was too vast. Even the narrowest top of the volcano was 10,000 miles in diameter, so it was easy to imagine how vast the bottom of the volcano was. In the past, this vast crater was filled with boiling black corpse qi, and it was difficult for people and animals to get close. Even the caged beasts did not dare to rashly enter, and stayed far away. Back then, the demon cultivator experts who entered this cage world from the Forbidden Valley of the Demon Cultivators, even if some of them happened to be in the vicinity after being teleported in, when they saw the thick corpse qi of this huge crater, they still avoided in shock. In the end, the shocking fortune of the vast corpse pool at the bottom of this huge volcano all fell into the hands of Yi Xian by chance and coincidence. After that shocking fire, the vast corpse pool at the bottom of the volcano had completely dried up. Endless corpse lightning exploded, and corpse flames rose to the sky, incinerating all the corpse liquid that formed the corpse pool. The countless skeletons of the desolate ancient creatures floating in the corpse pool also grew corpse flowers, which condensed into fruit-like multipupil sense crystals. Yi Xian sent out the demon slave army, and after spending a lot of time, they were all harvested. Now, this huge volcano was truly and completely dead. Yi Xian came again and looked down at the vast crater all the way to the bottom, but there was not a single strand of corpse qi. Even if he used his divine sense to explore the deepest part of the crater, where the eyes could not reach, he really could not sense a drop of corpse liquid or a corpse. This was truly a barren land. But for the indigenous ferocious beasts in the space inside the Shenong cauldron, the vast land at the bottom of this huge volcano was coincidentally an excellent natural nest. The reason Yi Xian chose to come here was because he wanted to settle the entire ferocious beasts in the crater. Chapter 4075. Within the cage star field. This ancient star field that had just ascended to the first universe was extremely vast. It was formed from pieces of broken roads of different sizes, which were different from the stars in the universe. The entire cage star field covered an area of hundreds of millions of miles, and between the large roads, there were large and small turbulent void streams that acted as separators, but they were not completely cut off. Between the large roads, there were some tentacle-like extensions that connected them. Hua! Walala! On a relatively small piece of broken road, the clear sound of chains rattling could be heard continuously. These scalp-numbing sounds of chains came from the netherworld furnace. Although the heavenly Tao's green eye had already left, the netherworld furnace had stayed behind. It entered a slightly smaller piece of broken road in the cage starfield and began its hunt. Perhaps this was because when the netherworld furnace had destroyed the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, it had absorbed a large amount of battleship wreckage and the flesh and blood of many creatures in the void. It was not enough for its artifact spirit to transform and evolve again, so it needed to be nearby and continue to hunt. Otherwise, this caged star field would have become a breeding ground for ferocious beasts. Before the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in this star field grew to a certain level, it was impossible for it to carry out a large-scale bloody hunt in advance. At this moment, as the pressure of the netherworld cauldron spread out and enveloped a small portion of the shattered road where its main body had descended, the large number of caged ferocious beasts that were originally hibernating in this shattered road had already rushed out of their hiding places after being frightened. For a time, on this small broken road where not a single fierce beast could be seen, a large number of caged fierce beasts appeared in an instant. The strongest few of them had the strength of the Sector Lord realm. At this moment, they seemed to have predicted their final fate, knowing that there was no chance of survival. All of them turned their eyes red. Their roars shook the heavens and earth as they charged towards the netherworld furnace floating in the sky. Although this was no different from a moth flying into a flame, they were already dead. These few Sector Lord realm caged fierce beasts were clearly forced into a corner. They did not care at all. Before they died, they would launch a counterattack and fight it out with the netherworld furnace. As for the caged fierce beasts whose cultivation was below the Sector Lord realm, they took this opportunity to flee in all directions, charging towards the edge of this small broken road. They followed the narrow roads at the edge of the small broken road and fled towards the nearby broken roads. Among them, some of the directions of escape just happened to be the largest main road of the cage where Yi Xian had just arrived at the corpse pool volcano. Because the small broken road that was experiencing the bloody slaughter was not far from that place, and between the two roads, there were some narrow roads that connected them. However, Yi Xian did not know all of this. After a while, Yi Xian felt solid beneath his feet. He had arrived at the bottom of the huge volcano. When he turned his head to look, the ring-shaped crater above him that was thousands of kilometers in diameter had shrunk to the size of a palm. The surroundings were pitch black. It was too deep. The naked eye couldn't see anything at all. Only by spreading out his divine sense could he see everything. Below his feet was originally a vast and boundless corpse pool. Countless desolate life-form corpses floated within. Occasionally, there would be corpse lightning that would charge out from the corpse pool and explode on the surface of the pool, triggering corpse lightning and forming a corpse flame that covered the entire area. In this corpse flame, there was a certain chance that the corpse tuo flower would appear. This strange plant would grow from the mouth of the ancient life-form corpses and blossom into a corpse tuo flower. In the end, it would give birth to a fruit-like multi-pupil thought crystal. Once the multi-pupil thought crystal was plucked, the skeleton of the desolate era creature that gave birth to the corpse flower with its mouth wide open would turn into a rain of light and completely dissipate into the void in a few short moments along with the corpse flower. It was as if the inheritance had been left behind and the obsession had dissipated, but now, because of the monstrous fire that had spread across the entire corpse pool that brought Yi Xian great fortune, the corpse pool had completely disappeared. Not a single drop of corpse liquid was left behind. Not a single desolate life-form corpse could be seen anymore. Yi Xian strolled at the bottom of the volcano that had already turned into hard scorched earth. Thinking back to the past, his heart was filled with all kinds of emotions. After a long sigh, he waved his hand and brought out the Shenong cauldron. The space in the belly of the volcano was big enough, but for the complete form of the Shenong cauldron that was even bigger than a superstar, it was not enough. It was still a little cramped. Therefore, Yi Xian brought out the Shenong cauldron this time and deliberately controlled it. The entire cauldron was only 10,000 li in circumference, not taking up any space at all. Roar. Roar. As soon as the Shenong cauldron was brought out, the roars of ferocious beasts were already coming out from the mouth of the cauldron that was spurting out 9-colored mist. They were filled with joy, excitement, and the will to kill. The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise soon showed up, followed by dozens of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as region lords, and then almost 200 star lord captains. In a short period of time, the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts in the space of the farmer god cauldron had all rushed out of the cauldron. With excitement and surprise, they scattered in all directions and began to wander around this vast and boundless corpse pool. Brat, what is this place? Why do I feel so gloomy? However, it's not bad as a nest. Could it be that you've already entered the cage star field that you mentioned? Very soon, after looking around, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise walked to Yi Xian and asked. That's right, we have already entered the cage star field. This is the bottom of the belly of a giant volcano. It is vast and boundless, and this giant volcano is located in the central region of the cage star field among the many large and small continents. Yi Xian nodded. This is the nest that I've prepared for you. In the future, the local ferocious beasts can use this volcano as their base and spread out to hunt. Hardly had he finished speaking when a familiar system notification echoed in Yi Xian's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mutated corpse flames have been discovered. Do you want to capture them immediately? As this extremely sudden system notification sounded out in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. Mutated corpse flames. Was it caused by the monstrous corpse flames that were triggered in the corpse pool last time? Also, was there any special use for them? Chapter 4076. 7 Colored Flames. What's more, the newly added 1 colored flame even had the corpse flame attribute. This was absolutely moving. Yi Xian was stunned for a few moments before he became excited. This was because he was well aware of the benefits and significance of raising the rank of the divine farmer's heavenly flame. Not only would the power of the heavenly flame itself increase by a large amount, but because of the level of the divine farmer's heavenly flame, it basically represented that he was a god. The extent of the power of the known cauldron. Therefore, once the current Shenong 6 colored flames were upgraded to the Shenong 7 colored flames, then, even if Yi Xian's cultivation strength did not change, his control of the Shenong cauldron's power would also greatly increase because of this. This was definitely a great surprise. For Yi Xian, who was deeply pressured by the fact that the desolate great world would arrive soon, this was simply a pillow given to him when he was sleeping. It was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he jumped onto the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. With a thought, he controlled the Shenong giant cauldron, which was about 10,000 miles in circumference, and flew towards the direction pointed by the devouring system in his body at an extremely fast speed. The bottom area of the giant volcano was terrifying. When Yi Xian's cultivation was still low, he couldn't even touch the edge of the volcano after half a month of traveling at an extremely fast speed. Now, he was already a 5th-order Star Lord, and he had summoned the Shenong cauldron under his feet. His speed was extremely fast, far from what it used to be. Even so, it took him half a day to rush in a certain direction, but he still couldn't see the end of this direction. However, he stopped, because he had already arrived at the location pointed by the devouring system in his body. Looking around, he didn't see any flames in his line of sight, only a black and hard scorched earth. However, the devouring system's senses would not be wrong. The mutated corpse flame was right below. Obviously, if nothing unexpected happened, this corpse flame should be hidden deep within the black and hard scorched earth below, not revealing itself. However, this didn't matter. With Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, coupled with the devouring system's previous victories in the system's competitive missions, it had obviously undergone further transformation. It was just a strand of mutated corpse flame. Activating the devouring ability by force was completely possible. It was done. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to begin the devouring, and immediately received a reply from the system. Swish! Almost at the next moment, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. From the depths of the scorched earth below, a cluster of flames that was only the size of a palm rushed out. It had a small tail of light behind it. It was completely black and slightly tinged with purple. Obviously, this should be the mutated corpse flame, which was formed by Yi Xian's corpse flame, but the specific factors were unknown. That was, this strand of mutated corpse flame could be absorbed by the Shenong unusual flame of the Shenong cauldron. Moreover, it was very likely that the Shenong unusual flame would evolve from the current Shenong 6 colored flame to the Shenong 7 colored flame with corpse flame attribute. In addition, this mutated corpse flame had another benefit for Yi Xian. It could be used to temper his body. In this way, it could increase his strength and the strength of his body's qi in blood. On this point, Yi Xian had already checked the updated data bank of the devouring system in his body. He was extremely sure of it. This time, the forceful devouring was undoubtedly extremely successful. The palm-sized black mutated corpse flame that was sucked from the depths of the scorched earth below quickly turned into a black light and rushed into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog, disappearing. Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. He was sure that this mutated flame was shooting towards the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. This was a good thing that could improve the grade of the Shenong flame. The treasure cauldron had a spirit, so it would definitely not let it go. It could even be said that it was extremely hungry. Otherwise, this strand of mutated corpse flame was forcefully seized by the devouring system in Yi Xian's body. Why did it directly rush into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at this moment? His table manners were too unsightly, he had to be on guard. If the Shenong cauldron ate everything and didn't leave anything for Yi Xian, he would have nowhere to cry. He was already in the 5th rank of the Star Lord state, and his physical strength was synchronized with his cultivation. There weren't many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could temper his body at such a high level. He couldn't miss out on such a rare opportunity. Yi Xian disappeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron as soon as he landed. He entered the space inside the cauldron and soon appeared above the crater of the central region volcano. In order to stop the mutated corpse flame and prevent it from being eaten by the Shenong cauldron, he had even resorted to teleportation in his own territory. Reality proved that this was absolutely necessary, because in the instant that Yi Xian's figure appeared above the ring-shaped crater of the central region's volcano, he raised his head to look. The strand of black light that shot down from the cauldron was already only a few dozen kilometers high, and its speed was extremely fast. If it weren't for the fact that it was only the size of a palm, it would have been as intimidating as a meteor crashing into the ground at such a high speed. I almost missed it. Yi Xian's heart went cold. He didn't care about so much and directly attacked. A powerful spiritual force surged out from his body and charged forward, completely enveloping the palm-sized black corpse flame. The demon's mental power had the effect of blocking auras in the first place. The magic core in Yi Xian's mind had evolved to the 8th level, making it even more powerful. At this moment, this large amount of level 8 mental energy completely enveloped the palm-sized black corpse flame, causing the Shenong cauldron to immediately lose its connection to it. After all, Yi Xian was the owner of this cauldron and had already completely refined it. Although the power of the cauldron's domain was strong, it wouldn't affect him. It worked. If it were anyone else, even if they had a level 9 magic core, it would probably be useless. Very quickly, the mutated corpse flames that were shooting over at an extremely fast speed stopped 300 meters above Yi Xian's head. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew a strand of the Shenong 6-colored flames from the flame pool in the central region's volcano foundation and also entered the canopy that was wrapped in the mutated corpse flames. It was a level 8 mental power light ball. Although the mutated corpse flame had the effect of tempering the body, it couldn't be used directly. Otherwise, the pros and cons would be half. The reason why he drew the wisp of Shenong's 6-colored flame and the black mutated corpse flame was to extract the energy that was unfavorable for tempering the body first. Everything ended very quickly. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the air above the volcano in the central region. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation that returned to his inner sight. Chapter 4077. Boom! Yi Xian's mind trembled when the black flames enveloped him. An unprecedented stinging sensation surged from every inch of his skin and from the depths of his soul. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. They didn't enter Yi Xian's mind or touch his soul, they only existed on the surface of his body, yet they affected his entire body. His body, mind, spirit, and even the cultivation waves in his sea of consciousness were stirred. His mental power source core that was floating above his mind was slightly trembling too. All in all, Yi Xian was undergoing an intense tempering and baptism from that moment on. There was no telling how long had passed, but when Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he heard the familiar system notification in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 6th rank Star Lord state. The mutated flames were indeed extraordinary. Yi Xian's body and mind had undergone a metamorphosis and evolution as a result. The qi and blood in his body, which was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. Without any suspense, it once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once, a second time soon rang out, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank Star Lord state. The 7th rank Star Lord state was already in its advanced phase. Yi Xian felt as if he could see his original self breaking through to the State Lord state. It was too exciting. When his original self was at the 5th rank Star Lord state, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 1st rank of the State Lord state. Once he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 6th rank of the State Lord state. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 7th level of the Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient devil ape bloodline, the 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state should be at the 3rd level of the region Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat power would be at the 8th rank of the State Lord state, which was already in the advanced phase of the State Lord state. He would only need one more small breakthrough to reach the peak of the 9th rank of the State Lord state. He would be extremely close to the State Lord state. This breakthrough in body tempering was of great significance to Yi Xian. His main body's strength was close to the region Lord realm under normal circumstances, and once he activated the primeval devil ape bloodline and utilized the 5th form of the devil ape transformation, his strength would only be 2 stages away from the world Lord realm. Roar! Delighted, Yi Xian raised his head and howled fiercely, and it caused the 8 guardian deities on the distant slopes of the volcano within the cauldron to exchange glances. They realized that it was very likely that their leader had broken through once more, and they intended to come over and congratulate him. However, they were afraid of the terrifying aura emanated by the black-colored corpse flames, so they didn't dare approach. At the bottom of the volcano in the central region, Xianxia, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten ancestor of the Yingji clan were imprisoned in a cage. Except for the unconscious Xianxia, the flying centipede and the half-rotten ancestor of the Yingji clan all raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. The latter had a bitter expression on his face. Even though he didn't know the final outcome of the battle in the Devil region, he practically guessed the situation outside when he saw the flying centipede who'd been captured by Yi Xian a few days ago and was similarly imprisoned here. Even a mid-stage Eternal Realm expert like the flying centipede who possessed a unique innate ability like that had been captured alive, let alone the others. Reality dealt a heavy blow to him, and he was listless and dispirited now. As for the flying centipede, he stared fiercely at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes while gasping for breath. He stared fiercely at the crater of the volcano in the central region. He'd been constantly roaring like thunder in the past few days, and he was completely exhausted now. He didn't have the strength to jump around anymore. Yi Xian stood up. With a command in his heart, the black-colored corpse flames that enveloped him instantly condensed into a palm-sized strand, and then he enveloped it with his 8th-level spiritual energy before shooting it down towards the bottom of the volcano. Swish! The sound of air being torn apart resounded as this strand of corpse flames charged into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano, and it instantly caused the flames within the pool to shoot into the sky. Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and looked down to observe the changes in the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano. Although he had tempered his body with the help of this strand of mutated black corpse flame, and his strength had once again skyrocketed by 2 small stages, whether this flame could transform the Shenong unusual flame in the flame pool from the current 6-colored flame to the level of 7-colored flame was still unknown. Yi Xian was also worried about this matter, and he was extremely concerned about it at this moment. Soon, as this strand of mutated corpse flames shot into the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, some black fog drifted out from the pool of flames. This was obviously the Shenong 6-color flame in the pool of flames purifying this strand of corpse flames. Some of the useless substances within were being removed. Yi Xian didn't care about this black fog. Since it was useless and didn't seem to be much, he let it be. After a short while, the pool of flames that had fallen into silence due to this strand of mutated corpse flames once again soared into the sky. This time, the Shenong exotic flame that soared into the sky had an additional strand of black color compared to before. Obviously, it was because the strand of mutated corpse flame's attribute had been absorbed. At this point, the Shenong exotic flame had evolved from its previous 6-color flame to its current 7-color flame, and its power had once again skyrocketed by a large margin. Even Yi Xian's ability to control the Shenong cauldron, as well as the power of the cauldron after activating it, had increased by a large margin because of this. The harvest this time was definitely not small. Yi Xian was excited. After a short while, his figure turned into a stream of arrows, rushing to the sky above the internal space of the Shenong cauldron, and left the internal space of the cauldron in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the depths of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, around the edge of the Shenong flame pool, the black fog that was removed from the mutated corpse flames slowly drifted away, gradually moving toward the 3 mountain cages where Shi Wanjin, the flying centipede, and the half-rotten old ancestor of the Yinji clan were imprisoned. And left, this kind of black fog that was removed from the corpse flames was originally extremely sensitive to the vitality of living creatures. At this moment, it was slowly leaving, obviously because it had sensed the vitality of the 3 of them. Chapter 4078. Whoosh! With a feeble sound, Yi Xian appeared at the bottom of the gigantic volcano on the main road of the caged star zone. The Shenong cauldron was right below his feet. The Shenong cauldron was activated and turned into a streak of light that darted towards the central area at the bottom of the volcano. As the Shenong 6-colored flames transformed once again and evolved into the 7-colored heavenly flames, the power of the Shenong treasure cauldron's domain had increased by a large amount. At this moment, under Yi Xian's control, its speed was clearly much faster than before. Yi Xian couldn't have been more delighted, as it meant that the power of the Shenong cauldron's field would rise again if the Shenong flames evolved again in the future. The ultimate treasure of the primordial era was truly extraordinary. A moment later, some local ferocious beasts could be seen up ahead. Yi Xian cancelled the Shenong cauldron's concealment, and the wandering local ferocious beasts soon gathered and followed the Shenong cauldron to the central area at the bottom of the volcano. They soon arrived at their destination. A white shadow the size of a palm appeared above their heads. It was exactly the crater of the gigantic volcano, which was 10,000 kilometers in diameter. At the same time, the millions of local ferocious beasts that had dispersed because of the arrival of the Shenong cauldron had gathered again. Hundreds of local leaders and commanders who were above the Star Lord state followed the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise closely and moved towards Yi Xian. Huh? You brat, your cultivation level actually broke through again. It's only been a day, but you've already become a level 7 Star Lord from the 5th level. How did you do it? The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise were both sector lords. They noticed the change in Yi Xian's strength immediately. After a brief moment of shock, they asked him. The latter directly transformed into a green cloud that was about 3 meters in radius and enveloped Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian's face turned green as he rolled his eyes and hurriedly dodged. After a few words of playfulness, the primordial porcupine seemed to suddenly remember something. He said with a serious expression, "By the way, after arriving at this new nest yesterday, I immediately sent some birds that are good at speed and stealth to act as scouts to investigate the surrounding area of this giant volcano. The situation is rather fruitful. Yi Xian became solemn when serious business was brought up, and he immediately asked for more details. After a while, he roughly understood the situation around the gigantic volcano. As expected, just half a day ago, the netherworld furnace had already floated away. Now, it was no longer in the caged star field. However, before leaving, the netherworld furnace visited a relatively small starry sky road. Moreover, it was not far from the caged star field where the giant volcano was located. There was a narrow road leading to it. It was connected. On that starry sky road, the netherworld cauldron once again hunted a large number of caged beasts before leaving. The entire road was almost empty now. 2/3 of the caged beasts were slaughtered and sucked into the netherworld cauldron. The other 1/3 scattered like birds and beasts, following the narrow extension between the small road and the surrounding roads, escaping from the dead area. It seems that my previous guess was correct. The netherworld cauldron left the source of all evil star field this time to create a large-scale massacre in order to deter others. Yi Xian muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for the other reason, it's the same as the first great change in the source of all evil star field. The netherworld cauldron's artifact spirit is about to evolve again and needs a large amount of resources to complete the transformation. That's why it launched this massacre. At this point, Yi Xian turned to look at the immemorial porcupine, immemorial tortoise and the rest of the indigenous beasts and said with a serious expression, before this, although the netherworld cauldron had given birth to an artifact spirit, its level of intelligence was not high. Now that it has completed its second hunt for resources, if there are no accidents, the netherworld cauldron should have returned to its source of energy by now. It should have returned to the star domain of the root of all evil, and its artifact spirit is in deep sleep, completing its evolution. Not long after, once the artifact spirit completes its evolution, the power of the netherworld cauldron will obviously increase by another level. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with it, that's right. Time is of the essence. Taking advantage of the fact that the netherworld cauldron has left, it shouldn't return in a short period of time. The entire indigenous beasts should increase their strength as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's words, the immemorial porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl. The powerful aura of a sector lord instantly burst out from its body. Children, it's time to hunt. A woo. Roar. A woo. Screech. In this instant, the beasts roared and the birds screeched. The millions of indigenous beasts all soared into the air, revealing their bloodline true forms and rushing towards the crater of the enormous volcano above them. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. He stayed behind and waited until the cloud formed by millions of ferocious beasts was about to reach the ring-shaped volcano above his head. Only then did he activate the Shinong cauldron beneath his feet, activate its concealment state, and silently follow from afar. After a short while, when Yi Xian rode the cauldron out of the ring-shaped crater of the enormous volcano, the vast army of beasts formed by millions of native beasts had already been reduced to pieces. They turned into small groups and dispersed, spreading out in all directions with the enormous crater as the center. Radiating out, there were quite a few powerful existences in the caged star field. Before the cyan light barrier that sealed this world and restricted all the caged beasts from leaving was formed, Yi Xian had seen an immortal stage caged beast. That definitely wasn't the only one. There must be similar existences in the entire caged starfield. Even if they were only at the universe grade, they were stronger than the current primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. However, existences of this level wouldn't appear easily. The indigenous beasts couldn't make too much of a commotion, or else they would definitely attract the attention of universe-level or even immortal-level caged beasts. Therefore, in the early stages, at least until the overall strength of the entire beast horde increased substantially and the bloodlines of the two ferocious beast emperors, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, transformed again and evolved to the universe grade. This strategy of splitting into small forces to start killing and hunting was the most appropriate. It was clear that the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had put in a lot of effort into this matter and weren't acting recklessly. This way, Yi Xian could be completely relieved. Roar. Screech. Very quickly, the roars of beasts and hisses could be heard one after another from all around the main road of the prison star domain. Some came from native ferocious beasts, while some gave off an unfamiliar feeling. Clearly, they came from the caged ferocious beasts of this world. Chapter 4079. Roar. Screech. Roars and screeches could be heard from time to time from all around the caged star field master's path. The curtains had finally opened on the hunting journey of the entire native ferocious beast race. Yi Xian was certain that the next time he came here, the overall strength of the entire native ferocious beast race would be even stronger. Even the individual strength of every native ferocious beast race would be the same. But at the same time, with gains came death. This was the price a race had to pay to become stronger. It wasn't just the native ferocious beast race, it was the same for any race of living beings. Yi Xian didn't know how many of the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts that he had just parted with would be left when he came to the caged star field the next time. Slaughter was bathed in blood and fire. Any existence could fall in this process, even including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the two native ferocious beast emperors at the sector lord level. When he thought of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a faint sense of sadness, but it quickly dissipated. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had experienced countless life and death separations. His heart was already as firm as iron. But this wasn't being heartless, it wasn't being stone cold. The difference was very clear to Yi Xian. While he was in a daze, he suddenly realized that his state of mind had inexplicably improved because of the emotions he felt this time. It really made him laugh bitterly. Shaking his head and sighing softly, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet with a thought. He turned around and shot towards the star field master's path. Not long after, he charged out of the caged star field that was enveloped by a layer of invisible blue light screen. When he reappeared, he was already outside the caged star field. Looking back at the familiar yet strange caged world behind him, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into the undying world within his body. Then, after summoning the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian stepped into it and activated the concealment array. In the blink of an eye, he was far away. The indigenous ferocious beast's path to becoming stronger had already begun, and he was about to embark on another journey. Now, the situation in the first universe was turbulent. The heavenly Tao's green eye seemed to be paying more attention to this side. After the netherworld furnace and the source of all evil completed its transformation and evolution of the artifact spirit, who knew what follow-up actions it would take? All of this made the situation in the first universe full of uncertainty. Certainty. Although Yi Xian had not yet made contact with the demon race who had moved to the void of their ancestral land, according to his deduction, in the face of the current chaotic situation in the first universe, the demon race was bound to change their previously established strategy, temporarily shrinking their forces and maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. At the same time, he was developing with all his might in secret. In any case, Triumph City was right there. Yi Xian believed that the upper echelons of the demon race would soon get in touch with that side. Perhaps they had already gotten in touch by now. Who knows? In short, there was no need to stay in the first universe for a short time. Yi Xian had long since made the decision to return to the third universe. It was time to deal with the affairs of the human race. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian steered the void-shattering shuttle and quickly left. His destination was the plane-level wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race, the domain of the graveyard, at the edge of the domain of the demon race. This time, he did not plan to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to return. Instead, he planned to use this wormhole to return to the domain of the graveyard, just like before. In 2 days, everything that had happened in the domain of the demon race in the first universe had spread completely. Like a bolt of lightning, all the major races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, as well as countless experts and ordinary people of various races, were dumbfounded. The races in the second universe, the human race in the third universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and half of the Blue Fleet in the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An enormous army of more than 50 million battleships had been defeated. They had been defeated by the demon race. Moreover, even when this terrifying army of conventional battleships had set off, the 11 immortal realm old monsters that had been lurking in the dark had either died or been captured. In the end, only 3 immortal realm old monsters had managed to escape. Long Shantang, an immortal realm old monster from the human race's technology camp. 3-clawed Flood Dragon, an immortal realm old monster from the Blood Dragon clan in the second universe. And Elephant Fox Martin, an immortal realm old monster from the Senate of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. Except for these 3 immortal realm old monsters, the rest were all left in the domain of the demon race in the first universe. This was definitely a major event that had shocked everyone. It was said that after the news of the battle had been sent back to the second and third universes, the ancestral lands of the major races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, and the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Star where the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation were located. Such a result was completely unacceptable. No matter which race or force they were from, they all felt the same way. Some of the old monsters who were truly in the upper echelons were furious. It was a pity that this was all there was to it. This time, the demon race had mobilized an immortal realm old monster, which was enough to suppress the entire situation. The loss of the 2 planes wasn't unjustified. And this terrifying immortal realm old monster was only a second-generation immortal realm old monster. This news was even more shocking. If the second-generation immortal realm old monster was already an immortal realm old monster, then what about the first-generation immortal realm old monster? Without a doubt, he was definitely an emperor-level old monster, or even stronger. Even if it was the various races in the second universe, the human race in the cultivation and technology camps, including the elders of the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation, these pinnacle powers and races all had immortal realm old monsters or even stronger. However, this level of power couldn't be used as easily as normal undyings. Any immortal realm old monster couldn't afford to make a single mistake. The moment such a level of power fell to a powerful race, it was tantamount to annihilation. The race's path of growth and evolution could very well come to a halt because of this, or even be cut off. Because of this, although the core and upper echelons of the 2 planes were furious, within the ancestral lands of the various races, shocking howls and roars could be heard. However, this matter was ultimately just loud thunder, but small raindrops. In the 2 planes, after the core and upper echelons of the various races and pinnacle powers vented their anger, they gradually calmed down. This matter was dealt with in a cool manner, as though they were turning a big matter into a small matter and planning before taking action. Chapter 4080. The demon race was annihilated. To be more precise, the 3 stars of the demon emperor were destroyed and turned into cosmic debris. At least 1/3 of the tens of millions of battleships and a large number of demon powerhouses were killed. The remaining 2/3 of the battleship army and the demons were taken away by the second-generation ancestor of the demons, the Marquis Undying being who had just defeated the 2 invincible demons single-handedly. He sent them to the demons of an unknown location with a ray of guiding light. In the void of the ancestral land. It was as if the entire race was hiding from the world. When this shocking news came from the demon-kin star zone of the first universe without warning, the core upper echelons of the major races and forces in the two subjugation dimensions had just broken free from extreme shock and anger. Caught off guard, the second universe and the third universe, which were said to be boundless, were completely silent at this moment. Everyone was stunned, and scared out of their wits. The ones who brought back this shocking news were some of the captives from the two dimensions that were captured in the previous battle. After the battle ended, the demon dwellers spent 2 whole days cleaning up the battlefield. Just as the hundreds of millions of prisoners were being escorted to the 2 satellites of the demon imperial planet, the real terror arrived. The infamous netherworld furnace shot out from the origin of all evil star field and smashed the second demon moon into pieces with just one strike. Then, in a short time, Demon Guard E and the Demon Emperor Star were also smashed into pieces and completely turned into cosmic dust. In the chaos, hundreds of millions of captives of different races who were still in the Demon Emperor Star area fled with the demon dwellers. Most of the captives died in that star area. Facing the horrible pressure of the netherworld stove, they couldn't resist at all. Their bodies directly exploded, joining the fragments of the battleships. Their bodies exploded and were sucked up by the netherworld stove. As for those who escaped from the two dimensions, only a small number of captives who were far away from the center of the battlefield and were lucky enough to grab some large battleships at the same time. They fled in panic from the Demon Emperor Star area where the central battlefield area was located. Like stray dogs, they rushed to the 2 dimensions of the universe wormholes at the edge of the Demon Emperor Star area with the large battleships they grabbed. And finally, they escaped back alive. However, only 10 or 20% of the hundreds of millions of war captives from the 2 major planes survived the Great Calamity and returned to their respective planes. But even so, because the number of prisoners of war in this battle was too large, although there were only 10 or 20 of these survivors, it was enough to completely spread the news of the terrifying scene that happened in the demon domain in a short period of time. The lucky survivors were immediately picked up by the major species and forces that were conquering the dimensions as ultimate treasures. They were summoned by the core ancestors of the various species and groups and asked about everything that had happened in detail. Half a day later, when all the details had been grasped, in the ancestral lands and headquarters of the major races and top forces in the 2 major planes, cries of astonishment rang out like a tide. What? Not only the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, but also the entire Devil Emperor star area. That's a star area hundreds of millions of miles long. For tens of thousands of years, nothing like this has ever happened in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. An entire star area has been destroyed. That's terrifying. This is absolutely horrifying. In addition to the infamous netherworld furnace, even the green eye of the heavenly way appeared again. This battle was really too dangerous for the demon domain. Fortunately, we didn't send the emperors to kill them at the first moment. Otherwise, they would have been killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. Kill. After the collapse of the Devil Emperor star area, a strange world with a strong aura of desolation came and replaced it. There were no stars, but there were pieces of broken continents even vaster than stars. In them, countless ancient fierce beasts that can no longer be seen today roared, but in the end, they were all killed by the green eye of the heavenly way. He set up a cyan light curtain to imprison them. Why do I feel more and more frightened as I listen to all this? The desolate great world. This ancient world that replaced the Devil Emperor star area and completely descended on the central region of the demon domain in the first universe is most likely a corner of the desolate great world. It was destroyed in the great battle back then. It was originally wandering in the endless void with only one passage connecting it to the Devil Emperor star area. But now, with the collapse of the Devil Emperor star area, it can completely descend. Is this the truth of the matter? It's too disturbing. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend is actually true. Raising the goo. The green eye of the heavenly way is raising the goo. The caged star field was sealed, and countless caged ferocious beasts had their freedom restricted, unable to leave. Their bodies all contained the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. For all the races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies, this was a nurturing place. It is extremely dangerous, but it is also a real place of good fortune. If you enter it, whether you seize the good fortune or simply become food, falling into the mouth of the caged fierce beasts and becoming the flesh and blood resources for the transformation and evolution of the bloodline. All of this depends on luck. So what if it's dangerous? A corner of the first universe has already appeared. The desolate great world that was destroyed in the great battle back then has completely descended. The speculation that the desolate great world will completely descend on the present has been confirmed. Once that moment comes, the three main planes of the universe will no longer have any meaning. It is very likely that they will completely cease to exist. There is no way back. Become stronger. Become stronger. Must become stronger, the faster the better. If you want to survive, how can there be no danger? Pass this old man's order. The elites of all generations of the race are to gather and set off for the first universe in a few days. Our target is the caged domain. As exclamations sounded in the air above the ancestral lands of the races in the second and third universes, the two main planes of the universe were completely in chaos. In fact, the situation in the first universe was even more chaotic. After the news spread, the armies of the four races and the alliance of 10,000 races, who were fighting in the void of the star field where the ancestral lands of some races were located, were completely shocked. The commanders of both sides immediately ordered a ceasefire. Then, not only did the armies of the alliance of 10,000 races hurriedly return to their races, but even the armies of the alliance of four races, led by the demons, temporarily separated and returned to their own races. In the face of such a shocking change, the battle for the unification of the first universe that was about to come to an end quietly ended. It could be said that the arrival of the caged domain in the first universe without warning made all the races and forces in the three main planes of the universe extremely terrified. The pressure was too great. They realized that the crisis was about to come, and it was related to their survival. They were no longer in the mood to fight and kill. From this moment on, the three main planes of the universe were completely silent, but in private, there was a torrent flowing in the dark. Chapter 4081. Universe 3, one of the three empires under the rule of the Science and Technology faction, deep in the graveyard domain at the edge of the Heavenly Dark Empire's territory, there were two planar wormholes in the depths of this domain, leading to the first and second universes respectively. However, they were quite far apart, on the east and west sides of the graveyard domain. At this moment, within the wormhole leading to the first universe, a dark purple arrow shot out. Its speed was shockingly fast. Even if a Sector Lord Old Monster were to traverse the void with his fleshly body, he might not be able to reach such a speed. After rushing out of this planar wormhole, this dark purple light didn't stop at all. It didn't even seem to have any intention of slowing down. With familiar ease, it shot straight toward the heavenly river planet at the edge of the graveyard domain. This dark purple light was the void-shattering shuttle. Xianxia drove it from the demon domain in the first universe. He didn't use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Instead, he directly passed through this planar wormhole and returned. The reason for this was because Xianxia had his own considerations. Ever since he entered the starry sky great world, although his encounters were extraordinary, his true legendary experience began when he was misunderstood to be Prince Xian and entered the demon domain in the first universe. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 years had passed. The current Yi Xian had long since grown to a height that even he himself hadn't expected. Now, the identity of Prince Xian was useless to him. Not only was it useless, but it was also a kind of restriction. Although Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to obtain this identity and everything was a coincidence, none of this was a reason. From a certain point of view, although he and the imperial family of the Eternal Dynasty were well aware of each other, and although the latter didn't expose his fake identity, they didn't allow him to flaunt it either. They even beat Yi Xian at his own game and demoted him to the death domain in the third universe under the name of Prince Xian, saying that he would never be able to leave without an audience. However, Yi Xian was a person who valued gratitude. Whether he was willing or not, this identity of Prince Xian had benefited Yi Xian when he first entered the Starry Sky Great World. Just based on this point alone, he was more or less unwilling to embarrass the imperial family of the Everlasting Empire too much. However, not long ago, he had expressed his goodwill to the dynasty's undying elder Long Shantung to form an alliance. However, he had been coldly rejected and even ridiculed. Yi Xian was more or less infuriated by this matter. He had even said that the identity of a current generation prince was as important as the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty. Long Shantong's answer was the latter. He even claimed that there was simply no comparison between the two. Since even he believed that the life of an immortal elder of the dynasty was far more important than the status of a prince, then the last trace of unwillingness in Yi Xian's heart was naturally meaningless. After Yi Xian had first entered the Starry Sky Great World, his identity as Prince Xian had indeed brought him certain benefits and conveniences in his growth. However, now that Yi Xian had repaid him with the life of Long Shantung, an undying elder of the imperial court, no matter what, he should have repaid his debt. Of course, he didn't have to think this way. However, what a cultivator wanted was to have a clear Dao heart. It could be said that after that conversation with Long Shantung, Yi Xian had already made up his mind to go to the Sky River planet in the Graveyard Domain as his first stop after returning to the third universe of the human race. Everything had started on the Sky River planet. Now, this misunderstanding should also end here. Back then, Yi Xian had left the Death Star region in the third universe and gone to the first universe, which was still controlled by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Because of this, the main network of the third universe had lost track of him. Yi Xian had registered a mercenary card on the Sky River planet. Even his identity as a citizen of the Federation had been registered there. It had long since merged with his primordial spirit, so no matter what he did in the first universe's plane, as long as it was related to the interests of the Federation, the main network of the third universe, which had an immortal-grade superbrain as its intelligence center, could immediately record everything through the mercenary card that had merged with his primordial spirit. At the same time, as a citizen of the Federation and an interstellar mercenary registered in the Federation, Yi Xian's points on the Wanluo Federation contribution ranking would also change because of this. However, as long as he left the third universe's plane, this kind of real-time record and point change would be suspended. However, the Federation's interstellar mercenary card, which had merged with his primordial spirit, would still record everything on its own. Once he returned to the third universe, the main network of the third universe would capture the special signal of his interstellar mercenary card. Then, all the data recorded during the time he left the third universe's main network would be uniformly received by the main network of the third universe's main network, and the data would be changed and recorded in real time. This kind of situation had played out once before when Yi Xian was finally brought back to the third universe by Naples after he had been tormented in the demon domain. At that time, the entire third universe and even the three main planes of the starry skies had been shaken. Yi Xian had also become famous because of this. He had miraculously rushed into the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings of the three rankings, and then rushed into the earth rankings and mortal rankings in one go. Finally, he stabilized at the 11th place on the heaven rankings. Because of that super big move that had shaken the three universes, Prince Xian had since been known as a peerless monster among the younger generation of the world. He was also the first of the 7 peerless monsters in the world. However, in the past year, the first person to be called a peerless genius seemed to have disappeared completely from the sight of all the races and forces in the three universes. Other than a few people who knew about this, everyone else thought that Prince Xian, who had caused the wind and clouds phenomenon in the three universes, had been completely disheartened when he returned to the imperial capital's immortal star but was instead demoted to the Death Star region. Otherwise, in the past year, the three universes outside had become unstable. The clouds were treacherous, and storms were rising. How could he not have made any moves and had been hibernating in the Death Star region that even space pirates disdained to visit? Of course, there were also people who had different views on this. Some people thought that Prince Xian had once barged into the first universe alone and caused a commotion in the demon domain, where the Tianji race's scouts lived. It was impossible for him to be so easily dispirited. The reason why he hadn't made any news for so long was definitely because he was working hard. Soon, there would be a day when he would take advantage of the situation and rise. It could be said that everything about Prince Xian had occasionally been mentioned in the past year, but there were all kinds of opinions. There had never been a definite conclusion. Chapter 4082. Today's Heavenly River Star only existed in name. Not only did the staff of the various military and political departments of the entire administrative planet, but even the permanent residents of the planet had all become zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's corpse slaves. Even the superbrain, the intelligent center of the Starry Sky Network, had been zombified. It could be said that zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng's plan to make Sky River Star a base had been perfectly achieved. The current Sky River Star seemed to be normal on the surface. Tuoba Linfeng and his zombie army rarely appeared in the interior of the Sky River Star. They were all hibernating in the zombie base city in the depths of Sky River Sea. Even if the zombie army entered or left Sky River Star, they would hide in starships, or sail out from the deep sea and rush out of Sky River Star's atmosphere. Or, they would rush through the atmosphere on their return, plunge directly into Sky River Sea, and enter the deep sea base. This was why Tuoba Linfeng was so cautious. This base was something he had successfully seized with great difficulty. He could not afford to lose it. Although the zombie generals under his command could change into the appearance of normal humans, if they were allowed to wander in the interior of Sky River Star for a long time, it was inevitable that something would happen to them. Now, all the space zombies that entered and left Sky River Star hid in starships. When they entered the atmosphere, they would plunge directly into the sea. When they left Sky River Sea, they would immediately rush out of the atmosphere. They would not linger in the interior of Sky River Star at all, so they could avoid accidents and the possibility of being seen through. Because of this, zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had occupied Sky River Star for some time. During this time, the scale of the space zombie army under his command had been greatly improved because they could go out and wantonly hunt in the starry sky without any worries. Originally, there were more than 100 zombie generals. Now, there were nearly 1,000 of them. As for the weaker elite zombies, there were even more of them, nearly 10,000. But even so, because these space zombies were either in the deep-sea base of Sky River Sea or in the starships, they hunted and plundered in the starry sky outside Sky River Star Field. Therefore, none of the strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star noticed anything unusual. During this period of time, everything on Jianghu Star looked the same as before on the surface. Even the Starry Sky network of this administrative planet still maintained a smooth connection with the Starry Sky network of the small country one level above it. The center of the Starry Sky network of the small country above it was also just an ordinary Starry Sky superbrain. There was no way they could discover that this superbrain, which was the intelligent center of the Starry Sky network, had long been zombified. Of course, during this time, there were still countless strong people in the starry sky who entered and left Sky River Star, but Tuoba Linfeng did not make a move against them. What he wanted was a base where he could hide himself and allow the entire zombie army to safely and smoothly hibernate. He didn't want to expose his nest and completely turn the surrounding area into a barren land. At least, when the entire zombie army truly matured, they would have the ability to fight on both sides of the human race. At this moment, on the Federation's platform in Sky River Star, the scene was still the same as before. It was crowded and bustling. In front of the three lists, some strong people in the starry sky who had come to Sky River Star for the first time, or who had been away for a long time, gathered below the heaven list, looking up. Prince Xian's limelight had been overshadowed by the other 6 peerless geniuses who rose up later. He was no longer in the limelight as he was when he rose up alone in the three major planes and was known as the first peerless genius of the younger generation. However, Sky River Star was, after all, the place where Prince Xian rose to fame like a legend. The excitement and encouragement he brought to countless strong people in the three major planes of the universe was also something that the young Master Linghu and the young Master Yuming could not compare to. Therefore, every time some strong people in the starry sky came here for the first time, or returned after a long absence, almost all of them would come to the Federation's platform to see the changes in the heaven list. Unfortunately, these young strong people in the starry sky who came this time were obviously disappointed again. There were a total of 100 people on the heaven list, and the list had not changed for nearly a year. Even the people at the bottom were like this, let alone those at the top. Prince Xian, who went by the pseudonym Yi Xian, was still ranked 11th on the heaven list after a year. When they looked up, this string of data that seemed to have not changed for a long time immediately made these young strong people sigh faintly. Heaven list. 11th, Yi Xian. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 131488080. Cultivation Method, Ancient Dongshu Mantra. 7th Level Galaxy Realm. Current Federation Contribution Points, 66676878943, 30 million. Not only did his ranking on the contribution points list not change, but even his cultivation strength and contribution points had not changed. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Prince Xian had not done anything in the past year. It could even be said that he was completely depressed. He had probably been holed up in the Death Star region, drinking all day long to pass the time. Sigh, what a pity for such a peerless genius. His former idol is now... What's going on? Thinking of this pity, a strong person in the heaven list who was looking up at the front of the heaven list sighed faintly. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused, and the expression on his face changed rapidly. His mouth was wide open for a few seconds, and then he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God, I don't know how to do this. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is the heaven list convulsing?" Perhaps it was because he was so shocked that his last sentence almost came out of his throat, and it immediately attracted the attention of many strong people in the starry sky around him. In the next instant, these people all followed his gaze and looked up at the top of the heaven list. Then, almost everyone was stunned and opened their mouths wide. This scene was too strange. The heaven list in their line of sight was indeed convulsing. What was strange was that this so-called convulsion was actually only limited to the top 10. Prince Xian, who was originally ranked 11th, almost instantly rushed into the top 10 of the heaven list, directly reaching the top and taking the first place. His Federation contribution points went from more than 60 billion to more than 200 billion in the blink of an eye. Then, it instantly fell back to 7th place, and his Federation contribution points became more than 110 billion. Chapter 4083. Heavenly River Planet, Federation Affairs Platform, in front of the Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings of the Federation's contribution points. Following the sudden change in the Heaven Leaderboard's data, the entire area was in an uproar in the blink of an eye. This kind of thing was too strange, and it was simply unprecedented. The news spread like a plague. In just a few minutes, the entire Federation Affairs platform had learned of this matter, and it was rapidly spreading to the entire Heavenly River Star at an astounding speed. Countless people had heard about it. After hearing the news, the Universe Masters swarmed over. Cries of astonishment never stopped from the beginning, rising and falling one after another like a tide. Oh my God, am I hallucinating? The Federation's contribution points rankings are actually changing. This is unprecedented. I've never heard of this before. Could it be that there's a problem with the immortal superbrain on the immortal star of the imperial capital? That's impossible. That's an immortal superbrain. There are only 2 or 3 of them in the 3 dimensions of the universe. How could there be a problem? Moreover, although the Federation's contribution points rankings are changing, it's only limited to the heavenly rankings. This alone is enough to explain the problem. To be precise, it should be the first region of the heavenly rankings, within the range of the top 10. To be more precise, it should be said that there's an abnormal change in Prince Xian's data. It's like a live fish suddenly jumping into a pool of stagnant water. The change in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings is all because of him. Look, it fell. Damn, this is too fierce. He fell from 6th to 17th. More than 16 million points were deducted from the Federation's contribution points. What did he do? That's more than 16 million. Even if he dismantled the Federation headquarters of the Immortal Star, so many points wouldn't be deducted, right? Don't worry. Didn't he jump up again? In the blink of an eye, he has risen to 3rd place again. The Federation's contribution points instantly increased by more than 21 million. I'm guessing that he must have offended the Tianji clan's clan leader, De. I can't take it anymore. Today was too exciting. An idol is an idol. It was almost frightening to death. He had never thought that the heaven list would be so torturous. It rose and fell, up and down, in and out. It was just like playing with women. It's just a so-so, 2F** King Awesome. Who was the one who said that Prince Xian was drowning his sorrows in alcohol and was completely dejected? Hurry up and stand up. I promise I won't beat you to death. It was not just on the Heavenly River planet. Similar scenes were happening all over the Third Universe, on the Administrative Planet Federation platforms of the two camps. After Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe ruled by the human race, the Federation citizen imprint imprinted on his soul, as well as all the data recorded by the Interstellar Mercenary card, were all sent out and received by the Immortal-level Superbrain on the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital. Immediately, the Immortal-level Superbrain on the Immortal Star of the Imperial Capital updated the heaven, earth, and man lists according to the order from the Empire to the small country, and then the small country to the administrative planet. The time difference between the two was only a few minutes at most. In other words, from the moment Yi Xian rushed out of the wormhole and officially returned to the Third Universe where the human race was, it had only been a few minutes, but the countless administrative planets of the human race in the Third Universe were already in an uproar. In the end, after some shocking ups and downs, the data on the heaven, earth, and man lists of the 10,000 Federation contribution points on the Administrative Planet Federation platforms were finally settled, and there were no more changes. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had only been ranked 11th a few minutes ago, had made it to the top 10 as expected. He was even at the top of the list. The heaven rank. First place, Yi Xian. Interstellar Mercenary serial number, the 131488080. Cultivation technique, Ancient Dongshu technique. 7th rank Star Lord. Current Federation contribution points, 1866667687894 first on the heaven rank, more than 1,860 billion contribution points of the Federation. All in all, it was more than enough. The person who was ranked second was a senior expert. It was said that he had been ranked first on the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years. He had always been at the top of the heaven leaderboard and had never been surpassed. Although specific information such as his cultivation level and strength were not displayed, based on the fact that he had been at the top of the heaven leaderboard for thousands of years, this person was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not low, he was definitely an old monster. Some people speculated that he was probably in the immortal state. Even so, the former top of the heaven rank, who had dominated the heaven rank for thousands of years and was now ranked second, only had a little more than 300 billion contribution points of the Federation. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had more than 180 billion contribution points, which was almost 6 times more than his. 180 billion contribution points was an astronomical number that was unprecedented. Even in the future, no one would be able to surpass it. It was simply unthinkable. Even De, the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, wouldn't be able to get so many contribution points of the Federation. It was precisely because of this reason that when the data changes on the Heaven list finally ended and everything was settled, in the third universe where the human race was located, on the human administrative planets, countless starry sky powerhouses were standing in front of the three lists on the platform of the Federation Affairs Bureau with dull faces. After regaining their senses with great difficulty, all kinds of different opinions appeared very quickly. Oh my God, we're rich. Prince Xian is really rich. He has more than 180 billion contribution points of the Federation. I won't be able to spend it all in 10 lifetimes. Idol. My eternal idol. This old man has decided that from today onwards, Prince Xian will be this old man's big brother. If anyone dares to speak ill of him, this old man will definitely fight to the death. From now on, this old man will be the prince's guardian angel. Bah! You old dog, you're not even in the black hole state. What are you pretending for? More than 180 billion. This doesn't make sense. He's crazy. He must be crazy. Even if he killed the leader of the Heavenly Fate clan, De, it wouldn't even be a fraction of this number. From what I see, there must be something wrong with this data. I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. Of course, killing De won't give you so many contribution points, but what if you chase away the entire Heavenly Fate clan? Ah! That matter, wasn't it done by the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng? What does it have to do with Prince Xian? You're not going to tell me that the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, is Prince Xian, right? Nonsense. If anyone dares to say such a thing, I'll pluck my head off and use it as a urinal. Chapter 4084. After a year, Prince Xian had returned. In just a few minutes, the entire third universe was in an uproar. Countless Star State experts and people of the Federation were in an uproar. All of this was very similar to a year ago, when Prince Xian returned from the Demon Cultivator Star Zone in the first universe. Since then, he had become the #1 idol in the Federation. It was so exciting. In a year, he had risen from the 11th place on the Heaven rank to the 1st place on the Federation contribution ranking. His points had also increased from more than 60 billion to more than 180 billion. It was almost 6 times more than the previous top of the Heaven rank who had dominated the ranking for thousands of years. His strength had also risen from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star Lord State. After the Galaxy State, there were the Black Hole State, the Origin State, the Heavenly Cave State, the Mystic Light State, the Void State, the Genesis State, the Cosmic Light State, the Universe State, and the Star Lord State. Going from the 7th level of the Galaxy State to the 7th level of the Star Lord State was a terrifying leap of 7 major realms. Ordinary starry sky experts, even if it was just a large realm, would need several years or even several decades of accumulation before they could break through, and this was only limited to the black hole realm. Once they passed the black hole realm, let alone a large realm, even a small realm breakthrough would take a lot of time. It would take a lot longer. However, Prince Xian had broken through 7 major realms in the short span of a year. Before this, he had only been a Galaxy-grade junior. Now, he was already a Star Lord who ruled over an area. On average, it took him more than a month to break through a major realm, which was 40 to 50 days. If one were to count the minor realms in detail, the impact would be even more shocking. On average, he would break through a minor realm every 5 to 6 days. This was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Even Mo Chiufeng, the imperial brother of the Fiend tribe, who was known as the #1 genius among the younger generation, who was famous in the 3 major planes recently, could not compare to him. That was why Prince Xian's appearance shocked the entire third universe. In the ancestral lands of the two human camps, as well as the headquarters of the Thousand Luo Federation, which was located on the Undying Planet, some of the core giants who usually didn't show up were shocked and stunned. They scrambled to be the first to let out excited roars and roars one after another. Long Xian. The top of the heaven rank. How is that possible? 1,800,000,000,000. 1,800,000,000,000. Ha ha ha. Crossing 7 major realms in a year. Such talent is unheard of. The greatest fortune of today's era is of the human race after all. That's right. In comparison, that little brat from the demon race, who only knows how to rely on external objects and play dirty tricks everywhere, is really nothing. What 5 demonic geniuses is one? What the number 1 demonic genius in the world today? What a joke. What is he compared to our human race's Prince Xian? Immediately give the order to stop the pursuit of the invincible god of war. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Prince Xian is indeed extraordinary. He used such a method to train himself. He didn't even inform us beforehand and almost caused a misunderstanding. Set off immediately for the graveyard star field. I paid a high price to obtain access to the database of the immortal-grade supercomputer in the imperial capital. Prince Xian's Federation citizen identity signal suddenly appeared in the graveyard star field, suspected to have gone to the Heavenly River star field. Star. Heavenly River star. A year ago, Xian completed the ultimate trial of our dynasty's royal family and rose from there. I didn't expect it to be there again this time. It seems that Xian and Xian are fated to meet. Pass down my imperial decree to bestow this star to Xian. During this period of time, whether it was the two camps of the human race or the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they all felt that their lives were too sullen. Almost all the 3 main realms of the starry skies were disturbed by the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Moe Feng, who was known as the top genius of the generation. However, the other party's genius was right in front of them, and no one could doubt it. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Little Primordial Devil Ape, Mechanical War God Sha Baofeng. Which one of these 4 identities didn't have a shocking battle record? But in the end, they all merged into one, and all the light gathered on the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Moe Feng. Of the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation, 5 of them belonged to the demon race, and all 5 of them were one. To the human race, this was simply a disgrace because in this chaotic era, the future and luck of a race could basically be seen from the rise of this race's younger generation. It could be said that the appearance of the Demon Emperor's younger brother, Moe Feng, had made almost all the races and forces in the 3 main realms of the starry skies tacitly accept the fact that the great luck of the current era seemed to have fallen on the demon race's head. This was very helpless. To the 2 camps of the human race and the higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters, they even felt sullen and resentful. But no matter how resentful they were, there was nothing they could do. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Moe Feng's battle record and heaven-defying valiance were obvious to all. He had fought with his fists on the flesh. At present, while the 2 camps of the human race and the core higher-ups of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters were sighing and lamenting that the luck of the human race was no longer there, Prince Xian, who had been silent for more than a year, had appeared out of nowhere again. Among the current 7 peerless geniuses of the younger generation in the 3 main realms of the starry skies, Prince Xian was originally the first to be crowned as a peerless genius. He was originally the first peerless genius. It was only later that the light faded, and he was gradually forgotten. But who would have thought that after a year of silence, Prince Xian would reappear with such ferocity? 1,800,000,000,000 federal contribution points might not be enough to prove anything, at least not directly enough. However, his strength had soared from the Galaxy State to the Star-Lord State in a year, which was enough to prove anything, crossing 7 realms in a year, growing from a Galaxy State cultivator to a Star-Lord old monster. Such talent definitely surpassed that of the Demon Emperor. So what if 5 peerless geniuses were one? The luck of the human race was still there. Although Prince Xian was only one of 2 peerless geniuses, his heaven-defying talent was far beyond that. The reason why it was said that 2 peerless geniuses were one was because with Prince Xian's reappearance, one of the 7 peerless geniuses, the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the territory of the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace of the Human Cultivation Camp, was undoubtedly one of Prince Xian's clones. It was a clone. This matter had never been settled, but on this day, the dust had finally settled. Now, the 7 peerless geniuses all had their owners. The Demon Emperor's younger brother, Moe Feng, was one of the 5 peerless geniuses. Chapter 4085. In just half a day, the name of Prince Xian, which had been silent for a year, once again became famous in the universe. All 3 universes were shaken. The first universe was in chaos. The demon race had disappeared, and even the alliance of the 4 races, which was originally formed with the Space Mouse race, Hell Ant race, and Giant Ferocious race, was disbanded. However, the Starry Sky network of the various slave races in the first universe was still there. They immediately contacted each other and passed on this shocking news from the human race in the third universe. Some people were shocked. It was no wonder that the demon race in the first universe, which had appeared out of nowhere and was about to unify the first universe and become the second overlord of this universe, had disintegrated in just a few days. In the blink of an eye, their dream of dominating the first universe had become nothing. After such a long time, it turned out that the root of the matter was still with Prince Xian. In the past year, the 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 universes had caused a sensation, and in the latter half of the year, almost all the halos pointed to the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Ju Feng. Of the 7 peerless geniuses in the current world, 5 of them were confirmed to be the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Ju Feng. 5 peerless geniuses in one body. This was almost enough to confirm that the great destiny of the current world belonged to the demon race in the first universe. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the demon race had fallen. If it wasn't for the second-generation ancestor, who had the cultivation of an official undying, who used the light of guidance to guide more than half of the demon race away at the most critical moment, this race would most likely have been wiped out. Such an unforeseen event was definitely not in line with the identity of the person who had obtained the great destiny. Because of this, after the shocking event in the demon race's star field in the first universe, there were already people in the 3 universes who had raised doubts at the first moment. All kinds of voices appeared one after another. They felt that the great destiny of the current world did not belong to the demon race, but who it really belonged to was not conclusive at all. No one dared to say such a thing. The current situation was too chaotic, and the 3 universes were all like this. At this time, the third universe, which was occupied by the human race, actually spread such shocking news. For a moment, even the great change in the demon race's star field in the first universe was suppressed. The direction of public opinion in the 3 universes all pointed to Emperor Xian of the human race's undying dynasty. He was truly a peerless genius. Although compared to the 5 great geniuses of Mo Jin Feng, Prince Xian, who only had 2 great geniuses, seemed to be slightly inferior in terms of aura. However, if one were to think about it carefully, the value of the 2 peerless monstrous identities on him was not weak at all. They were not inferior at all. In fact, they were even superior. What kind of colossal existence was the Myriad Luo Federation? Although the various races of the second universe had announced their withdrawal from the Myriad Luo Federation due to the various changes in the past year, no one had ever questioned the value of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings. Indeed, Mo Jin Feng could kill immortal old monsters, but that was basically because he had supreme treasures like Shenong Cauldron and black technology like Star Wars. As for Prince Xian, who was one of the 2 monsters of the human race, he merely sent a clone to the human race's cultivation camp to train and caused a huge commotion there. As for his original body, it was even more perverse. After a year of silence, everyone thought that he was already dejected. Who would have thought that he would make a domineering return after a year? Without a sound, he directly jumped from the 11th place on the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution rankings to the first place on the heavenly leaderboard. Moreover, before this, his contribution points had fluctuated greatly. During this period of time, he had lost an astronomical amount of contribution points from the Federation. Even so, when his contribution points finally stabilized, he still had more than 180 billion points, which was more than 6 times more than the second place on the heavenly leaderboard. This was a real battle result. When the specific data was analyzed, no one would doubt its authenticity. The immortal rank superbrain on the immortal planet would definitely not make such a low-level mistake. More importantly, Prince Xian had appeared out of nowhere once again. The timing was too sensitive. It happened to be right after the devil race's strong rise in a short period of time, followed by their rapid decline. This basically reflected the fact that the current era's great luck did not belong to the devil race, but to the human race. Regarding this point, the ordinary people and low-level starry sky experts of the 3 major planes might not think too much about it. They were more interested in talking about the sensational effect of Prince Xian's reappearance itself. However, the upper echelons of the major races and forces, as well as the sharp old monsters and powerful starry sky experts, all considered more through this matter after a short period of shock. Today, the 3 major starry sky main planes were not peaceful. In the devil domain of the first universe, a broken piece of the desolate ancient world had already descended to the present world. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. From this point alone, it could be seen that the legend that the desolate ancient world would completely descend, which had been secretly circulating for the past year, was very likely not just a rumor. It was not just a rumor, but a reality. If that was really the case, the 3 major starry sky main planes would be meaningless at that time. It was even very likely that they would be replaced by the cage star domain that had descended from the sky, just like the Devil Emperor star domain. In short, the chaotic era was about to arrive, and all the races and forces were terrified. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that their race would continue to exist in this chaotic era of the starry sky that would descend at any time. Under such a general trend, the ownership of the current era's great luck was even more eye-catching. Those who obtained great luck would obtain the world. Born in this chaotic era, they were related to the desolate ancient world that had collapsed due to a war. Sitting on the great luck of this era, they did not dare to say that they would be able to sit on the world as usual, but at least, their chances of surviving in this chaotic era would definitely be higher than that of other races. Just because of this, after learning the news about Prince Xian from the 3rd universe of the human race, the races of the 2nd universe, which used to be the Federation, collectively fell silent. If they had not withdrawn from the Myriad Luo Federation, they would have at least been allies with the human race. Now, they could only be envious. As for the human race, including the Myriad Luo Federation that was still tied to the human race, at least on the surface, cheered thunderously. Whether it was the Tenju heavenly palaces and various small sects of the Cultivation camp, or the Immortal Dynasty and the 3 empires under its command of the Science and Technology camp, countless large and small countries, after receiving the news on this day, all of them heaved a sigh of relief as if it was a holiday. Chapter 4086. In the 3rd universe, the imperial capital of the human race's technology faction, the Immortal Star. News of Prince Xian's appearance spread. This time, the commotion was even greater. He was a supreme genius that hadn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. All 3 universes were in an uproar. The Immortal Star was the imperial capital of the Immortal Dynasty and the source of Prince Xian's bloodline. When the news spread, it became the center of attention, and the commotion was even greater. When the news spread, Long Xiang and the other imperial princes gathered together immediately. All of them lowered their heads and sighed as if their parents had died. This time, Prince Xian's commotion was too shocking. They were already in despair. They were afraid that the position of Dabeo would not be theirs anymore. In the imperial capital's inner city, the immortal emperor and the imperial preceptor, D'er, once again gathered in the imperial preceptor hall. No one knew what they were discussing, but one thing was certain: it was definitely related to Prince Xian. Even at the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, a group of reclusive immortal elders were alarmed. They all came out and gathered in the resident elder pavilion, which was located in the imperial capital's inner city. They discussed this matter and finally came to a conclusion. They appointed the imperial capital's resident elder pavilion, who had just returned from the first universe not long ago. Elder Longshan Tang personally rushed to the Heavenly River planet to represent the resident elder pavilion and bring Prince Xian back to the immortal star. Of course, it was impossible for Longshan Tang to go to the Sky River planet alone. Accompanying him was an immortal fleet from the dynasty. This fleet would represent the immortal dynasty and welcome Prince Xian, who had completed the ultimate trial, back to the dynasty. Immediately after, the immortal dynasty issued a notice in the name of the imperial court. The notice was related to Prince Xian. According to the contents of this notice, the outside world quickly found out that Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Starfield as the final trial that the Everlasting Empire had for him. As far as the outside world knew, the most difficult trial for the princes of the Eternal Dynasty was the ultimate trial. There were many direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, but if they didn't complete the supreme level trial, even if they were direct descendants of the Immortal Emperor, their status and influence in the imperial court wouldn't be great. They weren't even allowed to appear in public as princes. Only by completing the supreme level trial would they have the qualifications to compete for the position of the next immortal emperor. They would be allowed by the immortal dynasty to interact with the outside world as princes. Currently, the princes who appeared in public in the imperial court were all in this category. Of course, although they had all passed the final trial, the results of the final trial were different. Previously, only Prince Xian's results were the most brilliant. According to the imperial court's words, completing the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor was the supreme level trial of the immortal emperor. The supreme level trial of the imperial courts of the imperial court emperor. Among the few princes who were relatively active princes, immortal, and princes of the imperial courts, Prince Xian, Prince Xian's. As soon as this news was revealed, it immediately caused quite a commotion in the entire immortal dynasty and even the human race. However, basically everyone in the Federation was happy to see this happen. Since then, Prince Xian's position as the Supreme Immortal Emperor was confirmed. Although the imperial court didn't say it explicitly and only said that the preliminary test had been completed, Prince Xian was the only one who had completed the supreme level trial. Moreover, he had completed it so beautifully, causing a sensation. Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial court were in complete despair. On that day, a large-scale and luxurious immortal army of the imperial court set off from the immortal star of the imperial court. Accompanying them was a fleet from the Wan Luo Federation's headquarters. The higher-ups of the imperial court overseeing this immortal fleet were immortal-level elders from the imperial court. His name was Longshan Tang. Along the way, all the wormholes in the territories of empires, large countries, and small countries were opened. The entire fleet arrived at the Sky River sector in 2 days at the fastest speed. At this time, the fleet of flying ships from the Tenju Celestial Palace also arrived. The one overseeing the fleet was also an immortal-level old monster. It was said that his name was Gong Huaji, and he was the other deputy palace master of the Tianju Celestial Palace. The 2 camps of the human race, the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, and the 3 most powerful forces of the Third Universe had all arrived, and each of them had an immortal-level old monster overseeing the fleet. It could be said that the Sky River sector was a gathering of heroes. With the arrival of these 3 fleets, the entire human race of the Third Universe knew that Prince Xian was now in the Sky River sector and could return to the Sky River sector at any time. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people focused their attention on this place again. In order to see Prince Xian again and witness the historical moment of the imperial court's future emperor's return from the supreme level trial, the masters of the starry sky not far away all rushed over. For a time, the Sky River sector was unprecedentedly lively. Even the entire Sky River sector outside the atmosphere of the Sky River sector had become a hubbub of voices. Too many people had come. Although the Sky River sector was not small, it could not accommodate them all. Therefore, most of the masters of the starry sky had all taken out small private battleships or stayed in the large battleships that had come by means of transportation, waiting in the void of the universe outside the Sky River sector's atmosphere. This was originally a grand occasion that was hard to come by, and almost everyone was happy to see it happen. Moreover, they were immersed in it, feeling this exciting atmosphere. However, there were still people who were deeply depressed. That was the Universal Zombie Emperor, Tuobalin Feng, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector. Originally, he had led the entire Universal Zombie Army. Recently, he had been lurking in the Sky River sector, making a fortune in silence. Because this place was hidden enough, and the entire Sky River sector had been zombified, there was no fear of news leaking out. Therefore, the entire Universal Zombie Army had recently developed extremely rapidly. But now, everything had changed. Because of the arrival of Prince Xian, the Sky River sector, and even the entire Sky River sector, had become lively in just a few days. As a result, the Universal Zombie Army under Tuo Balinfeng's command had completely collapsed. Those who had gone out to hunt couldn't come back. They waited in the void of the universe in the distance, not even daring to easily contact the Sky River sector. As for the Universal Zombies, who had been lurking in the military base in the depths of the Sky River sector to rest and recuperate, they couldn't go out at all. Not to mention leaving the Sky River sector, they didn't even dare to leave the military base and appear in the area above the shallow waters of the Sky River sector. Only the Universal Zombie Emperor, Tuobalin Feng, had the heavenly demon body. Ordinary existences, no matter how high their cultivation was, would find it difficult to see any clues. Therefore, he could completely transform into a human form, leave the military base in the deep sea, and go to the Sky River sector to check on the situation. Chapter 4087. After returning to the human race, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to return. When he returned to the Sky River sector from the wormhole leading to the first universe, it was already 2 days later. Before he even got close to the Sky River planet, the void was already filled with all kinds of battleships. At first glance, it was obvious that they were not military battleships. Many of them were commercial and private battleships. They were all gathered in the void. Judging from their posture, they seemed to be planning to stay for a long time. This scene gave Yi Xian a big fright. He muttered in his heart, could it be that something big had happened on the Sky River planet recently? It actually attracted such a terrifying army of onlookers. In the distant void, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. After waving his hand and putting it into his body, he changed his appearance. Only then did he use his physical body to cross the void and rush toward the Sky River planet in front of him. Along the way, he inquired about the situation and finally found out that all this was because of him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But this is also good. This time, I returned to the third universe with the intention of ending my identity as Prince Xian on the Sky River planet. Since there is so much attention now, it's time to settle this matter. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He passed through the tide of battleships and people and arrived at the Sky River planet with great difficulty. Unfortunately, the Sky River planet was already overcrowded at this time. The several star passages in the atmosphere that led to the Sky River planet were all heavily guarded. Basically, it was impossible to leave. Enter, helpless, Yi Xian could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He changed his appearance again. This time, he restored his original appearance, which was the appearance of Prince Xian that countless fans in the 3 universes were familiar with. Before Yi Xian could go forward and reveal his identity at the nearest star passage and enter the Sky River planet, people around him had already noticed him. Soon, there were more than one voice of ridicule and ridicule. "Hey, look, our Prince Xian is here. You don't say, he really looks like him. Compared to the guy I saw yesterday, he's even more vivid. At least, among all the impersonations I've seen, he's the most successful. Look, the most successful impersonator in history is actually going to the star passage. Does he think that he can enter the Sky River Star just by imitating the prince's appearance so that he can have a closer look at his idol who is about to descend? He's really thinking too much." That's true. Nowadays, not everyone can enter the Sky River Star. There are 3 immortal realm-old monsters guarding it. Even if the king of a small country came, I'm afraid he would have to wait for a while to pass through. "You can't leave," Yi Xian continued. "Sky River. No matter how successful you are in impersonating the prince, you can't enter." Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he bitterly smiled. However, before the bitter smile on his face could fade, his expression suddenly changed once again. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. "Warning! Warning! Cosmic zombies have been detected. There are too many of them nearby to count." Cosmic zombies. Yi Xian was shocked. How was this possible? Previously, when he passed through the dense crowd of battleships and people gathered outside the Sky River planet, such a prompt had not appeared. But now, he had just arrived at the star passage above the Sky River planet's atmosphere, and he actually received such a prompt. With shock, he glanced at the few Sky River Federation soldiers in front of him, then at the large number of soldiers stationed near the star passage in the Sky River planet's atmosphere, as well as the hundreds of standard battleships and interstellar patrol ships docked outside the star passage. Could it be? A crazy idea suddenly popped up in Yi Xian's mind, and even he was shocked. Within his close range, only these Sky River Federation soldiers had the largest number of soldiers. Of course, there were also some administrative staff from other departments mixed in. The densely packed cosmic zombies mentioned by the devouring system could only be them. Although this was too far-fetched, Yi Xian had no reason to doubt the devouring system in his body. Yi Xian had come into contact with a large number of cosmic zombies before. Since then, the database of the devouring system in his body had been updated, and there was more information about them. All kinds of detailed information about the cosmic zombies. It could be said that for the devouring system, the so-called cosmic zombies were not new things that it had just come into contact with. Therefore, there was absolutely no possibility of identification or perception error. The only possibility was that the current Sky River planet had indeed been completely occupied by the cosmic zombie army under Tuo Balinfeng's command. At least, the large number of Sky River Federation soldiers in front of him, who looked no different from humans, could not be wrong. Previously, when he was in the dark turtle star field of the first universe, Yi Xian already knew that Tuo Balinfeng was not only still alive, but also had the heavenly demon body. And it was also after that time that he more or less understood the heavenly demon body that he had never heard of before. If this was really the work of Tuo Balinfeng, then with his Sky Devil body, plus the fact that the evolution path of the universe zombies was originally ever-changing, the members of this special race, when the zombie life level evolved to a certain extent, any kind of monster could possibly appear. Then, it would not be too difficult to let the cosmic zombie army under his command have the appearance and aura of a human, and not be detected. These thoughts were long to describe, but in fact, they flashed through Yi Xian's mind in an instant. In just a short breath, he made a decision. That was to lure the snake out of its hole. Tuo Balinfeng had always been a big problem in his mind. The evolution of the cosmic zombies' life level was too fast, and he must not give them enough time to grow. Otherwise, in the later stage, even if he could eliminate this tumor, he would have to pay a heavy price. Yi Xian had been paying attention to all kinds of information and intelligence of the three universes, hoping to find clues about the whereabouts of the third universe's zombie army, but unfortunately, he had not found anything. This time, he accidentally discovered the whereabouts of the cosmic zombies, and it was even very likely that it was related to Tuobalin Feng. For Yi Xian, this was definitely an extremely rare opportunity. Chapter 4088. Although Yi Xian's voice was not loud, there was a large crowd of people in the void not far behind him. Those who could stay in the void of the universe with their physical bodies were naturally not ordinary people of the Federation. They were all strong people in the starry sky. Therefore, his words were heard by many people and attracted a lot of attention in an instant. Some people still despised him, thinking that he was trying to impress the crowd. Not only did he imitate Prince Xian to perfection, but he also wanted to use this method to gain fame and become a star web celebrity on the third universe's starry sky network. However, some people also felt that this was very likely to be the truth. After all, it was too similar. It was just that there had been a few similar incidents before, so everyone had a habitual mindset. Under such circumstances, even if the real Prince Xian were to come, he would probably be treated as an imitator. However, no matter which one it was, what the other party said was indeed correct. If he was the real Prince Xian, he would scan the Federation's identity in the star passage of the heavenly river planet's atmosphere and verify it. This could not be faked. This included the zombie garrison soldiers who had previously blocked Yi Xian's path. They were all Tuobalin Feng's corpse slaves, but before they received new instructions from Tuobalin Feng, their auras and thoughts were set to remain as corpses in the past, reverting to their previous mode. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, these zombie garrison soldiers quickly let Yi Xian pass through, allowing him to pass through the star passage of the atmosphere in front. There was no doubt that if his identity was verified to be fake later, these zombie garrison soldiers would not let him go easily. They would more or less be punished. At this moment, a large number of gazes in the nearby void gathered and followed Yi Xian's back until he arrived in front of the star passage of the heavenly river planet's atmosphere. When a white light flashed and swept past Yi Xian's body, the familiar system prompts sounded in his mind again. This time, Yi Xian was completely certain that the entire heavenly river planet had fallen completely. It had been completely and silently eroded by the zombie emperor Tuobalin Feng using some unknown method. This was because the content of the system notification was telling him that the Star Defense Array AI system that was currently scanning the Yi Xian Federation was in a completely zombified state. Similar to the Star Defense Array of a human administrative planet like the Sky River Star, its intelligence system was located in the center of the interstellar network of the administrative planet, which was a superbrain. There was no doubt that the superbrain of the Sky River Star, which was the main control center of the interstellar intelligence, had also fallen and been completely zombified. Under such circumstances, the entire Sky River Star had already fallen and turned into a zombie nest. What was the difference? Even Yi Xian couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Countless experts from the three universes were searching for the whereabouts of Tuobalin Feng's zombie army, especially the human race's technology and cultivation camps. But who would have thought that this zombie army had already quietly occupied an entire administrative planet of the human race? If they hadn't accidentally discovered this shocking truth today, it was very likely that this zombie army would have controlled a small country in the near future. At that time, its power would have been established, and it was equivalent to completely sitting on the throne. It was practically impossible to annihilate it again, because the entire territory of a small country was filled with universe zombies. No matter how powerful their methods were, if they were to really make a move, there would be a fish in the net in the end. Ding. Identity verification completed. Federation citizen, Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian's mind was spinning, the Star Passage AI system's notification quietly sounded in his ears. The Federation identity verification had been completed. This segment didn't take much time to begin with. The reason why such a segment was set up in the star passage above the atmosphere of the human race's administrative planets was to prevent and eliminate the demon scouts of the Tianji clan from sneaking into the administrative planets. However, there were only a dozen or so star passages in each administrative planet's atmosphere, and there were only a few dozen or so super-large planets. There were too many experts in the starry sky coming and going every day. If this segment took a lot of time, there was basically no point in its existence. It could be said that, under normal circumstances, when anyone stepped into the star passage, they didn't need to stop at all. They could instantly complete the Federation identity verification. In the next moment, there was a complete uproar outside the star passage. Cries and exclamations rose like a tide and immediately spread to the battleships and the sea of people in the void further away like a plague. Heavens! How is this possible? Identity verification successful. Yi Xian. He's Yi Xian. He's the real Prince Xian. Illusion. This must be an illusion. Otherwise, where would I get the guts to mock the idol Prince Xian just now? You're not the only one. Isn't there a lot of people who did the same thing just now? This is 2F** King exciting. The national idol Prince Xian, the #1 nouveau riche in the starry sky with 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points, the #1 existence on the heaven leaderboard, just now, he was actually mocked by me. I can't take it anymore. My heart is in pain. I can't take it anymore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Prince Xian walked past me just now. At the crucial moment, I didn't shake his hand and even forgot to sign my name. Kill me. Kill me. Heavens, he's too handsome. This young lady actually walked past my idol. There's no way I can live like this. Xian, I love you. Give me another chance later. In an instant, the vast starry sky behind them completely boiled over. Countless experts in the starry sky madly swarmed over. 80% of those who rushed to the front were female cultivators who thought they were beauties in the starry sky. At this time, all of them had lost their color. They cried, shouted, and roared as if they were seeking death. From the looks of it, even true death wouldn't be able to stop them in their tracks. At the very least, the zombie troops stationed outside the Great Star Array definitely wouldn't be able to do so. Even if they opened fire, it would be useless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this scene as the arrival of the prince and the roar of the starry sky. Yi Xian instinctively looked back and saw this scene. He immediately shuddered. Without hesitation, he immediately fled into the Great Star Array in front of him and disappeared in an instant. What? Xian is finally here. Ha ha ha. Good. Let's welcome him immediately. The arrival of the prince, the heavens and earth celebrate together. At the same time, in the Star Lord's residence on the Heavenly River planet, roars of surprise rang out. Chapter 4089. When Yi Xian's figure passed through the star passage in the atmosphere of Heavenly River Planet and appeared in the sky above Heavenly River Planet, 3 figures rushed over at almost the same time and appeared in front of him. These were clearly 3 immortal old monsters. They were the immortal elder Longshan Tang from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion, the immortal Deputy Palace Master Gong Huaji from the human race's Cultivation Camp, and the immortal elder Elephant Fox Martin from the Myriad Luo Federation Headquarters Senate. Apart from Gong Huaji and Yi Xian, he was actually quite familiar with the other 2. Even the immortal elder Elephant Fox Martin, who represented the Myriad Luo Federation Senate, was actually one of Yi Xian's own people who had just been subdued not long ago. This scene immediately stunned him. He smiled bitterly in his heart, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ayaya, Xianer, I didn't expect you to be able to smoothly pass such an extreme royal family's direct bloodline trial, and even achieve such an impressive result. This old man is very gratified. Before Yi Xian could react, Longshan Tang, one of the three immortal old monsters, had already come up to him with a face full of smiles. The words he said almost made Yi Xian vomit on the spot. You know, this kind of extreme direct bloodline trial is to test the person who will inherit the great treasure in the future. That's why I sent you to the domain of death. However, as a dragon, one day it will soar through the 9 heavens, and no test can stop it. Child, you have successfully proven yourself. The imperial dynasty welcomes the return of the king. Yi Xian had already known about this so-called extreme trial when he had inquired about what had happened on Heavenly River Planet. At that time, he was incomparably disdainful, feeling that the upper echelons of the immortal dynasty were too disgusting. Although this matter could be deceived by the imperial dynasty and the Federation, at least they and Yi Xian were well aware of it. To come up with such an excuse just to take advantage of Yi Xian's current situation was truly a little shameless. However, no matter how disgusted he was at that time, it was not as disgusting as hearing an undying elder of the dynasty say these words right in front of him. Especially when this shameless fellow who was smiling and trying to curry favor had just sternly rejected his alliance suggestion not too long ago. Yi Xian frowned on the spot. But considering the complicated situation on Sky River Planet, he forced himself not to turn hostile on the spot and expose the truth. The entire Sky River Star had now been eroded by Tuoba Lin Feng and his universe zombie army, and it was done quietly. Even the 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of him didn't notice anything unusual. This was obviously related to Tuoba Lin Feng's ability, or it could be said to be related to the ability of some special existences in this universe zombie army. But in reality, even if this matter could be hidden from the immortal realm old monsters, it could not be hidden from Yi Xian. Just as he passed through the star passage, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind again. Through this notification, Yi Xian had already found out that among the countless Federation citizens and Starry Sky experts that were packed to the brim in the Heavenly River Star, more than a third of them. They were all universe zombies. But he couldn't sense the aura of the zombie emperor, Tuoba Lin Feng, but he was basically sure that he must be in Sky River Star, just in hibernation. Although Yi Xian was sure that Tuoba Lin Feng's cultivation base and strength had not broken through to the immortal realm, and there were 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of him, plus his comprehensive combat power that could kill immortals, it wasn't too difficult to find Tuoba Lin Feng and kill him, but Yi Xian had to consider other things. There were too many innocent Federation citizens and Starry Sky powerhouses in Sky River Star, and even more in the universe void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. Tuoba Lin Feng now had even mastered the star defense system of Sky River Star. If he started a war without any preparation, the casualties would be too tragic. What's more, the infection and spread of this kind of universe zombie virus was too terrifying. Even if the zombie army under Tuoba Lin Feng's command was not as strong as his own, he only needed to order a large number of universe zombies to self-destruct. At that time, there would be an uncontrollable disaster. Tuoba Lin Feng must be eliminated, but he couldn't act recklessly. At least before he started, he had to be prepared. And before all this was done, even if Yi Xian was disgusted with Long Shantang, he could only endure for the time being. Otherwise, if Tuoba Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, found some clues, then it would be troublesome. Considering this, he could only sigh secretly, endure the discomfort and unhappiness, and said expressionlessly, Yi Xian came from afar without rest and sleep, and now I am physically and mentally exhausted, so I really don't have the heart to talk in detail with the seniors. Please tell the Federation citizens inside and outside Sky River Star to wait for me to rest for a while. In 2 days, I will personally hold a press conference in the universe void outside Sky River Star's large lair. Yes, 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 little Xian has come a long way, and is tired from the journey. A little rest is what he should do. Prince, please rest assured, leave the matters outside to us to handle. We will definitely not let these enthusiastic citizens who heard the news affect your rest. There is still the prince's press conference in 2 days, leave everything to us to handle. This old man promises that we will definitely give the prince the most magnificent press conference. When they heard that Yi Xian was going to hold a public press conference in 2 days, the 3 immortal realm old monsters in front of them clearly misunderstood Yi Xian's meaning. They thought that he was going to use this method to announce his return as the king. In fact, this happened to be what the 2 camps of the human race and the higher-ups of the myriad Luo Federation headquarters wanted to see. Through such a grand press conference, Prince Xian would publicly appear. At that time, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation would all speak at the press conference later, wantonly announcing the fate of the current era. In the end, it would be decided that the fate of the current era did not belong to the demons of the first universe, but to the human race of the myriad Luo Federation. This was a fact. Presumably, after the video of the press conference was spread, the human race and the myriad Luo Federation would once again seize the general trend of the 3 main planes of the starry skies. The fate belonged to them. This was how it should be. As for the various races of the second universe that had just announced their withdrawal from the myriad Luo Federation due to various reasons, after seeing the video of this press conference, the higher-ups of the various races would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. This kind of matter of the current era's fate belonging to the current era would be fine if it was under normal circumstances. In fact, it was more of a symbolic meaning of the general trend. However, it was different now. The current era's 3 main planes of the starry skies were in chaos, and there was even a damaged desolate ancient sky in the demon domain of the first universe. It had descended. Chapter 4090. 2 days later, Prince Xian would hold a press conference on the Heavenly River planet. Furthermore, in order to allow more of the prince's fans and the citizens of the Federation to see Prince Xian face to face, they wanted to listen to the general process of him successfully passing the Eternal Dynasty's royal family's ultimate trial with shocking battle results. Hence, Prince Xian took the initiative to suggest that the venue of the press conference would not be set up on the Heavenly River planet. Instead, it would be set up directly in the cosmic void outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere. Once this news spread, the countless fans of the prince, the powerful cultivators, and the citizens of the Federation who were waiting inside and outside the Heavenly River planet cheered thunderously. Although the Heavenly River planet was an administrative planet, there were simply too many fans of the prince who had heard the news this time. If all of them entered the planet and faced the press conference directly, even 10 Heavenly River planets might not be able to hold them all. Now that the prince had taken the initiative to make such a request, he was undoubtedly empathizing with the many fans who had come from afar and wanted to see their idol with their own eyes. This was simply too considerate. As the most popular prince of the dynasty, he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance that a popular prince should have. As the undisputed number 1 genius of the 3 main planes of the starry skies and the supreme idol, he was so intimate and considerate of his fans. In the cosmic void outside the Heavenly River planet, many fans who had been waiting there but had regretfully not been able to see Prince Xian's return with their own eyes because they were too far away from the Heavenly River planet's star passage. They were so emotional that they even shed hot tears. Very soon, they had been waiting outside the Heavenly River planet for several days. It could be said that they had laid out a large array in the void, stretching to the end of the horizon. There were countless battleships, merchant ships, and small private battleships of powerful cultivators, and so on. All of them spontaneously and orderly began to slowly retreat to the back. Although they stayed in place and were closer to the Heavenly River planet, when the press conference started, they would be able to see Prince Xian more clearly. However, as an idol, he was so considerate of his fans. As fans of his idol, they naturally could not be too selfish. They had to be more cultured and refined. Only then would they be worthy of the identity of the prince's idol. 2 days were more than enough for the starships of all kinds to retreat a long distance. Only in such a way could the venue of the press conference be built successfully. When the press conference was held, the number of fans who would be able to see Prince Xian with their own eyes would also be maximized because of this. These Prince fans, Federation citizens, and Starry Sky powerhouses would never have guessed that everything they were doing right now was exactly what Yi Xian wanted to see happen. However, he had originally planned to complete the other arrangements first, then make this request at the right time when the press conference was approaching, so as not to arouse suspicion. Who would have thought that this problem would be directly solved in an invisible manner? Inside Sky River Planet. After Yi Xian finished explaining everything, he was welcomed into the Star-Lord mansion of Tianhe City by the Elephant Fox Martin, Long Shan Tang and Gong Hua. After entering Sky River Planet, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. As for the content, it was still a warning. This was because the density of cosmic zombies in Sky River Planet was actually higher. Except for a few existences, almost all of them were cosmic zombies. This was like entering a zombie nest. However, there was still no sign of Tuoba Linfeng's aura. It could be seen that this was at most the headquarters of his puppets. The real core of the zombie army was somewhere else. Before entering the place specially provided by the Star-Lord mansion for him to stay, Yi Xian specifically instructed that he needed to regulate his breathing and adjust his state of mind. No one was to come and disturb him. After that, he waved his hand and set up a restriction, then directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body. It immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. The locked jump coordinate was the Death Starfield of Universe 3. The reason why he went to the Death Starfield was because he wanted to bring the army of Triumph City to encircle the zombie nest in Sky River Planet. Although it was possible to transfer troops from some of the administrative planets in Tianming Empire that were closer to the Graveyard Starfield, on one hand, there was not enough time. On the other hand, it was very likely that it would alert to Obelinfo. In case there were other unforeseen circumstances, it would not be good. In the blink of an eye, the interstellar coordinate jump ended, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in the Death Starfield. He did not hesitate, as time was too tight. After directly summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately drove it at full speed and rushed towards Planet Triumph. Not long after, the huge Planet Triumph came into view. Compared to the last time he left, the current Planet Triumph was somewhat different. On the surface of the planet, there were many majestic cities, and there were more of them, making it more majestic. Even in the surrounding void of Planet Triumph, Yi Xian saw a large number of various battleships patrolling the void. When he left, the fleet of Planet Triumph was not large, but now it looked like a myriad of things. It could be seen that the development of this period was quite good. After all, there was an intelligent robot production line, and Yi Xian had brought a huge amount of resources last time, which was a great driving force. In addition, there were countless stars in the Death Starfield that could be recklessly mined for all kinds of minerals. Triumph City was in a completely unrestrained state, developing at full speed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was changing with each passing day. Very quickly, Yi Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, and just like that, with his original appearance, he crossed the void and rushed towards Planet Triumph in front of him. A demon scout fleet patrolling the void instantly arrived, and Gue Haidao was the first to rush out, welcoming Yi Xian. Don't talk nonsense, immediately pass down the order, leave 10% of the forces to guard Triumph City, and the other 90% of the battleships and troops to gather here, and enter the Farmer God Cauldron in an orderly manner. Without waiting for the other party to speak, Yi Xian waved his hand, and with a solemn expression, he directly gave the order. There should be more than 10 million battleships of various types now, right? I can only give you half a day. Within half a day, 90% of the battleships and troops must all enter the cauldron. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Shenong cauldron that was stored in the undying world within his body instantly appeared. Moreover, this time, it appeared in its complete form, like a gigantic star that stood in the void of the universe at the side of Planet Triumph. When Gue Haidao heard his words, his expression instantly changed. He knew that something big must have happened, and without saying anything more, he directly turned and left. When Yi Xian followed closely behind and entered Triumph City, his figure had just landed on the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion when Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuo Feng Tai, the demon slave general manager Barker, and the other trusted demon slaves, under the lead of the wretched mosquito butcher and Naples, all came out of the city lord's mansion to welcome him. Hurried. Chapter 4091. Old man, how many layers of the seal have you unlocked? How much of your memory have you recovered? What's your current level of cultivation? Yi Xian didn't answer old ghost mosquito butcher's question at all. Instead, he fired a series of questions that stunned the old man on the spot. You know everything. At this moment, the old man trembled and looked at Yi Xian in a daze. It took him 2 seconds to come back to his senses. He shook his head with a wry smile. Another layer of the seal has been unlocked, but I haven't recovered much of my memory. As for my current level of cultivation, it's at the late stage of the immortal realm. Plop. Plop. Hearing this, the higher-ups of Triumph City were caught off guard. At least 5 or 6 of them fell down. Before they could get up, they all looked up at old ghost mosquito butcher in horror. Although they had doubts about old ghost mosquito butcher's current level of cultivation, they didn't expect him to be a super old monster at the late stage of the immortal realm. And it seemed that this was far from his limit. He still had more than 1 layer of seals on him. If all of them were unlocked and he recovered his memory, how terrifying would he be? When they thought of this, everyone smiled bitterly. They felt as if they were in a dream. He's only at the late stage of the immortal realm. I thought he'd be at least at the level of an immortal emperor or an immortal marquis. Yi Xian's words were even more shocking. As soon as he muttered, even old ghost mosquito butcher rolled his eyes speechlessly. However, he didn't seem to notice it at all. He just sighed regretfully. Then he continued, so be it if he's only at the late stage of the immortal realm. Including the 3 immortals from Sky River Star, there are 4 immortals, each guarding one side. With my flexible coordination, we can basically protect ourselves. Speaking of this, his words suddenly paused, and the expression on his face became serious. Sky River Planet has already fallen completely. The military and official personnel, including almost all the people of Sky River Planet, are actually all space zombies. It's just that I don't know what method he used, but his aura and other aspects are no different from ordinary people. I only discovered this by accident when I just returned to Sky River Star. In short, that place has already become a zombie lair. Tuoba Linfeng's Universe Zombie Legion is most likely lurking somewhere in the Sky River Star. The so-called Prince's press conference is just a cover. The purpose is to attack Sky River Planet. Within half a day, 90% of Triumph City's battleships will have entered the Shannon Cauldron. I will travel at top speed and will reach the edge of the Sky River Star field within a day. At that time, I will release all of you there, and then I will quietly slip back to the Sky River Star. And you, in the name of the Prince's private army from Triumph City, say that you are here to participate in the Prince's homecoming ceremony. Enter the Sky River Star sector and set up a formation in the void. It would be best if you could surround the entire Sky River Star, but you can't be too obvious. At the very least, you need to use some concealment methods to avoid alarming others. Tuoba Ba Lin Feng. Yi Xian's words shocked everyone. Everyone thought that he held a press conference in Sky River Star this time to return to the Immortal Dynasty in a high-profile manner. Now it seems that things are completely different. In order to eliminate Tuoba Lin Feng and his Universe Zombie Legion, Yi Xian did not hesitate to use more than 10 million battleships of Triumph City. This was clearly not only not intending to return to the Immortal Dynasty, but also preparing to reveal the truth and completely break with the dynasty. After all, how long has it been since Triumph City was established? How could it possibly make more than 10 million battleships? Even on the side of the third universe, where the human race is located, there has not been a large-scale war in nearly a year, so it was impossible to say that there was a war advantage. As long as people with discerning eyes thought about it, they could vaguely guess that the more than 10 million battleships that Triumph City suddenly took out were mostly obtained from the first universe. After all, in this year, the three main starry skies were basically the only place that had been in constant war. As for how such a large scale of more than 10 million battleships were quietly sent from the first universe to Triumph City, this was even more thought-provoking. With the existence of such a huge storage treasure, except for young Master Linghu who had the Shenong Cauldron, it seemed that no one had heard of anyone else. In this way, perhaps the identity of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Ju Feng, who was one of the 5 evildoers, would be exposed because of this. Of course, there was no evidence for all of this. Even if all parties thought of it, they could only suspect and speculate, nothing more. But after a long time, under deliberate search, it was inevitable that some people would find clues. In other words, after this incident, the secret of Yi Xian's 7 evildoers as one would not be able to be hidden for long. So much so that as soon as this matter came to an end, there would immediately be people who would be suspicious. However, the situation was like this. Even if the consequences were a little worrying, there was no other choice. Tuobo Lin Feng and his Universe Zombie Legion were too dangerous. This time, they had blocked all of them in this unknown zombie nest on Sky River Star with great difficulty. No matter what, they had to catch them all in one net. Kill them all. After realizing the severity of the situation, even the wretched Mosquito Butcher and Naples didn't ask too much. All the higher-ups of Triumph City started to take action. Various organizations mobilized their full strength, urging 90% of the more than 10 million starships on planet Triumph to rush into the Shenong Cauldron nervously and orderly. Time passed slowly. During this half a day, Yi Xian didn't waste it. He used it to cultivate in seclusion again and swallowed a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He even used 2 drops of the all-evil origin liquid. When half a day was about to pass, he finally broke another important shackle of the human body's potential without any suspense. Therefore, when he opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current state is the 8th rank of the Star Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the Qi blood state. Your current state is the 8th rank of the Star Lord state. The 8th rank of the Star Lord state was only 1 rank away from the peak. Yi Xian felt that he could see the moment when his original body would break through to the State Lord state in advance. That was too exciting. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the Star Lord state, his true form of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the State Lord state. Once he used the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 8th rank of the State Lord state. Every transformation would improve his strength by 1 rank. Now that his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the 8th rank of the Star Lord state, Yi Xian should be able to reach the 4th rank of the State Lord state when he was in the form of the ancient ape demons after activating his bloodline. Chapter 4092. When Yi Xian finished his closed-door training and walked out of the secret chamber in the mayor's residence of Triumph City, half a day had passed. 90% of the starships of Triumph City had entered the Shenong Cauldron, including the combatants. They stayed in the starships and didn't move around because time was too short. Once they arrived at their destination, they had to rush out of the Shenong Cauldron immediately. Then, it would take another half a day. After leaving Triumph City, Yi Xian rushed into the void. Apart from the Shenong Cauldron, there were only old ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples in his sight. Swish! Putting the Shenong Cauldron into his undying world, Yi Xian took out the void-breaking shuttle again and stepped into the cabin with old ghost Mosquito Butcher and Naples. Half a day has passed, and there is only 1.5 days left. That is to say, we must return to the edge of the Sky River sector within a day, because it will take half a day to activate the Shenong Cauldron and let the starships rush out. After entering the void-breaking shuttle, Yi Xian turned to look at old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, shrugged, and said, "It seems that we can make it in time. But it will take half a day for the starships to enter the Sky River sector from the edge of the Sky River sector and spread out in the void. With my current strength, I can't squeeze out half a day, so you'd better control the void-breaking shuttle. After all, you are an immortal realm expert. I need a whole day, but you should be able to reach the edge of the Sky River sector in half a day." That was true. Although it was weird to have an immortal realm expert as a driver, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was not an outsider, and the situation was urgent, so he had no choice. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher nodded and immediately took over the control of the void-breaking shuttle from Yi Xian. With all his strength, the void-breaking shuttle turned into a streak of purple and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye at an unprecedented speed, just as expected. Under the full control of an immortal realm expert, the void-breaking shuttle arrived at the edge of the Sky River sector from the Death sector in half a day. Of course, with the cultivation of the late-stage sempiternal realm, if necessary, he could directly tear through the void and arrive at the Sky River star area in an instant. However, if he were to bring along Yi Xian, it would be much harder. He would have to pay a certain price, and only an official-level Undying could do so easily. In any case, there was still time, and there was going to be a big battle soon, so there was no need to make such a choice. After arriving at the edge of the Sky River sector, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher chose an extremely remote space to stop. Then, the three of them stepped out of the cabin. "Alright, there's no one in this vast void. I guess they've all gone to the Heavenly River planet." Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher scanned the area with his powerful immortal realm consciousness before signaling to Yi Xian. The latter brought out the Farmer God Cauldron from his undying world with a wave of his hand. It was still in its complete form, but it was in a concealed state. Otherwise, if a supermassive cauldron the size of a gigantic star suddenly appeared, it would be visible even in the distant starry skies. At his command, the tens of millions of starships that had just rushed into the Farmer God Cauldron half a day ago rushed out in an instant, like carps crossing the river. However, these battleships had already activated their concealment systems before they charged out. Therefore, although this scene could be said to be majestic and grand to the outside world, there was nothing. The void was completely empty. Nearly half a day later, the tens of millions of starships had all rushed out of the Farmer God Cauldron. At this time, there was only half a day left before the scheduled date of the press conference. This matter could not be delayed, lest it arouse the suspicion of Tuoba Linfeng. Therefore, after Yi Xian put away the Farmer God Cauldron, he entered the void-breaking shuttle at once. Driving it alone, he sped toward the Heavenly River planet in the concealed state. After he left, Naples and old Ghost Mosquito Butcher once again took over the command of the entire Victor's Legion. With an order from the Victor's Legion, Naples' flagship fortress, the tens of millions of starships that had already lined up in formation in the void all removed the concealment system. In the blink of an eye, the tens of millions of starships all revealed their shapes. This vast and remote star area was originally empty, except for some abandoned mineral stars in the distance. But at this moment, in an instant, tens of millions of starships appeared together, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was like a miracle. Spectacular. Subsequently, the entire army of tens of millions of starships that had already undergone systematic training on the Victor's Legion activated the starship power system at the same time after the second order from Commander-in-Chief Naples. With a loud roar, they set off in an orderly manner toward the Heavenly River planet in the distance. 2 hours later, in the vast void of the universe in the direction of the Heavenly River planet in front of them, an almost endless number of starships of all kinds came into sight. In this 1 day and a half, the starships that had been crowded in the nearby void outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet had all retreated millions of miles. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian nodded immediately. In the empty void of the universe millions of miles in front of this continuous fleet of starships, a huge void platform was built. This was obviously the main venue for the prince's press conference. On both sides of this void platform, the immortal legions from the two camps of the human clan, the Heavenly Palace's battleship army, and a fleet from the Wanluo Federation, a total of about millions of starships, guarded the left and right sides. Among them, there were also some patrol ships and military warships painted with the Heavenly River Planet star emblem shuttling through the void. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He stepped into the void from a long distance away, waved his hand, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body. Then, he directly concealed himself and crossed the void with his physical body, rushing toward a star passage in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Planet in front of him. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation who liked to join in the fun, and the Starry Sky Masters who had flocked to the Heavenly River Planet early in the morning had all come out of the Heavenly River Planet. After all, the venue of the press conference was in the void of the universe outside. What was the point of staying inside to watch? Therefore, the more than 20 star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Planet were not restricted for now. However, in order to avoid being detected when passing through and causing unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian activated the secret technique Perfect Oscillation. In an instant, all his aura was perfectly concealed. With his current cultivation base and strength, even an immortal realm old monster would not be able to detect his existence if they deliberately probed, let alone the normal superbrain that was the central intelligence of Sky River Planet. Chapter 4093. Rumble. Boom! The roar of the engine compartment came from the cosmic void to the right, attracting the gazes of all the prince's fans, Federation citizens, and Starry Sky powerhouses who had been waiting in front of the venue for a long time. An army of 10 million battleships was rumbling over. Their aura was majestic and mighty, and it was frightening. However, someone soon saw the logo painted on these battleships. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately exclaimed softly, "Eh! The logo painted on the hull of this army of battleships is so familiar. I remember, Triumph City. This is the logo of Triumph City. Is this the prince's private army?" This old man was scared to death. "I thought that a large army was coming to suppress Prince Xian, or that some empire was going to rebel. After so much fuss, it turns out to be the prince's private army of Triumph City. They must have come to participate in this press conference to witness the return of Prince Xian. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Impressive. When he was sent to. No, when he started this royal family's ultimate trial, Prince Xian didn't even bring 10,000 battleships into the Death Star region. How long has it been? He actually has an army of 10 million battleships. He really knows how to build." As these soft exclamations and sighs rang out like a tide, some people seemed to have thought of something. After all, in less than a year, there was suddenly an army of 10 million battleships. This was too inconceivable. However, these thoughts only flashed through their minds. Faced with such a scene, even if some people's hearts were suddenly stirred, they didn't have the mood to immediately think deeply about it. At this time, on the left and right sides of the press conference venue, a small fleet of the dynasty's immortal army had already set off to welcome the incoming Triumph fleet. The voice of the Triumph fleet's commander-in-chief, Naples, also rang out at this moment, resounding through the void. "I am Naples, former general of the Federation of the dynasty's immortal army. Now, I am the commander-in-chief of the Triumph Star Cluster on Prince Xian's territory, Triumph Planet. This time, we are here to participate in the press conference for the return of your Royal Highness. We have brought the entire victorious return army for your Royal Highness to review." Very quickly, the small dynasty immortal army fleet that was preparing to welcome them stopped and quickly returned. This was because the dynasty immortal elder Long Shantang had given the order to let the 10 million Triumph fleet enter the venue, right in front of the main stage of the conference, this empty space a million miles away. They formed a formation in the air for Prince Xian's inspection. Although Long Shantang was also wondering where Prince Xian had suddenly obtained a powerful starship army with a scale of 10 million, this was a good thing to begin with. With the help of this victorious return army, Prince Xian's reputation would be even greater, and the fate of the human race would be even more influential. Since he was happy to see it happen, even though there was something strange about it, with the press conference around the corner, Long Shantung naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Very quickly, with the order to let them pass, this huge victorious return army with a scale of 10 million smoothly entered the venue of the press conference. They directly formed a formation in the void in front of the main stage of the press conference. Moreover, since they were here to be reviewed by Prince Xian, it was naturally impossible to show their backs. Therefore, the 10 million battleships all faced the main stage of the press conference, which was the side of the Heavenly River planet. Vaguely, they had roughly formed a situation of surrounding the Heavenly River planet. This scene, through the eyes of the Heavenly River planet's garrison troops who were actually corpse slaves outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet, was seen by Tuoba Lin Feng, who was still hibernating in the military base in the depths of the Heavenly River Sea. He immediately let out a soft cry of surprise and began to mutter suspiciously. The arrival of this victorious return army with a scale of 10 million is strange. Moreover, they have formed a formation in the void, faintly forming a situation of surrounding the Heavenly River planet. This matter, could it be that there is some kind of conspiracy? It shouldn't be. Everything makes sense, and there is nothing far-fetched about it. It seems that I am overthinking it. Thinking about Long Xian's character again, he has always been so sensationalist. This is not the first time. This time, he must be putting on a show. On the surface, he is easygoing and approachable, but in fact, he is fond of grandiose achievements. Getting this huge fleet is proof. Putting on a show, showing off his muscles, and showing his true colors. His real face. It must be like this. Speaking of this, the suspicion that had just surfaced into Tuoba Lin Feng's heart quickly dissipated. However, he still did not let his guard down. He still closely watched everything through the corpse slaves stationed outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet. In the Heavenly River planet, Heavenly River City, Star-Lord's mansion. At this time, there was only half an hour left before the scheduled time of the prince's press conference. Now, the interior of the Heavenly River planet was almost empty. All the Starry Sky Masters who had recently heard the news, the prince's fans, and the people of the Federation were all waiting in the void outside the atmosphere. Inside the ship. Those who stayed in the Heavenly River planet were some of the local military forces, officials, and some residents of the Heavenly River planet. In half an hour, the prince's press conference would begin. This was definitely a grand event that the three major planes were paying attention to. Therefore, the protagonist was naturally especially important. Since entering the room specially arranged by the Star-Lord's mansion to rest 2 days ago, Prince Xian had not come out again. Today, the time of the press conference was approaching. The three immortal old monsters, including the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantung, and Gong Huaji, were nervous. They came together and waited outside Prince Xian's room. Behind them, they followed the Star-Lord and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet like little followers. Fortunately, the door was finally opened. The three immortal old monsters waiting outside the door heaved a sigh of relief at the same time and welcomed them with smiles. Yi Xian nodded and did not say much. He immediately walked out of the Star-Lord's mansion, followed by the three immortal old monsters and the Star-Lord of the Heavenly River planet, the garrison commander. However, Yi Xian knew that these two fellows were no longer humans, but universe zombies. To be precise, they were the lowest kind of zombies. Wait for the corpse slaves. After boarding the patrol ship, the group quickly passed through a star passage in the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and arrived at the main platform of the press conference in the universe outside the atmosphere. There was a row of seats on the rostrum. The three immortal old monsters sat down with Yi Xian. Then, they each gave a brief opening speech. However, they did not say much, because everyone knew in their hearts that the main character of this press conference was Prince Xian. If anyone else dominated the microphone, even if he was an immortal old monster, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. He would even be ridiculed by public opinion. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to speak. At this moment, the gazes of countless fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the experts of the starry sky all gathered on him. Chapter 4094. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. Hello, everyone. I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means I am not Prince Xian. When these words came out of Yi Xian's mouth and into the ears of the crowd, everyone in the venue, near and far, opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. In fact, the three main planes of the starry skies seemed to have stopped time at this moment, strangely suffocating for a moment. Everyone who heard this thought that there was something wrong with their ears. However, they quickly recovered. Roaring laughter rang out in an instant, and some even said light-hearted words. Even the three immortal realm-old monsters sitting on the rostrum with Yi Xian, the elephant fox Martin, Long Shantang, and Gong Huaji, who were stunned for a moment, also started laughing, ha ha ha. His Highness is really humorous. Yes, yes. Considering the heavy atmosphere in the venue, His Highness actually made such a joke. This also shows that His Highness is an approachable person. With just a few words of self-amusement, he immediately relaxed everyone's tense mood. Unfortunately, before the three immortal realm-old monsters could finish their chuckles, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three of them, spoke again. With a serious expression, he directly interrupted the three immortal realm-old monsters. This is my press conference. Can the three of you please not interrupt? Are all immortal realm-old monsters like this? That one sentence almost made the three immortal realm-old monsters bite their tongues. When they turned to look at Yi Xian, their eyes were already wide open, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. What happened to being approachable and approachable? What happened to being amiable and amiable? What happened to having a sense of humor? He had not even turned around, and he had already become so sarcastic. They were immortal realm-old monsters, and three of them at that, but he did not give them any face at all. Stunned, the three immortal realm-old monsters felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Suddenly, they had a bad feeling because things were not going as they had originally imagined. The script shouldn't have played out like this. At this moment, the minds of the three immortal realm-old monsters were in a mess. Their minds were buzzing, and they didn't know what to say for a while. However, Yi Xian, who was sitting in the middle of the three, spoke again. His face was full of seriousness, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. On an occasion like this, it can be said that countless eyes are watching from the three main planes of the starry skies. No matter how unreliable this Yi is, I wouldn't make such a joke at such a time. I'll say it again. I'm Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. This isn't a joke. This is what this Yi Xian wanted to say the most when he held this press conference. To be precise, the purpose of this press conference wasn't to announce the return of the king, but rather, to clarify a fact. This is the truth. This Yi is emphasizing it for the third time, I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian. In other words, I am not Prince Xian. Of course, Yi Xian didn't deliberately pretend to be Long Xian or deliberately hide it. From the beginning to the end, Yi Xian had never publicly admitted that I, Yi Xian, am Long Xian, am Prince Xian. Everything that happened back then was just a beautiful misunderstanding. This Yi registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River planet. After that, due to a chance encounter, I went to the Demon Star region in the first universe alone. After that, the rumor that Yi Xian was Prince Xian spread from the Sky River planet. However, Yi Xian was in the first universe and didn't know about all this. When this Yi Xian was brought back from the Demon Star region in the first universe by the immortal army sent by the Imperial Court, before I had a chance to explain, all kinds of rumors about Prince Xian's return swept over like a tide. At that time, this Yi Xian was terrified and uneasy. However, at that time, my cultivation was still weak and my knowledge was shallow. In the face of such a situation, I was completely flustered, so I couldn't immediately clarify the truth. In fact, Yi Xian didn't even have the chance at that time. After the Imperial Court sent a fleet to bring Yi Xian back to the third universe, they directly asked Yi Xian to return to the Imperial capital's immortal star. The immortal army that brought Yi Xian back followed closely behind him. Yi Xian's cultivation was still weak, so it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only go with the flow. When he returned to the Imperial Court, his identity should have been seen through by some of the higher-ups, which led to the matter of being sent to the Death Star region. This misunderstanding was not something that even the Imperial Court felt it was inappropriate to point out and cause even more pressure from public opinion. Then, it was even more understandable that Yi Xian, a weak cultivator, couldn't clarify it at that time. Originally, Yi Xian thought that after being put under house arrest in the Death Star region, this misunderstanding would slowly fade with time. The misunderstanding of Prince Xian's identity would also gradually be forgotten because this Yi Xian faded out of the public eye. However, later on, everything was out of my control. Now, the three main planes of the starry sky are gradually in chaos, and a great calamity is about to come. This Yi Xian couldn't just sit still and wait for death, so he quietly left the Death Star region and worked hard outside. However, he gave up the identity of Prince Xian, not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen. Unfortunately, the identity of Yi Xian had already been tacitly bound to Prince Xian by the public. Therefore, this time, when this Yi Xian returned to the third universe from another plane, the first thing this Yi Xian did was to trigger a change in the Federation's contribution ranking list. This time, when the Federation announced that Prince Xian had returned, this Yi Xian didn't even have a chance to explain. The Sky River planet was already full of people. In the face of all this, Yi Xian thought about it for a long time and finally decided to stand up and bravely explain everything, including the misunderstanding of this return and the karmic reason why this Yi Xian's identity was bound to this Yi Xian in the beginning. The above is what this Yi Xian wanted to say the most at this press conference. Every word is true, and there are no lies. Finally, I want to emphasize, I am Yi Xian. However, I am not Long Xian, which means I am not Prince Xian. Therefore, in the future, please don't call this Yi Xian Prince Xian. I am me. Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. These words could be said to be a long speech. He explained the reason for the misunderstanding of this identity of Prince Xian in the beginning, as well as the various reasons why this return to the third universe had caused such a commotion. Everything was revealed to the heavens. These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time. Today, he released them all. The only feeling he felt was relief. All this time, there had been a small knot in his heart. But now, after he confessed everything, this knot in his heart was finally completely untied. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if his state of mind had suddenly improved. The cultivation strength in his body, which had just broken through not long ago, seemed to show signs of breaking through again because of the great leap in his state of mind. Just as he was stunned because of this, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind as expected. Chapter 4095. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. As the familiar system notification sounded out in his mind, a trace of astonishment appeared on Yi Xian's face due to his surprise. But soon after, an enormous sense of ecstasy surged into his heart. The improvement in his state of mind was unexpected, but it was indeed a great surprise. Peak of the 9th rank Star Lord state. He was one level away from breaking through to the state of Domain Lord. How could he not be excited? That was only the strength of his original body in its normal state. He would be even stronger once the demonic ape bloodline in his body was activated. When his original body was at the 8th rank Star Lord state, his true form of the ancient ape bloodline was at the 4th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Once he performed the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the 9th rank of the state of Domain Lord. Every transformation would increase his strength by 1 level. Now that his original body's cultivation had broken through again and reached the 9th level of the Star Lord realm, according to convention, Xianxia should be able to reach the 5th level of the Domain Lord realm in his 3-headed and 6-armed ancient devil ape state after activating the devil ape's bloodline. Once he entered the 5th transformation, he would be able to reach the 1st rank of the Realm Lord state. He had finally reached the Realm Lord state and could feel the power of the Realm Lords in advance. At this moment, after Xianxia finished speaking, the press conference venue outside Heavenly River Planet once again fell into a deathly silence. The elephant fox ferret, Gong Huaji, and Long Shan Tang, who had been sitting on the rostrum with Xianxia, could only be described as shocked and appalled. Everything they heard just now was truly too shocking, and they still couldn't believe and accept it until now. It wasn't just that they couldn't believe or accept it, they couldn't understand or figure it out. How big and tempting a pie was that? The domineering Prince Xian's title now represented the fate of the current world. His reputation was so high that it even surpassed that of Mo Jinfeng, the demon's royal younger brother, who was known as the #1 monstrous genius, who had caused a commotion in the past half a year. He was definitely the only idol-level existence in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Moreover, the Undying Empire had already officially expressed their stance. They said that they had sent Prince Xian to the Death Star region to undergo an ultimate trial within the royal family. Furthermore, they had already confirmed that he had passed the trial. If nothing unexpected happened, the future position of the Eternal Dynasty's greatest treasure was basically set in stone, and it belonged to Prince Xian. Such an identity was the dream of countless people in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. Unfortunately, they did not expect that even Long Xiang and the other princes of the imperial empires would be envious of Prince Xian, who was so popular that no one dared to challenge him. You, on the other hand, wiped the slate clean and put on a look of disdain. You actually revealed this fact yourself, and even emphasized it again and again. It was as if you were afraid that others wouldn't believe you and insisted on framing you as Prince Xian. Could it be that he would be able to create a wider world by working with nothing? Could it be, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a ray of light suddenly flashed through the mind of the immortal elder from the immortal empire, Long Shan Tang. At this moment, his pupils abruptly constricted as he stared blankly at Xian. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the demonic starry sky, Long Shan Tang had been captured by Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demonic starry sky. Although the latter did not make things difficult for him, he suggested that they form an alliance with the human race to integrate their forces and face the upcoming chaos together. However, this suggestion was rejected by Long Shan Tang on the spot, saying that it was impossible. The latter then asked a very strange question. Compared to the status of a current prince, the life of an undying elder of the Undying Empire is light and heavy. Long Shan Tang was baffled at that time. After answering, he was released. Now that he thought about it, that sentence seemed to be related to what was happening today. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Thinking of this, his gaze swept towards the 10 million battleships in front of the press conference platform, and his body suddenly trembled. At this moment, he finally understood. The Third Universe's human race had not had a large-scale interstellar war recently. It was impossible for Triumph City in the Death Starry Sky to build so many interstellar battleships within a year. The only possibility was that these battleships were all brought back from the First Universe. This was something that others could not do, but the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jianghu, could. He had the Medicine King Shenong cauldron and quietly brought it back. In addition, how could Prince Xian's 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points be earned under normal circumstances? Only the younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jianghu, who had been causing a commotion in the three main starry sky planes in the past half a year, could have this kind of extravagance. Even the Tianji clan seemed to have been driven away by him. What was 1.8 trillion Federation contribution points? In other words, if this conjecture was true, then this person in front of them was not just a combination of two great monsters. The so-called younger brother of the demonic starry sky, Missouri Jianghu, who was a combination of 5 great monsters, was also not the true body. Just like Prince Xian, it was just another identity of someone else. And this person was Yi Xian in front of them. 7 great monsters in one body. No wonder he dared to say such words back then. He said that since the immortal dynasty had no intention of forming an alliance and the human race had no intention of forming an alliance, then he would replace them himself. He would bypass the immortal dynasty and the 10 Ju celestial palaces and directly integrate the power of the human race. Such arrogant words, anyone who said it would be scoffed at. There was only one exception. At most, it could only cause shock and horror, and that was the 7 great monsters in one body. Thinking of this, Long Shantang's body trembled uncontrollably again. He looked at Yi Xian with a face full of shock and stuttered, You are actually, what? Have you finally recognized me? Yi Xian lightly smiled and didn't deny it. However, he didn't reveal his identity on the spot. Instead, he blinked his eyes at the astonished Long Shantang and said, I don't owe the dynasty anything regarding this matter. Back then, you were the one who personally said that the identity of a prince wasn't the same as that of a prince. The life of a rotten old man is incomparable. It really is you. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Long Shantang's pupils constricted. He was completely sure and subconsciously turned his head to look at the 10 million warship army in front of him. An extremely bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Chapter 4096. Seeing that Long Shantang had guessed Yi Xian's other identities, the undying elder from the myriad Luo Federation, Elephant Fox Mink, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His expression became a little strange. He knew from the beginning that not long ago, in the first universe's Demon-kin star field, he and the Blood Wirm clan's undying great ancestor, the Three-Clawed Dragon, were captured by Yi Xian. Later on, they were subdued. At that time, Yi Xian had already revealed his identity. The outside world didn't know about this, and Yi Xian's order was for them to return to the myriad Luo Federation and the Blood Wirm clan to not expose this matter. Therefore, this time, he was sent by the myriad Luo Federation to attend Prince Xian's press conference. Although he felt strange, after meeting Yi Xian, there was no other interaction between them. However, even he originally thought that Yi Xian's return this time was to use Prince Xian's identity to do something in the third universe. He didn't expect that the contents of the press conference would be so inconceivable. What was worse was that even Long Shantang had already guessed his true identity. What was the young master doing? Was he completely breaking off relations with the human race and directly starting a war with the undying dynasty to seize the imperial power? If that was really the case, just the 10 million battleships in the void ahead wouldn't be enough. Although his own methods were shocking and could suppress undying beings, this wasn't the Demon-kin star field in the first universe. This was the headquarters of the human race. Just suppressing undying beings was far from enough. The second-generation ancestor of the Demon-kin imperial family couldn't easily come here, because whether it was the undying dynasty, the 10 absolute sky palaces, or the Federation Senate, they all had undying emperors. If he really came, he probably wouldn't be able to go back. Even an official-level undying second-generation demon descendant was like that. How could he do it alone? If they really fell out and fought on the spot, the young master would be in danger this time. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the elephantine ferret suddenly became anxious. Unfortunately, he could not even send a voice transmission to warn him. There were still 2 immortal realm old monsters nearby. Once he sent a voice transmission, he would definitely be discovered. In an instant, the atmosphere on the rostrum became awkward and heavy. Of the 4 people, Xianxia had an indifferent expression, but Long Shan was so angry that his body was trembling, and he was trying his best to restrain himself. The elephant fox Sable had a serious expression on his face, and was secretly anxious. Only the immortal realm old monster from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, Gonghuaji, looked at Xianxia and Long Shan with a confused expression. It was obvious that he didn't understand the conversation between the 2 of them. At this moment, the many fans of the prince and the people of the Federation in the void in front of them finally regained their senses after a brief moment of shock. Exclamations after exclamations rang out like a tide once again. It seems like Xian. No, Xian is telling the truth. It's no wonder that his name has always been Xian on the Federation's contribution points list, not Long Xian. The identity of Prince Xian has always been forced on him by outsiders. It's really a pity that this matter is so complicated. It can be said to be the biggest blunder in history. However, the responsibility doesn't lie with Xian. At that time, his strength and cultivation were indeed weak. Facing the misunderstanding of almost the entire human race, anyone would be terrified. Everything that happened after that was just like what he said. He just went with the flow and couldn't help it. The key is that he actually dares to stand up and tell the truth now. This is a true idol. The imperial court has already internally decided that he will be the next immortal emperor. At this time, he actually dares to say such words and not be blinded by benefits. How many people can do this? These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that whether it's him conquering the demon territory of the first universe alone or the domineering return of the king this time, his battle results are unquestionable. Even if he's not Prince Xian, he's worthy of his identity as a national idol. Yes, we worship Prince Xian because of these impressive battle results, not because of the identity of Emperor Xian. As long as all the battle results are true, why does it matter if he's Prince Xian or not? I didn't expect that a commoner without any background or backing could achieve such shocking battle results in just over a year. His cultivation strength has also soared from a low-level cultivator to the current Star Lord level. Yes, all of this is too inspirational. Why do I have a feeling that after knowing the truth, not only am I not disappointed, but I worship him even more? He's a true grassroots superstar, the #1 in the world. Among them, there were even many acquaintances of Xian, such as Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. These 3 girls obviously couldn't miss the grand occasion of Prince Xian's return, so they had arrived a long time ago. The 3 of them also knew about Xian's true identity, but at this moment, their expressions were the same as those of a fox and a ferret, full of helplessness and anxiety. This was because even they didn't expect that after Xian returned, he would drop such a heavy bomb without saying anything. Not only did he look like he was going to completely reveal his identity, but he even seemed like he was going to start a war with the immortal dynasty and even the entire human race. Has this guy been kicked in the head by a pig recently? He's infected. That's not right. This doesn't seem like his personality. Isn't this guy always the kind of person who doesn't pay with his life? Why did he suddenly turn around and screw himself over this time? A scheme. There must be a scheme behind this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't do such a strenuous and unrewarding task even if he was beaten to death. He must be up to something by doing this. Just as the 3 girls were whispering to each other, the suspicion on their faces gradually increasing, on the rostrum of the press conference in the void outside Sky River Planet's atmosphere, Xian turned his head and looked at the 3 immortal old monsters sitting beside him, including the elephant fox Martin, Long Shan, and Gonghuaji. After smiling slightly, he directly opened his mouth and dropped a super heavy bomb. The three of you are all immortal old monsters with astonishing battle strength. What you just said is only the first matter of this press conference. Next, this Yi has a second matter to do, but I will need the three of you to help me. Are the three of you willing? Upon hearing this, the three immortal old monsters looked at each other, suspicion and vigilance appearing on their faces. This was because, based on their current understanding of Yi Xian's character, this so-called second matter was probably also earth-shattering, and definitely not something good. After hesitating for a moment, the three old guys finally nodded, but they didn't express their opinion clearly. No matter what, they had to listen to what the other party had to say first before making a decision. Chapter 4097. What? You? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Long Shantang roared. No matter how big his imagination was, he didn't expect Yi Xian to make such a request at this moment. You don't want the position of future treasure that the dynasty gave you, and you have to do it alone. Moreover, since the dynasty didn't want to form an alliance, then you can just go around and come to the third universe to integrate the power of the human race. Now that he had guessed his true identity, it was good enough that he didn't fall out with him on the spot. How dare he make such a request, asking him to help him take down the Sky River planet? F***CK. The Sky River planet is an administrative planet of the dynasty. Isn't this asking this old man to help you rebel? I've seen people with big hearts, but I've never heard of such a big heart. You'd better hold back your words. Otherwise, once the zombie emperor becomes vigilant, I won't be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop. I won't be responsible. In the face of Long Shantang's monstrous anger, Yi Xian curled his lips, lowered his voice, and said this lightly. Zombie emperor. Catch all of them in one fell swoop. This time, not only was Long Shantang stunned, but even the elephant, fox, ferret and Gong Huaji trembled. Although their reactions just now were not as big as Long Shantang's, after all, one was Yi Xian's little brother, and the other was a high-level member of the Tenju Heavenly Palace. Yi Xian said that he wanted to attack the Sky River planet, which was an administrative planet of a small country under the Immortal Dynasty, was here. Gong Huaji's reaction was natural, there was no need to make a fuss. Seize the master. But this didn't mean that the shock in their hearts was less than Long Shantang's. In fact, after hearing Yi Xian's words just now, the shock in their hearts was almost the same as Long Shantang's. They almost thought that Yi Xian had lost his mind. But even so, it couldn't be compared to the shock now. It was no longer a secret that the zombies in the third universe were wreaking havoc. Regarding this matter, the two camps of the human race and the myriad Luo Federation were worried. Even the races of the second and first universes were worried because once the third universe of the human race fell, they would become the universe's zombies. In that case, it was only a matter of time before the second and first universes appeared. However, no matter how hard the two human factions and the myriad Luo Federation searched, there was no news about the whereabouts of the universe zombies. The more this was the case, the more worried the upper echelons of the two factions and the myriad Luo Federation were. Recently, they were unable to eat or sleep in peace. But now, he suddenly heard news about the whereabouts of the universe's zombies from Yi Xian's mouth. Judging by his actions, it seemed that they were still hiding in the Sky River planet behind him. It had to be said that this matter was too unexpected. Caught off guard, even Long Shantang, who was on the verge of going berserk, was completely stunned for a moment. Just like the elephant, fox, sable and Gong Huaji, he stared blankly at Yi Xian with his mouth wide open, as if he was completely stunned by lightning. What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian shrugged and continued calmly, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you on the spot. The two guys over there smiling like grandsons should be the planet manager and the garrison commander of the Sky River planet, right? In a while, we'll start with them. However, once we make a move, this matter will be exposed. I can tell you responsibly that the entire Sky River planet has now become the nest of the universe's zombies. The official staff, the military garrison, and even the residents of the Sky River planet are all universe zombies. Some of these people are in the Sky River planet, but right now, there are also some in the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. When I make a move later, you must immediately rush to the 3 directions of the Sky River planet and sit in the void. At the same time, order your subordinates to send this part of the universe outside the Sky River planet's atmosphere. The zombies will be dealt with. Otherwise, if one of them is let go, I don't need to say what the consequences will be. Everything that needed to be said had been said clearly and without any doubt. The 3 immortal old monsters on the left and right were completely stunned. Xianxia didn't hesitate too much. This was because the accident that had occurred since the start of the press conference had most likely aroused the suspicion of the zombie emperor, Tuoba. If this continued, there would definitely be unpredictable changes that would occur. Since they had to make a move sooner or later, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they would lose the initiative and let these universe zombies be prepared. The chances of some of them escaping would be higher. This kind of existence was too strange. Even if only one universe zombie escaped and lay dormant, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge tumor again. Back then, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly War Planet, was so clean that even Xianxia felt that there was nothing left out. But in the end, the facts proved that things were not as simple as he had imagined. In less than a year, Tuoba led the remaining universe zombies under his command. And yet, they had already grown to such an extent. It was simply speechless. Therefore, this time, no matter what, any possibility of revival must be eliminated. Not even the slightest oversight can be left behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia turned his head and looked at a group of staff members in the distance on the side of the conference platform. His gaze fell on the star manager and the garrison commander of the Heavenly River planet. Although these 2 guys were the local emperors of the Heavenly River planet, they were not qualified to sit on the rostrum on today's occasion, not even on the side. Xianxia still had a slight impression of these 2 people in his memory. They were the descendants of 2 families on the capital planet of the small country that the Heavenly River planet belonged to. At that time, it was also because of the return of Prince Xian that they sat on the military and political leaders of the Heavenly River planet respectively. Unfortunately, now they had become universe zombies, Tuoba corpse slaves. Since they were no longer human, Xianxia naturally would not be soft-hearted. The instant their gazes met, Xianxia grinned. These 2 fellows were clearly a little dazed. They didn't understand why Xianxia, who was on the main stage, suddenly looked at the 2 of them. Furthermore, he even grinned strangely. In the next moment, Xianxia flipped his hand and took out the latest model of antimatter light energy gun from the undying world in his body. At this moment, Long Shantang and the other 2 immortal old monsters sitting on his left and right also looked at these 2 guys with serious and nervous expressions. In fact, countless gazes in the void outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere all followed Xianxia's gaze and fell on these 2 guys at this moment. The reason why Xianxia used the antimatter light energy gun and not directly used his cultivation base was to avoid the next scene. After what happened next, Long Shantang and the others would think that he had used some special and strange magical method to cause this. There was no such concern when using a gun. Xiao. Chapter 4098. Screech. The speed of the antimatter energy was too fast. Now that it had been condensed into light energy, it shot out like a bullet. There was no time for the 2 guys to react. In an instant, 2 holes were shot in the left side of their chests. This was where the heart was. Even if they were starry sky powerhouses, if their hearts were pierced, they would be injured even if they didn't die. But in fact, this was not the case. After the 2 guys' bodies shook violently, they didn't feel anything at all. Instead, they raised their heads and let out two shrill screams. This kind of screams was not something that could be made by humans. When it entered the ears, it made people tremble slightly. If they were caught off guard, they would be frightened. But an even more frightening scene followed. Along with the ruthless howl, a large number of tentacles extended from the bodies of these two fellows in an instant. They were stained with disgusting mucus. In just half a breath, their bodies expanded several times, reaching a height of 10 meters. Their previously intact limbs and torsos also became rotten, with suspicious pus. Pus flowed out. After suddenly being attacked, these two corpse slaves that had not evolved to a very high level were actually stimulated and directly revealed their true forms. The facts had proven everything. They were not human at all, but cosmic zombies. Even though they had been mentally prepared, when they suddenly saw such a scene, the three immortal old monsters next to Yi Xian were still shocked. They suddenly stood up and exclaimed in horror, "Holy sh*t! It's actually true. These two guys are the leader and commander of the garrison of the Sky River Star. Even they are cosmic zombies. Doesn't that mean, it's over, big news, the entire Sky River Star is actually a super zombie nest." In the midst of the horrified exclamations, the three old guys subconsciously turned their heads to look at the Sky River Star behind them. The sudden change was too shocking. Even Long Shantang had no time to care about his dissatisfaction and anger towards Yi Xian. At this moment, he was thinking about how to get rid of this malignant tumor, and how to cut it down. Uprooting the roots, not even a single cosmic zombie could escape. It had to be said that this was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Even if Yi Xian had been prepared for this for a long time, there was still a possibility of negligence. After all, in addition to the cosmic zombies in the atmosphere of Sky River Star, there were many in the void outside. Roar! Screech! Almost at the same time that the three old men turned their heads to look at the heavenly river star behind them, a large number of angry roars and howls suddenly rang out from all around them. Looking around, a large number of people who originally looked like officials of the Heavenly River Planet, or human station in the Federation, had all changed in shape at this moment. From human beings, they had turned into ferocious cosmic zombies. Some of them were large in size, possessed great strength, or were good at spitting venom and other troublesome innate abilities. Some of them were smaller in size, but were extremely fast. At this moment, they waved the disgusting tentacles that drilled out of their bodies and directly charged at the nearby dumbfounded humans. Even more so, furious roars and shrieks were echoing from the abundant starships that were lined up in the void far ahead. The entire Heavenly River Star had fallen and turned into a zombie nest. In addition to the officials and the Federation garrison, a large number of ordinary people had walked out of the Heavenly River Star's atmosphere and boarded all kinds of battleships, mingling with the humans in the sea of starships. Now that everything had been exposed, these corpse slaves, who on the surface seemed to be ordinary people of the Heavenly River Star, finally revealed their ferocious faces. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took about a breath or so. The cosmic void outside the Heavenly River Star's atmosphere, near and far, had fallen into chaos. At this time, the fans of the prince, the people of the Federation, and the masters of the starry sky, who were watching the prince's press conference in the distance, finally recovered from the shock brought on by the great shock. One by one, their bodies shook violently, and they looked around with dull eyes. When they saw that some of the familiar people of the Heavenly River Star, the officials, and so on, had now all turned into disgusting, ferocious monsters, they all trembled in fear. Then, all kinds of screams and screams resounded through the void. Zombies. Cosmic zombies. Oh my God, is this a dream? Why are they all not human all of a sudden? Look, old man Wang has turned into a human-shaped 8-clawed monster with pus all over his body. What the hell happened? God d****. I've been with him for the past few days. We've had several meals together. It's disgusting. Bah, so what if you've had a meal with that pus monster? Look at that woman over there. The flesh on her cheeks is rotten, and it seems that there are maggots crawling on them. I just spent a good night with her last night. I don't feel this sad even if I was f***ed by a dog. Run. Those who are not afraid of death, those with high cultivation, come forward. I don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. I'm just an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, the grand venue had completely turned into a place of zombies. In the midst of the horrifying cries of horror, the real tragic battle broke out in an instant. Everyone in the human race was aware of the danger of cosmic zombies. At this moment, the cosmic zombies suddenly appeared like a tide. Except for those ordinary people who were not cultivators, who screamed and fled, the masters of the starry sky did not need to be mobilized at all. They started the battle immediately. Besieging and killing, boom. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, some of the ship's cannons had already opened fire. They aimed at the larger cosmic zombies in the void, and beams of energy shot out from the ship's cannons. In the void, scenes of slaughter could be seen everywhere. A large number of masters of the starry sky had all taken out their own magic treasures. While urging the power in their bodies to form a defensive light shield to protect them from the erosion of the zombie venom, they were also doing their best to besiege and kill the zombies. You 3 unreliable old guys, what are you still standing there for? Did you forget what you said just now? At this time, Xianxia also roared at the 3 immortal realm old monsters, Elephant Fox Ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji. They had clearly agreed that as long as he proved himself, they would immediately take action and guard the 3 directions outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly River planet to prevent the more evolved zombies. The commander took the opportunity to escape. But now, the old devil mosquito butcher, who was in charge of guarding the other direction, had already rushed out of the flagship fortress of the Triumphant Return and was guarding the cosmic void north of the Heavenly River planet, ready to take action at any time. The 3 of them were still standing there in a daze, staring blankly at the chaotic scene of the press conference, as if they had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4099. Sky River Star, inside the military base in the depths of the Sky River Sea. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy, damn it, roar. The zombie emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, had seen everything that had happened outside Sky River Star's atmosphere. He knew as soon as the matter was exposed. In fact, the 2 black antimatter rays of light that Yi Xian shot out with his spear felt exactly the same as the ones that shot towards him. At that time, his vision switched between Sky River Star's Star Lord and the garrison commander. Through the eyes of these 2 guys, he was spying on everything in the outside world. Therefore, when Yi Xian turned his head and looked at him before firing the gun and grinned strangely, Tuoba Linfeng was keenly aware that something was wrong. However, everything happened too fast. He didn't have time to react at all. The 2 black antimatter energy beams had already shot towards him. Everything had been decided in that instant, and there was no way to change it or reverse it. It was also at that moment that Tuoba Linfeng realized that Sky River Star's momentum was gone, and that this place could no longer be saved. He almost subconsciously issued an order. Using the unique connection between the zombie emperor and all the zombies and corpse slaves in the universe, he ordered all the corpse slaves to immediately transform into zombie form. Including all the zombie elite soldiers, zombie generals, and zombie commanders, all of them were the same. It was because of this that in the next short moment, the corpse slaves in the void outside Sky River Star's atmosphere, who were originally in human form, all revealed their ferocious zombie form as if they had agreed to it beforehand. In fact, the scene inside Sky River Star was the same. On land, in the sea, all the corpse slaves and zombies in the universe, at this moment, all revealed their original ferocious appearance. Although the order was the same, the treatment of corpse slaves and real zombies in the universe was obviously different. Even real zombies in the universe, because of the difference in strength and evolution level, after revealing their zombie form, the actions they immediately carried out were also different. The zombie army under Tuoba Linfeng's command now had an extremely strict hierarchy. At the lowest level were the corpse slaves. Strictly speaking, they were slaves. Their numbers were the greatest, and they couldn't even be considered true universe zombies. The door to life evolution for this special race had yet to truly open. On the surface, the large number of people on Sky River Planet who looked no different from humans, the official staff, and the Federation's garrison were all at this level. Right now, they were all in zombie form, and Tuoba Linfeng was only using them as cannon fodder. Their purpose was to stir up the water and cause chaos, giving the zombie generals and zombie commanders that he was preparing to take away more chances to escape. Above the corpse slaves were the elite zombie soldiers. The elite zombie soldiers were true cosmic zombies. The door to life evolution for this special species had been opened, but it had only just been opened. The degree of transformation and evolution was not deep, and their strength was only around the black hole realm. This elite zombie army was formed in the last few months, and there were over 1 million of them in the Sky River Star. In fact, besides the corpse slaves, Tuoba Linfeng was also using these over 1 million elite zombie soldiers as cannon fodder to cover the escape of his true subordinates. After all, there were too many of them, and it was difficult to take them all away. Above the elite zombie soldiers were the zombie generals. There were less than 10,000 of them, and their cultivation had surpassed the universe realm. They were the troops that followed Tuoba Linfeng before he seized the Sky River Star. They could be said to be the backbone of the zombie army under his command. They were the most important, and he had to take them away no matter what. He would take as many as he could. Above the zombie generals were the zombie commanders. They were the best of his original subordinates, and there were only a little over 100 of them. Now, all of them had the cultivation of the Domain Lord Realm, and many of them had reached the Sector Lord Realm. They could be said to be Tuoba Linfeng's generals. The above was the entire zombie army's level structure and current military strength. As for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor, his cultivation strength had already reached the immortal level. Although he had just broken through not long ago, this speed was definitely enough to frighten people. Yi Xian's cultivation speed was already fast enough, but under normal circumstances, his original body was only at the 9th level of the Star Lord realm. Even if he activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and used the Devil Ape's 9 transformations to the 5th transformation, the cultivation he displayed would only be at the 1st level of the Realm Lord realm. Tuoba Linfeng, on the other hand, had stepped into the immortal realm. In less than a year, the gap in cultivation between the two had actually increased by 2 whole realms. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, Yi Xian had expected this, so this time, he spared no expense and wanted to kill Tuoba Linfeng no matter what. This fellow was too terrifying. Since he was a cosmic zombie and possessed the celestial devil physique, his path of transformation and evolution was as smooth as the Grand Tao. Moreover, his speed was extremely swift. Once he matured in the future, it would be utterly impossible to suppress him. Of course, even though Tuoba Linfeng had stepped into the immortal realm now, he only possessed the celestial devil blade. However, Yi Xian possessed various primordial treasures and supreme bloodline abilities. So, not only was Yi Xian's overall combat strength not inferior to Tuoba Linfeng at all, Yi Xian was even stronger. After all, more than one immortal realm expert had fallen at Yi Xian's hands during this period of time. Yet now, even though Tuoba Linfeng was furious when his base on Sky River Planet had been discovered, he quickly calmed down. He didn't intend to take away the elite zombie army and corpse slaves that had just taken shape, and he intended to use them as cannon fodder for cover. However, he had to take away the close to 10,000 Universe Realm zombie generals and over 100 Domain Lord Realm zombie commanders. Among them, there were around 3,000 zombie generals and 30 zombie commanders. They weren't on Sky River Planet now, but were hiding in the void far away from Sky River Planet. Because Sky River Planet had been too lively these past few days, they couldn't return after their last hunt. However, it was precisely this 30% core combat strength that was left outside the encirclement that allowed Tuoba Linfeng to have the confidence to escape from the difficult situation of facing 4 Immortal Realm experts. Roar! 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 At this moment, the vast and boundless Sky River Ocean was like boiling water, and huge waves were set off. Roars that caused one's soul to tremble resounded from the stormy waves. A terrifying cosmic zombie army charged out from the military base in the depths of Sky River Ocean. 1,000,000 elite zombie soldiers, all at the Black Hole Realm, immediately spread out as soon as they charged out of the ocean, forming small groups that began to stir up trouble and create chaos. Chapter 4100. Every one of the 7,000 zombie generals had a cultivation base above the universe realm. Every single one of the 70 or so zombie commanders was at least at the Domain Lord realm. This was 70% of the core forces under Tuoba Linfeng's command. Now, this 70% of the core forces were following behind Tuoba Linfeng as they charged out of the Milky Way ocean. A murderous and ruthless aura gathered together, causing an invisible hurricane to sweep through the vast surface of the Milky Way ocean. Tuoba Linfeng didn't reveal his zombie form. In fact, he was already in the heavenly demon physique. Although he had the characteristics of a zombie, he was already different from a true cosmic zombie. He could be considered a special case in the evolution process of this species. At this moment, he revealed his original appearance. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide. This time, he would let the name of the former young master of the Heavenly War Empire's Tuoba family, Tuoba Linfeng, shake the 3 main dimensions in a single day. As for the 70% of his core subordinates around him, they were different now. On the path of evolution and transformation of the zombie species, although they had already walked very far, and their generals were all powerful beings of the universe, and their commanders had even reached the Domain Lord level old monsters. However, they still hadn't reached the critical point of evolution. Therefore, even though these zombie generals and zombie commanders were powerful, and because they walked different evolutionary paths, every single one of them had unique abilities and secret techniques, they were still cosmic zombies in the end. Their true forms, no matter how powerful they were still sinister and disgusting. Over 7,000 zombie generals and zombie commanders at the universe realm and above had revealed their true forms at this moment. Some of them didn't change much when compared to ordinary humans, but one could still tell that they weren't humans with a single glance. However, even more of them had walked different evolutionary paths. Their bodies had expanded explosively, and they were no longer human. The largest was like a mountain peak, and their bodies were filled with all sorts of non-human parts. Some even had the limbs and organs of various ferocious beasts. However, their heads were still human, but there were pustules and tentacles everywhere, more than 7,000 of them spread out across the Milky Way Sea. Such a scene was too terrifying. Even if it were a slightly timid starry sky powerhouse, facing such a scene, they would be so scared that their legs would tremble. Screech! This battle is a matter of life and death. Children, for this emperor, kill! Raising his head, Tuoba Linfeng let out a mournful howl. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned out the heavenly demon blade, which had a sinister and terrifying demonic aura. However, the black blade was still full of cracks and was not completely repaired. His figure suddenly shot up and rushed toward the atmosphere of the heavenly river star high above his head. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders roared in unison, making different sounds as if they were demons dancing in a frenzy. Then, they also rushed up to the sky, outside Sky River Planet's atmosphere. In a short period of time, the vast and boundless Sky River domain was in complete chaos. There were quite a number of corpse slaves lingering outside the Sky River Planet's atmosphere. On the surface, they seemed to be some Federation troops, officials, and citizens. Now, these corpse slaves had all taken on the form of ferocious zombies and were running amok everywhere. Everywhere in the void was a battlefield, and smoke rose from all directions. At this time, with the wretched mosquito butcher, elephant fox ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, the four immortal old monsters all mobilized, guarding the four directions of the void outside Sky River Planet. Yi Xian's heart, which was still hanging in his throat, finally settled down. No matter how high Tuoba Lin Feng had grown now, with these four immortal old monsters guarding the four directions of Sky River Planet, this time, he absolutely could not escape. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombies were too special, even if only a small low-level zombie escaped, in time, it would eventually grow into a huge malignant tumor. The spread of zombie poison was too strange and impossible to guard against. Yi Xian dealt with Tuoba Lin Feng this time. There was no need to make such a big move. But now it seemed that everything was worth it. As long as he could destroy Tuoba Lin Feng's zombie army, at least, one of the biggest problems in his heart was removed. It was not in vain. Boom! Boom boom boom! Under Yi Xian's instructions, the commander of the victorious Return Legion, Naples, gave the order to bombard at this moment. In an instant, there was a loud roar in the void. Thousands of battleships of various types opened fire at the same time, aiming at Sky River Planet's atmosphere and launching a salvo. This scene was too gorgeous, and the entire starry sky was illuminated. Gotcha! As this wave of battleship cannon energy beams swept out like a rain of cannons, the Sky River Planet Star Defense Array, which had just been fully activated under Tuoba Lin Feng's command, was shattered in the blink of an eye. The majestic and chaotic energy surged everywhere, stirring up Sky River Planet's atmosphere like waves in a raging sea set off by a hurricane. It was a spectacular sight. Screech! Roar! As the Sky River Planet Star Defense Array was instantly shattered, a series of heart-shaking roars and howls of zombies came out in an instant. Immediately afterward, a number of zombies of different sizes, but all of them were disgusting and ferocious, passed through the tumbling atmosphere of Sky River Planet and rushed into the void of the universe outside the planet. This was the first wave of cannon fodder, acting like a smoke bomb, thrown into the starry sky battlefield to disrupt the situation. More than 1 million elite zombie soldiers, all of whom had cultivation bases above the black hole realm, revealed their true forms at this moment. Each of them was ferocious, and their auras gathered together, attracting the attention of everyone. Immediately afterward, as more than 1 million elite zombie soldiers rushed out of Sky River Planet's atmosphere, there were even more, at least hundreds of millions of zombie soldiers, rushing out of Sky River Planet's atmosphere into the void of the universe. The two zombie armies rushed out of the atmosphere one after another, and soon mixed together, and like dye thrown into water, they quickly spread out in all directions. These low-level zombie soldiers were like locusts. Not only were there too many of them, but they were also extremely fast. After rushing out of Sky River Planet, they spread out in an instant. In the face of such a situation, the volley of tens of millions of battleships was no longer meaningful. The second round of volley was not launched immediately. The commander of the Victor's Legion, Naples, was extremely experienced in interstellar warfare. He immediately changed the battle strategy. Half of the fleet of tens of millions of battleships retreated to the rear, forming a large net-like encirclement to prevent small groups of zombies from suddenly breaking through. The other half of the 5 million battleships were divided into 10 small combat teams in an orderly manner. They were flexible and mobile, each in charge of a direction, and launched a free regional bombardment. Chapter 4101. Boom! Rumble! In the void, beams of energy from the battleship cannons were intertwined, and the roar shook the sky. This scene continued until the end of the line of sight, covering the entire Sky River sector. The battle was too tragic. The entire battlefield was divided into two areas, the outer area and the inner area. The outer area was where a large number of starships that had retreated to the distant void to watch the prince's press conference, as well as the starry powerhouses who had rushed out of the starships, were fighting against the corpse demons that had been lingering outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. It was a one-sided battle, and it was absolutely a merciless slaughter. Although there were many corpse demons, their cultivation and strength were generally not high. Although the ordinary people of the Federation were no match for them, there was no lack of powerful cultivators among the fans and cultivators who had come to watch the prince's press conference. Under their leadership, coupled with the bombardment of a large number of battleship cannons, the corpse demons in the outer area were almost all killed. But the situation was still grim, and no one dared to take it lightly. Because the zombies in the universe were different from any other kind of living creatures, and it was not a big deal to kill them. Whether it was during the battle or after they were killed, they were a very troublesome tumor. Once they were infected with the slightest bit of zombie poison, they would probably end up in tragedy. In fact, this kind of situation was unavoidable. Although the starry powerhouses who were besieging these corpse demons basically had protective means, such as casting out magic treasures to form light curtains, or directly putting on airtight armor. But accidents were inevitable in the battle. Some corpse demons even directly self-destructed, and poisonous corpse fluid scattered in all directions. During the battle, from time to time, some starry powerhouses were infected by the zombie poison. Some were caught off guard and missed the best opportunity to kill the corpse demons. In the end, they were quickly turned into zombies. They were originally there to kill the corpse demons, but in the end, they became one of the zombies in the universe. They turned around and pounced on their comrades who were fighting side by side for a moment. But there were also some infected people who self-destructed in desperation to avoid becoming a zombie in the universe. That was too horrifying, and it was more terrible than death. There were also some infected people who were directly killed and dismembered by their companions. This was not infighting, but helplessness. Those who attacked all had tears in their eyes, and their eyes were bloodshot. The grief in their hearts eventually turned into motivation for revenge. They roared and charged towards the next corpse demon. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that the universe's zombie poison was too terrifying and difficult to defend against, these corpse slaves in the outer area would have been wiped out in a short period of time. But right now, the battle was progressing very slowly. However, it was comforting to know that at least all the starships in the periphery had formed a complete encirclement. So far, not a single corpse demon had escaped. It was only a matter of time before they were annihilated and the price that they had to pay. That was all. The victorious return legion that Naples had brought, and the 5 million battleships that surrounded Heavenly River Star were the dividing line between the two battlefields. Inside the encirclement of these 5 million battleships was the inner battlefield of the merciless strangulation that was unfolding in the Heavenly River Star sector. The two sides of the fierce battle were the other 5 million battleships of the Victorious Return Legion and some powerhouses from the Victorious Return City. On the other side, there were hundreds of millions of corpse slaves that had just rushed out of Heavenly River Star not long ago, as well as millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers. The battle in this area was also one-sided, and it was even more bloody and cruel than the battle in the periphery. After all, the periphery was not a well-disciplined military standard battleship. Although there were many starships, they were too large and varied, and there was no unified command. However, the 5 million battleships that launched the attack in the inner periphery were all military battleships of the Victorious Return Legion. They cooperated well with each other, and all kinds of battleship battle tactics were used. It was a one-sided battle. Although there were more corpse slaves in this area, and there were millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers, in the face of 5 million well-trained, well-coordinated, and well-ordered troops, the tragic casualties were even more obvious. Based on the current situation, it would not be long before they were completely wiped out. They would be wiped out. Such a scene was obviously not what Tuoba Lin Feng wanted to see. Although these corpse slaves and zombie elite soldiers were undoubtedly dead in his eyes, and he had no intention of taking them away. Even if they were dead, they could not be killed so worthlessly. At least, other than cannon fodder, they could not disrupt the battle. However, the role of creating chaos was still necessary. Unfortunately, the situation was stronger than the person. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not change anything. Now, nearly a quarter of the hundreds of millions of corpse slaves and the millions of Black Hole Realm elite zombie soldiers had been killed. If he did not make a move, it would be a complete waste. Roar! With a strong sense of unwillingness, Tuobo Linfeng let out a shocking roar. With a wave of his hand, his figure instantly rushed out of the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star. Behind him, more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders followed closely. The final breakthrough had finally arrived. It was also at this moment that the four immortal old monsters, including Mosquito Butcher, Elephant Fox Ferret, Longshan Tang, and Gong Huaji, who had not made a move until now, also made a move at the same time. Evil creature, you finally dared to show up. Sending cannon fodder to disrupt the battle, and the core forces to wait for an opportunity to escape. What a good plan. Unfortunately, this road is blocked. No need to talk nonsense, such evil creatures, just kill them. The four immortal old monsters, at the same time, suddenly made a move. Their figures were still in the distant void in four different directions of the Heavenly River Star, motionless. But even from such a distance, they were still able to control the situation. Their divine senses had already locked onto Tuobo Linfeng and the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him. Boom! Rumble, a huge roar sounded, and four energy attacks of different forms rumbled from the distance. A palm, a claw, a punch, and a seal. Although the forms were different, they were all tens of thousands of feet long, and their speed was extremely fast, covering Tuobo Linfeng and others from head to toe. Screech! Spread out, split into 7 groups, and break out of the encirclement. This was the ability of an Eternal Realm old monster, and its might was too formidable. Even if all the zombie generals and commanders behind Tuobo Linfeng had attained a cultivation at the Region Lord Realm, and there were even over 70 World Lord Realm old monsters amongst them, they were still insufficient when facing an attack of this level. The possibility of the entire team escaping was almost impossible, so Tuobo Linfeng could only bear the pain and split the more than 7,000 zombie generals and commanders behind him into 7 groups, and as many as they could escape, they would try their best. As he gave the order, the vast zombie army behind him quickly split into 7 groups in the blink of an eye. Each group had 7,000 generals and 10 commanders, and they roared as they charged in 7 different directions. Chapter 4102. Boom! 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 Similar scenes continued to appear one after another. In the void, a series of huge roars that made people's souls tremble constantly resounded, reverberating endlessly. Just as Gong Huaji's energy palm blasted out and killed half of the zombie general squad in an instant, the giant energy fists and claws of the other 3 immortal old monsters also blasted out. As for the other 6 zombie general squads, 3 of them had suffered a great calamity. A large number of zombie generals and commanders had been blasted apart. Not even a piece of meat could be seen. They had all been blasted into bloody mist in the air, making people feel disgusted and terrified. Especially the squad that was blasted by the old devil Mosquito Butcher's fist, it was almost completely annihilated. The old devil was at the late stage of the immortal realm, and his strength was much stronger than that of Elephant Fox Martin, Gong Huaji, and Longshan Tang. At this moment, when this fist blasted out, it directly wiped out an entire squad of 1,000 zombie generals. Even Elephant Fox Martin and the other 2 immortal old monsters looked sideways, their faces full of fear. Especially Longshan Tang, who came from the Immortal Dynasty's Elder Pavilion. When he thought that this old monster, whose strength was higher than his, was invited by Yi Xian, who had a grudge against him, it made him feel uncomfortable, his face twitching. In just one blow, nearly one-fourth of the zombie generals and elites that had been split into 7 teams had been killed in the blink of an eye. More than 1,000 of his trusted subordinates had been killed. This scene made Tuoba Linfeng furious, but there was nothing he could do. While suppressing his anger, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar, screech. Along with this roar, Tuoba Linfeng, using his identity as a zombie emperor, sent out some kind of invisible and intangible signal. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't catch it, only the universe's zombie race could sense the mysterious life frequency signal. The situation was too serious. Although he had the immortal power, and even in a desperate situation, it was not impossible for him to resist 2 immortal old monsters by fully activating the heavenly demon blade in his hand, but it was obviously meaningless. There were 4 immortal realm old monsters guarding the heavenly river star. If this continued, even if he could break through, all the zombie generals and commanders under his command would be buried here. This price was too heavy. The zombie generals and commanders that he was preparing to bring with him were his trusted subordinates who had followed him from the very beginning. He had spent a lot of energy to cultivate them, and only then did they reach the size they were today. No matter what, he absolutely could not give up like this. At this moment, he raised his head and let out a shrill howl. His purpose was to create new chaos and create a new opportunity for them to break out of the encirclement. Roar! Roar! Without waiting for Tuo Lin Feng's roar to end, from the right side of the void, roars filled with incomparable ferocity resounded. It was also from the mouth of a universe zombie, and the aura was extremely strong, at least Sector Lord Advanced Stage. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. He had calculated and calculated, but he didn't expect that in addition to the universe zombies inside the heavenly river star, there were other universe zombies hibernating in the distant void at the edge of the heavenly river star. In this way, the victorious return Legion's fleet of 10 million battleships and 4 immortal old monsters had formed a full-scale encirclement around the heavenly river star, and it was completely meaningless. This was originally done to prevent zombies from rushing out of the encirclement and escaping. This was to spread the highly infectious zombie virus that had a terrifying evolution speed. But now, there were universe zombies outside the encirclement. Even if all the universe zombies in the encirclement were killed, what was the point? In the end, it was a temporary solution. Rumble, boom. Just as his heart was beating wildly, and he turned his head to look, there was a terrifying roar coming from the direction of the void. At the end of the void, more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses were reflected in his line of sight, and they were rapidly approaching. These hundreds of fortresses looked obviously strange, like commercial starships, but the surface of the ships was damaged. At a glance, it was as if they had just been attacked by space pirates. But this was obviously just a disguise. Their true ferocious appearance was soon revealed, shocking everyone. These hundreds of damaged starships were extremely fast, and seemed to have activated a space jump, but there was no unique buzzing and trembling sound when starships launched space jumps. But in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the edge of the outer battle circle, close to the starships that were exterminating a large number of corpse slaves. Xianxia. Almost in the next moment, the sound of machinery grinding that made one's scalp go numb came out from the hundreds of Shang air fortresses that jumped over strangely. In just a few breaths, they turned into ferocious behemoths that were tens of thousands of feet tall. Their bodies were green and black, and their shells were glowing with a cold metallic light. Say! It was about the same size as the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no one would associate it with a giant star scorpion when they saw it. But these were clearly not the so-called starships, they were simply transformed from universe zombies. They were the hundreds of zombie fortresses under Tuoba Linfeng's command that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation. Since occupying the Sky River Star, all the universe zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command went out in batches to hunt. Every time they went out, these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were evolving in the direction of metal mutation would be dispatched. This was because the zombie squad needed them to transform into damaged commercial fortresses as bait and disguise. It was also because of this reason that these hundreds of zombie fortresses that were used as tools for hunting evolved extremely quickly. Today, they were all Sector Lord level cultivators. At this moment, as these hundreds of Sector Lord level zombie fortresses transformed into their true forms, their bodies appeared in the void. From the original fortress, large amounts of universe zombies fell out, appearing in the void. Other than the 3,000 Domain Lord level zombie generals and 30 Sector Lord level zombie commanders, there were also hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had just evolved into elite zombie soldiers because of this hunt. A large amount of them, in the blink of an eye, occupied a large portion of the void. Furthermore, these elite zombie soldiers, generals and commanders that fell out of the hundreds of zombie fortresses all activated the zombie blood in their bodies at the first moment, transforming into terrifying and ferocious giant universe zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the heaven-shocking roars and howls, all the zombie elite soldiers, generals and commanders completed their zombie transformation in a short breath of time. Some transformed into 100,000 feet large rotting flesh-bone dragon, some transformed into a ferocious beast covered in pus and blood. Chapter 4103. This scene was too shocking. A group of terrifying giant zombie beasts suddenly appeared in the void without any warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. It was really too frightening. The huge motley crew was scared silly at first. After a short moment of silence, a tide of shocked cries rang out. "Oh my God, what did I just see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? The omnipresent universe zombies, their auras are so powerful and terrifying. Zombies. Universe zombies, oh my God, are we being surrounded? Run!" Along with these horrified exclamations, the miscellaneous troops in the periphery of the battle circle were in complete chaos, especially the border area closest to the universe zombies that had just arrived. It was a complete mess. However, this was obviously not the worst. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a new unforeseen event occurred. Li, far in front of the outer circle, among the hundreds of thousands of universe zombies that had rushed in from the outer circle, hundreds of stronghold zombies that had just transformed into their giant zombie bodies from the damaged merchant ships all raised their heads and roared. Immediately after that, a hair-raising scene appeared. These hundreds of stronghold zombies that could transform into a huge stronghold, but now they had transformed into their giant beasts. Not only did they not directly rush into the outer circle of starships to wreak havoc, they instead began to devour each other, killing each other. Such a scene was too shocking, it was simply shocking. The hundreds of stronghold zombies all had Sector Lord level cultivation, and the direction of their evolution was special. They were all mutated metal types. Right now, their bodies looked like giant beasts and had a metallic luster. Obviously, they were extremely tough. It made people shudder. But right now, facing such a crazy devouring each other, their bodies were like paper. Often, they would open their mouths and tear off large chunks of flesh from their companions. Even when they chewed, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. This scene was strange, it made people scratch their heads. Hundreds of Sector Lord level giant zombie beasts, this was definitely a very powerful force. If they were to join the battle, it would definitely be a catastrophe. But now, they were devouring each other and killing each other. No one knew what was going on, but they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Something was amiss, and everyone knew this. Soon, the results were out. In less than a minute, the 100 Sector Lord zombie beasts had been devoured by each other, leaving only 60 to 70 of them, losing 2/3 of them. Unfortunately, the remaining 2/3 of the giant zombie beasts were all at the initial universe grade from the Sector Lord level. However, this wasn't the end, as the 60 to 70 universe grade zombie beasts didn't stop. Instead, they continued to devour each other. Moreover, as the number of zombie beasts decreased, the remaining survivors emitted stronger and stronger auras. Half a minute later, there were only 30 or so zombie beasts left. However, the auras in their bodies had reached the late-stage universe grade. In less than half a minute, only 15 of them were left. However, the surviving ones had late-stage universe-grade auras. When there were only 8 zombie beasts left in this area, the auras in their bodies had broken through to the immortal grade. Finally, in just a dozen breaths, the 8 zombie beasts had turned into 4 fourth-level immortal grade existences. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the mid-stage of the immortal grade. Even the cultivation of the elephant fox marten, Gonghuaji, and Long Shantang were only at this level. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short 3 minutes. When everyone finally came back to their senses and realized what had happened, there were only 4 of the hundreds of huge zombie beasts left. Their cultivation strength had actually reached the level of an elephant fox. The elephant fox marten and the other 2 were in a stalemate. Even the 4 immortal grade old monsters guarding the Sky River Star couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw such a terrifying scene. Goblet cultivation. It's actually the goblet cultivation. This kind of creature is too scary. It actually has such a terrifying effect when devouring each other. It's even more ferocious and overbearing than the goblet cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 sector lords have turned into 4 mid-stage immortal grade old monsters. How are we supposed to live? Look, those 4 immortal grade zombie beasts seem to want to continue devouring each other. Are they still not satisfied after reaching the mid-stage of the immortal grade? Do they have to make 2 late-stage immortal grade beasts or 1 peak immortal grade beasts? F***CK. Stop them. Stop them immediately. Even old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was shocked when he saw the 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts in the distance. They seemed to want to continue devouring each other. This kind of method was not only ferocious but also too shocking. A mid-stage immortal grade old monster should be able to deal with more than 100 sector lord zombie beasts with some effort. However, after devouring each other, the 4 mid-stage immortal grade zombie beasts had turned into 4 mid-stage immortal grade beasts. Under such circumstances, a mid-stage immortal grade old monster would only be tortured if he rushed over. It was simply unscientific that such a terrifying change could happen after devouring each other. All of this was obviously related to some kind of evolved bloodline in these zombie beasts. It was too terrifying. According to this, as long as they could create enough zombie beasts, wouldn't they be able to create marquee-level immortals in a short time through this kind of ferocious devouring each other? Upon realizing this, even Yi Xian couldn't help but show a look of horror on his face. No matter what, all the zombie beasts with the goblet cultivation bloodline had to be killed. If such a terrifying evolved bloodline wasn't killed, it would definitely cause endless trouble in the future. Boy, it should be enough for 1 person to stay here with you. The other 2, follow me. We'll deal with the situation over there first. It was also at this moment that old Ghost Mosquito Butcher suddenly let out an explosive shout. Before he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. He had actually used teleportation to charge towards the periphery of the battlefield. Then, Long Shantang and Gong Huaji also disappeared and followed him. Compared to the army of zombies that had already been surrounded, the army of zombies on the other side of the battlefield was obviously more dangerous, especially the 4 zombie behemoths that had already reached the middle stage of the sempiternal realm. If they were allowed to continue fighting each other, it would definitely be a disaster. Chapter 4104. Along with the departure of Wen Tu, Gong Huaji, and Long Shantang, the situation of the inner battlefield around Sky River Planet instantly changed greatly. Disregarding the hundreds of millions of zombie slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole zombie elite soldiers, there were more than 5,000 Universe Realm zombie generals here. Besides that, there were over 50 Region Lord Realm zombie commanders. Of course, there was a final boss, the Zombie Emperor, Tuoba Lin Feng. Even though his cultivation was only at the initial stage of the sempiternal realm, he possessed the heavenly devil physique and the formidable bloodline of the first-generation zombie progenitor. Originally, there were 4 eternal realm experts here, so there was naturally no problem at all when facing all of this. They simply didn't feel any pressure at all, and they even had the ability to crush the enemy. But now, the 3 eternal realm experts had left, and only Yi Xian and the elephantine mink remained here. Even though there were still 10 million victorious return battleships, half of them were responsible for the encirclement and couldn't be rashly thrown into disorder. The other half were basically dealing with the 100 million corpse slaves and the hundreds of thousands of black hole realm zombies. Elite troops. In other words, the remaining 5,000 plus universe realm zombie generals, 40 plus region lord realm zombie commanders, and the initial stage sempiternal realm zombie emperor could only be dealt with by the elephantine mink and Yi Xian. Yi Xian was obviously not suitable to deal with the former. Even though he had many abilities, the battlefield was too chaotic right now. Both sides were mixed together, so it wasn't suitable for him to utilize the Battle of the Stars. On the other hand, Tuoba Lin Feng was a bastard that he'd unintentionally created, so Yi Xian still felt that he had the responsibility to end Tuoba Lin Feng's existence. I'll leave those zombie generals and zombie commanders for you to deal with. Make sure that not a single one escapes, and kill as many as you can under the precondition that. Yi Xian didn't hold back when facing the elephantine mink, and he directly spoke in a commanding tone. As he spoke, his gaze had already shot towards Tuoba Lin Feng, who was at the other side of the battlefield, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As for that zombie leader, just leave it to me. He won't be able to escape. Right at this moment, Tuoba Lin Feng's provocative gaze looked over here. He was also looking forward to this battle. This guy was quite arrogant. He smiled faintly and hooked his finger at Yi Xian. Then, he turned his head and looked to the side. He raised his head and let out a fierce whistle, as if he was demonstrating his power. Screech. As he howled, he flipped his right hand, and an incomparably sinister black demonic blade appeared in his hand, zhang. Following a clanging sound that was filled with endless joy and ruthlessness, the demonic blade slashed out with a loud bang. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, suddenly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, and it was filled with ferocious gaps as it slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly devil blade crossed the endless void and slashed the hull of a large fortress. A loud noise shook the sky, but the fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the ship, there was a tide of horrified screams, but after half a breath, everything stopped in an instant. The sinister demonic blade gushed out endless demonic aura. It spread out in an instant like the thickest black fog, completely shrouding the entire fortress. This large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, and the dozens of fortresses around it, were completely invisible at the same time. Moreover, while the whole was wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura, there was a screeching sound of metal friction coming from inside. It was extremely horrifying. However, in just a short span of time, everything returned to silence. The dozens of starry sky fortresses completely disappeared. In the void, the demonic baleful chi drifted like a black fog, but the figure of the great fortress could not be seen. These large fortresses that were enveloped by the heavenly devil blade's black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour them seemed to have been completely devoured. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil blade's body, the void where the dozens of fortresses were originally located was already empty. An incomparably ferocious black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it returned to Tuoba Lin Feng's hand. The black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura surged, shrouding his body, exuding endless demonic aura. Middle stage immortal realm. What a wonderful feeling. With the return of the demonic blade, the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura that surged endlessly around it rushed into Tuo Linfeng's body. This was the energy feedback. When the black fog-like demonic aura of the demonic aura gushed out of his body again, it had completed some kind of refining and completely turned into Tuo Linfeng's own power. It made his cultivation realm break through from the early stage of the immortal realm to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Although this kind of breakthrough could not be achieved only because the dozens of starry sky fortresses and a large number of flesh and blood lives in them were devoured. It must be that Tuo Linfeng had almost accumulated enough. The harvest just now was just a coincidence, and it just happened to make up for the last bit of demonic aura of the demonic aura needed for the breakthrough. However, this scene was still too shocking. Not only did Long Shantang's eyelids twitch, but even Yi Xian gasped when he saw this. Then, even more intense killing intent burst out from his eyes. This guy's strength is too fast. It's simply outrageous. Today, I must kill him no matter what. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Screech. Don't you want to kill me? Come on, I'll swallow all of you. Leave no one behind. Jia. Tuo Linfeng's cultivation realm had suddenly broken through to the middle stage of the immortal realm. Now, his battle strength had greatly increased. He was ecstatic. After saying this, he raised his head and let out a roar. Then, his body shook, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory and ferocious heavenly demon. This ferocious heavenly demon's body was as big as 10,000 feet. Its whole body was like a black fog. In the blink of an eye, it drifted away, rushed into the encirclement, and shrouded one of the fortresses. It was going to start a crazier plundering and devouring. Clearly, this heavenly demon wanted to use this crazily devouring to break through to the middle stage of the immortal realm, the peak of the immortal realm, or even the marquee immortal realm. If this was really the case, no matter what, he would not be able to survive today. Boom. Rumble, the sound of explosions and miserable howls resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the battleships were firing, but the battleships were retreating. Obviously, the commanders in the battleships were extremely afraid and did not dare to let this ferocious heavenly demon get close to them. Seeing this, Yi Xian finally made his move. He could not sit still and watch Tuo Linfeng devour his troops in front of him as if they were resources to strengthen himself. Heavenly Demon Blade. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands after escaping from the back of the giant void tortoise. This is good. I have obtained the inheritance of the giant tortoise. It is my duty to suppress this heavenly demon blade. To you and me, this battle is like fate. It's time.
Chapter 2162. The withered bone sword servants were constantly investigating this secret. However, their strength and abilities were limited, so they couldn't find much useful information. It was the same for the members of the Fire Clan. Their strength wasn't enough to come into contact with this secret. As for the news from the 100 Calculation Clan, they didn't report back. Yi Xian asked twice along the way. He only knew that the 100 Calculation Clan had already sent people out of Mo Shangji's sphere of influence to investigate, but they still didn't find anything. It seemed that they could only slowly search for Luo's whereabouts. However, what Yi Xian didn't know was that the calm on the surface was just the night before the storm. QWPM at this time, a mysterious force had already gathered together for the sake of getting Yi Xian, or even taking Yi Xian's life. Finally, what was going to come would come. On this day, Yi Xian was bored in the training camp. One must know that Yi Xian was only interested in the history of the God realm. If it was about the cultivation of any sacred art, Yi Xian didn't take a fancy to it. However, the originally peaceful days were disrupted by the intrusion of a young girl. Yi Xian Gongzi, quick, come with me. Yi Xian didn't recognize this young girl. Why was she looking for him so anxiously? Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Aya, Yi Xian Gongzi, quickly come with me. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Fian will definitely be taken away by them. What Fian? Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately stood up and rushed out with the young girl. On the way, Yi Xian roughly understood what had happened. It turned out that Fian would make food for Yi Xian every half a month. Although a portion of those ingredients were directly exchanged from the training camp, there were still some that were exchanged from outside. Among them, most of the ingredients for the divine beasts could only be exchanged from outside. Today, Fian and this young girl called Luo Qi went to an inn together in order to get the divine beast ingredients that had been ordered long ago. This ingredient was something that Fian had exchanged for in the training camp long ago. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. However, when they arrived at the inn, they were immediately surrounded by a group of people. These people came inexplicably, causing Fei Yan and the girl to be unable to react in time. Luo Qi was only an inferior heavenly god, and Fei Yan was only a deity. The people surrounding them were 5 low-level heavenly deities, 2 mid-level heavenly deities, and 1 high-level heavenly deity. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. At the last moment, Fian used a special method to teleport Luo Qi away. Luo Qi immediately thought of Yi Xian. Because in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a very important figure, and even Fian was only his maid. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly ran over to find Yi Xian. The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at the inn. At this time, there were quite a few people gathered around the inn. However, they were all watching and no one interfered. Have you heard? That girl is actually a slave, and the people surrounding her are from the slave pavilion. Not only do the people from the slave pavilion often get some slaves, they also capture escaped slaves. This girl is really unlucky. Looking at her current appearance, she seems to be doing quite well, but who would have thought that she was actually a slave? What a pity! Yi Xian heard the discussion from afar, so he was naturally certain that it was Fian. Damn it! Who said that Fian was a slave? In Yi Xian's heart, he had never, not even for a moment, treated Fian as a slave. Slave pavilion. What a good slave pavilion, who gave them all their strength to capture people. Boom! Yi Xian's figure moved, and he directly rushed into the inn. At this time, a faint restriction was set up around Fian's body. Clearly, this was a defensive restriction that Fian had set up herself. And around her, 8 people were looking at Fian calmly. Hee, lowly slave, I want to see how long you can hold on. It doesn't matter, I have time to play with you. It turned out that outside the restriction set up by Fian, these people had set up a special restriction, which was constantly wearing down Fian's defensive restriction. With the strength of 8 people suppressing Fian, how could Fian resist? Suddenly seeing Yi Xian come in, the person closest to Yi Xian casually said, "Young man, watch the show and stand further away. My slave pavilion is currently capturing escaped slaves. Be careful not to accidentally injure you later." "I'll accidentally injure your grandpa." Suddenly, Yi Xian attacked. Once he attacked, it was with all his strength. Deity vanquishing slash. Go to hell. Yi Xian released this sword in anger, without the slightest mercy. Boom. One sword, just one sword, instantly killed that person. Even the rest of the people in the slave pavilion did not have time to react. It was not until Yi Xian killed that those people reacted. "Damn it, brat, do you know who we are?" But before this person finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi Xian. Moreover, it was interrupted with the Godslayer. Boom. It was another sword strike, and it was still as violent as before. Another disciple of the slave pavilion was directly killed on the spot. How could the remaining 6 people dare to be careless? They instantly retreated, pulling away from Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian kill people, the surrounding onlookers all revealed strange expressions, and many people also took the initiative to retreat. However, Yi Xian did not care so much now, but directly attacked. Without even seeing Yi Xian move, he directly broke the restrictions set up by the people in the slave pavilion. "Girl, are you all right?" Yi Xian looked at Fian with concern in his eyes. "I've made you worry. This little girl deserves death." "What did you say? These people dare to have ideas about you. Come here and help me take care of the girl. I want to kill all these people." Yi Xian said the latter half of the sentence to Luo Qi. At this moment, Luo Qi was already dumbfounded. In her eyes, although Yi Xian's strength had risen to the intermediate true god realm, Yi Xian had not been promoted for long. However, Yi Xian was facing 8 disciples of the slave pavilion who were not weaker than him, and still did not hesitate to attack. He even killed 2 of them consecutively.
Oh, okay.
Luo Qi was already stuttering, but she quickly came to Fian's side and carefully protected her. Are you her master? At this moment, the leading heavenly god looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger, but he suppressed his anger and asked Yi Xian. Would Yi Xian answer him? No, he would not. In Yi Xian's mind, there was only one path for these people, and that was death. Therefore, Yi Xian slowly turned around and clenched the God-slayer in his hand again. The environment here was not suitable for summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. However, Yi Xian was alone and would not be afraid of these people. Boy, since you are her master, then things will be easy. Our slave pavilion is willing to pay a high price to buy this slave. You can name a price. It turned out that they just wanted to snatch her. Name a price? Okay, I'll give you a price. Deity Slayer. Chapter 2163. Boom. Yi Xian's price was death. Another slave pavilion disciple was killed. Even if they were at the same cultivation level as Yi Xian, they would be killed by Yi Xian if they were careless. Not to mention these people whose cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's. Even if there was no critical hit, Yi Xian could still kill them in an instant. Magic treasure? Using a magic treasure to withstand the power of the god-slaying sword? Was that even possible? Killing 3 people in a row. How much time had passed since he entered? Yi Xian had already killed 3 people in a row. How could the people of the slave pavilion hold back? Damn it, kid, you're courting death. How dare you kill the people of my slave pavilion? Today you will die without a doubt. Go, kill him together with me. Bring the mission target. A word caught Yi Xian's attention. Mission target? It seemed like these people did not find Fei Yan for no reason. However, Yi Xian did not want to ask so many questions. His figure flashed and appeared outside the inn. At this time, Luo Qi had already brought the weak Fei Yan out of the inn. That was why Yi Xian came out. He wanted to kill these people of the slave pavilion. Moreover, he wanted to torture them to death. He wanted these people to regret finding trouble with Fei Yan. Of course, even if they regretted it, they would die without a doubt. 5 people quickly rushed out and pounced on Yi Xian. The 3 people Yi Xian killed were only low-level heavenly gods. Among the remaining 5, there was 1 high-level heavenly god and 2 mid-level heavenly gods. Therefore, they felt that victory was in their hands. Even the onlookers were not optimistic about Yi Xian's chances. Some of them could see that Yi Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god. Moreover, he was only a first-level heavenly god. He was facing 3 people whose cultivation level was higher than him. One of them was an entire realm higher than him. Therefore, they did not think that Yi Xian could defeat his opponents. However, who told them that Yi Xian was going to do it himself? Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. 1,000 beasts parade. Suddenly, 1,000 divine beasts appeared and surrounded the 5 people without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, he summoned thousands of powerful war beasts. Such a method shocked the people in the slave pavilion and the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was familiar with the battle beast, and many people would get their hands on a few. QWPM but 1,000 heads. Let's not talk about whether you can control it or not. Even if you can capture it, it won't be that easy. To be able to raise 1,000 divine beasts, there was no doubt that they were all people of a certain status. Not to mention he was so powerful. Of course, Yi Xian did not know what they were thinking, nor did he care. Yi Xian ordered as he looked at the people of the slave pavilion. Kill them all. Roar! Roar! The 1,000 deity rank mounts charged at the 5 slave pavilion disciples without hesitation. Although Yi Xian had only summoned 3 platinum level and 17 gold level Ares mounts this time, he had only summoned 3 platinum level Ares mounts. However, such a valiant strength was more than enough to crush these people countless times. That's right, it was a crushing defeat. This was simply not a battle of strength. It was not a battle from the very beginning. Of course, at the beginning, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage on the surface. However, the outcome of the battle was determined from the very beginning. The 5 slave pavilion disciples did not have the slightest ability to resist. 4 of them were killed by the 1,000 beast sword attendants. Only the high-level heavenly god slave pavilion disciple managed to withstand the first wave of attacks. Could it be that you don't want to know why we captured him? Shouted the slave pavilion disciple loudly. He hoped that Yi Xian would forgive him because of this secret. Unfortunately, he was thinking too much. Yi Xian did not care at all. That was because Yi Xian had his own methods to investigate this matter. I don't want to. After saying that, the 1,000-beast sword attendants directly attacked. They killed him without any suspense. The last slave pavilion disciple fell to the ground with boundless unwillingness. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he accept this mission in the first place? Back then, when that person gave them the mission, he did not say that this young man possessed such terrifying strength. If they knew, they would not have gone to the upper realm even if they were beaten to death. Slave pavilion. Humph. What a good slave pavilion. I, Yi Xian, will remember today's matter. In the future, I will definitely exterminate your slave pavilion. Yi Xian's indifferent voice reached the ears of the surrounding people, but no one said a word. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and looked at Flying Smoke with some anger. Why didn't you leave? Others did not understand, but Flying Smoke understood the meaning of this sentence. Flying Smoke could quickly teleport to Yi Xian's side from anywhere. If she encountered trouble at the beginning, then she could teleport directly and definitely avoid it. However, Flying Smoke replied, "Yes. It's too late." As for Yi Xian, he also understood these words. Who did Flying Smoke mean? At the beginning, in order to cover Luo Qi's escape, she missed the opportunity, and later, it was already too late to leave. It seemed that this Luo Qi was Flying Smoke's good friend. Regarding this point, Yi Xian couldn't say anything. He couldn't possibly order Flying Smoke not to make friends or anything, right? I'll undo the slave imprint for you. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out Flying Smoke's divine deity fragment. Yi Xian had mentioned this request before. However, Flying Smoke refused. He didn't expect that this time, Flying Smoke would refuse once again. No, this little girl is willing. This little girl is willing to be young master's servant for the rest of her life. I hope that young master can fulfill my wish. Suddenly, Flying Smoke directly knelt on the ground. It seemed that Flying Smoke, who was not afraid of the threat of death, was actually afraid of coming into contact with Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Normally speaking, even if Yi Xian removed the master-slave relationship with Flying Smoke could still stay by Yi Xian's side. What was the difference between now and now? Why was Flying Smoke unwilling? She was unwilling to remove this master-slave relationship no matter what? She was even willing to die, but she was unwilling to remove the master-slave relationship. Yi Xian really couldn't understand. He couldn't understand what Flying Smoke was thinking. Seeing such a resolute Flying Smoke, Yi Xian naturally couldn't say anything. Instead, he took a few steps forward and swallowed Flying Smoke. All right, since you're still unwilling, I won't force you. Flying Smoke smiled slightly. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. Why would Flying Smoke be unwilling to come into contact with Yi Xian's master-slave relationship? In fact, it was also because Yi Xian swallowed the flying feather divine deity fragment in the space. As for the reason, it was likely that Yi Xian would only be able to understand it after a long time. Luo Qi couldn't understand Yi Xian and Flying Feather, this pair of master and servant. As the master, he wanted to remove the master-slave relationship, but on the contrary, it was the slave who was unwilling to be beaten to death. It was rare to see such a strange combination. And only at this time did Luo Qi understand why Flying Smoke was so loyal to Yi Xian. This wasn't because of the master-slave contract, but because Flying Smoke was absolutely loyal to Yi Xian from the bottom of her heart. Of course, only Flying Smoke herself knew that her loyalty was not only directed at Yi Xian. Chapter 2164. However, this scene was clearly seen by a group of people in the distance. I didn't think that Yi Xian would be so strong. No, to be more precise, it's his war machines. I didn't think that he would have so many powerful war machines. It seems that I've underestimated him. These useless slaves can't even handle such a small matter. Clearly, this was the person who'd issued the order to capture Fei Yan. Humph, Fei Yan. Oh Fei Yan, you're mine. You're mine. This person was none other than Yi Lixiu. He hadn't defeated Yi Xian yet, but he couldn't wait to get Fei Yan in advance. Especially when the family guard beside him told him that Fei Yan was a slave, and a virgin at that. He couldn't wait to get his hands on her. Naturally, the slave pavilion had a special method to make Fei Yan's godhead fragment lose its effect and create a new one to control Fei Yan. This method was something that almost no slave pavilion had. However, due to the special nature of qi, very few people knew about it and rarely used it. This time, Yi Lixio had prepared a sufficient price to obtain Fei Yan in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he'd failed in the end. Go, pass down this prince's orders. Launch an all-out operation against that guy. Humph. War machine. I want to see how you'll deal with it in the training camp when you can't use your war machine. It wasn't that the Mozhang training camp didn't forbid the use of war machines, but the rule was that disciples could only rely on their own strength when fighting against each other. Clearly, Yi Lixio had also set up a big game of chess, one that targeted Yi Xian. And now, he'd finally made his move. Yi Xian brought Fei Yan back to his residence. Unexpectedly, Luo Qi had followed him. At this moment, in Luo Qi's heart, Yi Xian was a super-perfect man. After finding out that Fei Yan was Yi Xian's slave, Luo Qi was stunned. Servants were more common. But slaves, to be honest, weren't that common. This was because many people would rather die than become slaves. Thus, the number of slaves was very small. Of course, if you were talking about ordinary people as slaves, there would be a lot of them. However, there were very few who were willing to become slaves after becoming gods. QWPM. What's more, a strange combination like flying smoke and Yi Xian? The master wanted to get closer to the master-slave relationship, but the slave was unwilling. Is flying smoke beautiful? Very, very beautiful. As long as one had seen flying smoke's true appearance, men would fall head over heels for her. As for women, they wouldn't even be jealous of her. Was flying smoke powerful? Very powerful. In the 7th division, Fian was publicly recognized as a genius. Although her realm was not high right now, her strong learning ability and outstanding talent allowed her to be ranked on the genius ranking. However, because the light from the Yi Xian was too strong, it was blocked. Moreover, Fian was even versed in many mysterious divine abilities. It could be said that flying smoke was simply perfect. However, such a perfect woman was willing to become Yi Xian's slave. For a moment, Luo Qi was even more curious about Yi Xian. Fian did not rest. Even though he had just experienced a battle and had lost a lot of energy, she did not rest for a moment. Instead, she was busy preparing food for Yi Xian. Moreover, no matter how much Yi Xian requested, Fian only smiled and did not have the slightest intention of stopping. In the end, Yi Xian also gave up. Only after watching Yi Xian eat the food that she had prepared did Fian leave with Luo Qi in satisfaction. What happened today undoubtedly gave Yi Xian a wake-up call. It made Yi Xian understand that he was not necessarily safe in the MO training camp. On the way back, Luo Qi kept asking Fian about Yi Xian. Fian was very direct. As long as it could be said, she would say everything she knew. In fact, it was obvious why a girl was inquiring about a man. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care about Luo Qi at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Luo Qi was Fian's friend, Yi Xian probably wouldn't even look at her. This Luo Qi was actually not simple. The Luo family also had a certain amount of strength in the 100 realms of Mo Shanga. And Luo Qi was the only successor of the Luo family. One could imagine that there were definitely many people chasing after her. So what if it was the God realm? Of course, things like love between men and women were also extremely normal. After the two girls left, Yi Xian found the people from the Fire Clan. He needed to know who the slave pavilion accepted the mission from, and then went to find trouble with Fian. He wanted to catch this person and then deal with him ruthlessly. Unfortunately, this time, Yi Xian miscalculated. He couldn't find any useful information at all. It was as if that mission was only accepted by those 8 people in private. When Yi Xian received the report, he secretly snorted at the slave pavilion. Since that was the case, then, don't blame Yi Xian for destroying the slave pavilion. However, before that, Yi Xian encountered trouble. Yi Xian, get out here! Just as Yi Xian was bored in the first section, he heard a shout outside the door. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Who was looking for him? Moreover, he was so angry. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly walked out. Who are you? Yi Xian looked at that person. He didn't know this person. It could even be said that he had never seen this person before. But, why did this person come to find trouble with him? Yi Xian, you hypocrite!
Who am I?
I am the brother of Hong Yuan, who was defiled by you. Today, I must avenge my sister and kill you. It really is Hong Yuan's brother. Hong Yuan is from the 9th section, and she looks very beautiful. I didn't expect that this Yi Xian would actually be such a pervert. Yi Xian was slightly stunned.
What Hong Yuan?
He didn't know her at all. He, Yi Xian, wasn't such a person. It seemed that this person had found the wrong person. I don't know who your sister is. Moreover, I, Yi Xian, would never do such a despicable thing. You should leave. You found the wrong person. Humph. You found the wrong person? Of course you won't admit it. Don't worry, you'll admit it after I kill you. That person actually attacked directly. He didn't care about the training camp's rules at all. He used a killing move as soon as he attacked. At this moment, many people, including the instructors, still didn't understand what was going on. Therefore, no one was prepared at all. However, this person clearly came prepared. The moment he attacked, he summoned the phantom of a demon god. This phantom of a demon god was obviously not something that a person like him could possess. This was because the strength of this phantom had already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Ding! Attention host, a powerful attack has been detected. Host, please prepare your defenses. Damn it! Chapter 2165. This was the phantom of a peak heavenly god realm demon god. That person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the phantom of the demon god charge towards Yi Xian, that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly angered, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded around the Godslayer, protecting Yi Xian within it. That powerful attack was blocked the moment it reached Yi Xian's side. This time, Yi Xian did not control the Godslayer. Instead, it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made his move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the Godslayer all this while. Now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the phantom of the demon god and the superior heavenly god charged over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in the park. Above his head, the God-Slayer emitted a faint glow, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother continued to surround Yi Xian and launch a series of fierce attacks. Of course, it was all in vain. At this moment, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked that Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. To be able to withstand the attacks of a peak heavenly god realm demon god and a superior heavenly god, many people could do it. Some of them could even do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle stage grand profound stage of the first stage. In fact, a few months ago, he was just a true god. QWPM, however, it was this person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage, who was able to defend against the attack of a heavenly god who was many times more powerful than him with such ease. In such a situation, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that Dharma treasure, that sword, seems to be very powerful. Someone said. At this moment, the most eye-catching thing in Yi Xian's performance was the God Slayer sword. It could be said that all of this happened without Yi Xian's control. Or rather, it could be said Wei Zhentian. In the eyes of others, it was natural that they were surprised. There were many weapons or equipment. There were quite a few who could fight on their own. However, an artifact spirit was still an artifact spirit, and its flaws were very obvious. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god's shadow and Hong Yuan's brother? A weapon spirit could never surpass its master's strength. This was an iron law that no one could violate. They couldn't understand it. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so strong. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to fight with this guy. All right, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news from, if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide my actions. You didn't do it? Humph, Yi Xian, you damned guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you're still trying to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. She saw him with her own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Humph, Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. I'll kill you today. Haha, Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. All right, I said it wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, I'll catch them no matter who they are. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian indifferently said. His gaze had already looked around. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow himself to be trampled on. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian had a tacit understanding. In an instant, two beams of light erupted. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the Godslayer could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the Godslayer was bound to deal a critical hit to the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he was still rational. From Yi Xian's refusal to make a move to Yi Xian's explanation, combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother was still a little confused. The day before, his demon celestial phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a precious treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon celestial phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak heavenly god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother had never encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had been in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, he might not have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian had only fought with his sword and was already able to force him to retreat. Chapter 2166. If Yi Xian could force him to retreat without making a move, didn't that mean that Yi Xian had the ability to defeat or even kill him? Yi Xian didn't do that. Instead, he faced him calmly. Without a doubt, Hong Yuan's brother slowly calmed down. You really didn't do what happened to my sister? Yi Xian lifted his head and said calmly. I said it wasn't me, so it wasn't me. If I really did it, do you think you would still be alive to cause trouble for me? As for your sister, I don't even know who she is. Why would I cause trouble for her? Don't worry, since I'm involved in this matter, I'll get to the bottom of it. Just wait, I'll catch the mastermind very soon. Yi Xian always kept his promises. Moreover, Yi Xian knew very well that he had to find a solution for today's matter. If he didn't catch the mastermind, then similar incidents would happen again. However, Yi Xian still underestimated the methods of those people. After Hong Yuan's brother left temporarily, Yi Xian began his investigation. He asked Fian and the people from the fire division to investigate on his behalf. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Of course, Yi Xian also knew that the power he could use now was far too little. However, Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. Since the mastermind had caused trouble for Xian the first time, then there would be a second time, and a third time. It could be said that as long as those people didn't achieve their goal, then similar incidents would happen again and again. Another few days passed. On this day, Xian was originally just staying in the training camp. However, a sudden attack erupted. They were all from the training camp. 5 people, 5 heavenly gods from the 10th division. The strangest thing was their reason. It's him. That's right. It's Xian. He's gone too far. He's such a bully. That's right. Today, we must find him for revenge. Why? He's a genius. Fine, we're just ordinary people. We can give in to him or even hide from him. But why does he have to force us step by step? Since he doesn't give us a way out, then let's die together. When the 5 of them arrived in front of Xian, they first discussed amongst themselves before directly attacking Xian. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move. It was as if he wanted to perish together with his opponent. Die, you damned bastard! Boom! Xian didn't even understand what was going on when he was suddenly attacked. While the 5 of them were discussing, Xian also heard them. However, he didn't expect them to be talking about him. However, the 5 of them did not hesitate at all when they said they would attack. Ding! A powerful attack has been detected. Attention host! Along with the system notification, Wei Zhentian once again controlled the Godslayer to automatically protect its master. Ding! Host, please take note. The host does not have enough soul fragments. The defense has been broken. Boom! Xian was sent flying by a punch. Even with the Godslayer's defense, he was still sent flying by a punch. Fortunately, Xian was not hurt at all. He only took a few steps back. However, this was still unacceptable. Damn it, what are you doing? Xian looked at the 5 of them, anger rising in his heart. 5 upper-level heavenly gods. Could it be that these fellows had eaten the wrong medicine? QWPM. Humph. You know what we're doing. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The 5 of them charged towards Xian again. Xian grabbed the Godslayer and prepared to summon the 1,000 beast sword servants at the same time. However, he suddenly held himself back. It was obvious that these people were being used by someone else to cause trouble for him. If Xian attacked now, he might not be able to defeat these people. Even if he did, he would only fall into the trap of the mastermind. Therefore, even if Xian was unwilling, he could only hold himself back. Everything was the work of the mastermind. As for these people, they were just innocent people. It could even be said that they were victims as well. All of you stop. All right, since you want to cause trouble for me, then tell me clearly how I offended you. Haha, how did you offend us? Xian, oh Xian, to think that you're number 1 on the genius leaderboard. With your talent and strength, we are no different from ants in front of you. Xian, you can kill us. We're not strong enough. We're just ordinary people. We can't beat you, and we don't have anyone to back us up. We'll admit it. However, why do you have to toy with us and even use our families? Xian, the 182 people in Liujia village are all ordinary people I brought up from the mortal realm. What threat do they pose to you? Or rather, what threat do I pose to you? Why do you want to kill all of them? The 5 of them spoke one after another. Their voices were extremely agitated, and they were even a little incoherent. However, Xian still understood. What these people meant was that Xian had started causing trouble for them a few days ago. At first, he wanted them to hand over their families to Xian and use them as slaves. Naturally, they didn't comply. Then, Xian used all sorts of methods to deal with them. He even destroyed their families in the end. F***CK. Damn you! Xian cursed after hearing this. Xian, how dare you be so arrogant? Brothers, let's attack together. Today we must kill him. Even if we die, we must avenge our families. The 5 of them were extremely agitated. However, Xian was even more agitated than them. All of you stop. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of god-level mounts instantly appeared and surrounded the 5 of them. However, they didn't attack. At the same time, Xian spoke to the 5 of them. A bunch of fools. What do I need your families for? Slaves? Do you think I, Xian, lack divine crystals? Damn you, are you trying to label me as a pervert again? Previously, you labeled me as a pervert. Why? What is it this time? Xian was extremely agitated. Wasn't that person in the dock a little too much? Slaves? It seemed like he had to pay a visit to the slave pavilion. You 5 pigs, come with me now. Xian looked at the 5 of them and said in an unquestionable tone. To be honest, if the 5 of them hadn't been forced into a corner, they wouldn't have dared to cause trouble for Xian. After all, Xian's strength was quite strong in the training camp. Other things aside, just his title as the #1 on the genius leaderboard was enough for Xian to enjoy a lot of privileges in the training camp. After being scolded by Xian, the 5 of them shriveled up. They had mustered up their courage to look for Xian. In reality, they were already prepared to die. They had no intention of leaving alive. However, cultivation wasn't easy. Chapter 2167. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, although family was important, their own lives were important as well. The 5 of them weren't crazy enough to do anything for their family. At this moment, Xian directly walked forward, and the 5 of them followed. QWPM, it wasn't just the 5 of them, but also the surrounding onlookers. Xian had been in the limelight recently, and it was hard for him not to be noticed. Now, Xian was finally going to make a move. Regardless of whether they suspected Xian or believed that Xian wasn't a good person, they all wanted to see what Xian was going to do. Xian was only a mid-level heavenly god, so they weren't afraid of Xian. In an instant, more than 100 people followed behind Xian. Xian put away his god-grade mounts, frowned, and went straight to the Lingxiao Pavilion branch in Mo City. Everyone knew that Xian was related to Lingxian Pavilion, but no one knew what that relationship was. However, when Xian arrived at Lingxian Pavilion, they knew that Xian had an extremely high status in Lingxian Pavilion. This disciple greets the Pavilion Guardian Elder. This time, Xian didn't hide his identity at all. Instead, he flashed his token. Xian didn't care about hiding his identity. Since the plan was to attract Mo City's attention while the Withered Bone Swordsmen, Fire Division, and the others investigated in secret, he had to be arrogant to the end. Almost everyone in Lingxian Pavilion's branch knelt in front of Xian. Xian's Pavilion Guardian Elder's token was the real deal. Even if he was just a general without an army, he still had a lot of authority. You, send a message to Elder Ku and tell him to come see me quickly. This, Pavilion Protector Elder, Vice Pavilion Master Moonless, this lowly one doesn't dare. Although that person didn't say it explicitly, his meaning couldn't be any clearer. What he meant was that Xian was just a guardian elder. Although he was powerful enough, Ku was now a guardian lord. It was unreasonable for Ku to meet Xian. Xian could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately released a voice transmission talisman. If these people did not dare, then he would do it himself. In any case, Xian had never paid much attention to this Pavilion Guardian Elder from the very beginning. He was only looking for Missing Moon to ask for his help. Behind Xian, the people from the training camp were dumbfounded. They did not understand what Xian was doing. In fact, perhaps even Xian himself didn't quite understand. Under normal circumstances, what was Xian? His relationship with Master Moonless was probably not good enough to order him to do anything. However, Xian could only ask Missing Moon for help now, so he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Soon, a figure walked out of the transmission array of this Lingxian Pavilion branch. It seemed like he was still doing something and was still holding a pile of materials in his hands. Grandmaster Yi, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Master Moonless came to Xian and looked at the angry Xian in confusion. I need your help, Xian said without hesitation. Haha, Grandmaster Yi, are you kidding me? Given Grandmaster Ye's abilities, what can't he do? Although Xian's cultivation base was not high, his restriction Grandmaster clone was extremely powerful. At least, in the eyes of someone like Missing Moon, Xian definitely had a lot of super powerful followers by his side. After all, any powerful restriction master would have powerful followers by his side. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Xian didn't care about restriction masters at all. Seeing Xian's cold eyes, Master Moonless could tell that Xian really had something to ask of him this time. Therefore, Master Moonless stopped smiling and said directly, "Grandmaster Yi, what do you need from me? I owe my life to you. As long as you have any orders, I will do my best to help you." Boom. That one sentence made everyone go crazy. Who was Master Moonless? He was the deputy pavilion master of Lingxian Pavilion. Although his cultivation base was not high, it was the result of being trapped for countless years. In fact, Master Moonless' status was equivalent to the second sect master in Lingxian Pavilion because even the sect master had to give in to him. However, such a person had said that he would do his best to help Yi Xian as long as Yi Xian asked him to. What did that mean? Didn't that mean that as long as Yi Xian was willing, the entire Lingxian Pavilion would be at his disposal? This time, the people from Mo Shang training camp truly understood how terrifying Yi Xian was. As for the two people following behind Yi Xian, their faces turned green. There was no doubt that these people had participated in plotting against Yi Xian. Now, when Yi Xian was ready to shed all pretense of cordiality, they knew that they had seriously underestimated Yi Xian's strength. All right, I'm glad to hear that. I'm currently in Mo Shang training camp and I'm very annoyed. Someone has been plotting against me one after another. I want you to help me find out who that person is, Yi Xian said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a strange expression on Master Moonless' face. Wait a minute, Master Yi. What did you just say? Where are you? I said that I'm an apprentice in the outer camp of Mo Shang training camp. What's wrong? Is there a problem? This. Of course, you can do whatever you want, Master Yi. However, Master Yi, even if you wanted to set up a training camp stronger than Mo Shang training camp, it would only take a few words. Why would you run off to be an apprentice? Don't tell me you have nothing better to do? Master Moonless' words left Yi Xian somewhat unable to react. Of course, this kind of misunderstanding couldn't be blamed on Yi Xian or Moonless. After all, Master Moonless couldn't possibly know that Yi Xian's restriction skills were completely dependent on the system. Yi Xian also couldn't possibly know that Moonless meant that he wanted Yi Xian to use his status as a restriction grandmaster. Yi Xian was in a daze. However, Master Moonless said somewhat helplessly, "Master Yi, you really like to joke around. Grandmaster Yi, you really like to joke. You came to me for such a small matter. However, this also shows that Grandmaster Yi doesn't treat me, Moonless, as an outsider. Alright, this matter, no matter what, I, Moonless, will do it beautifully for you. Just wait for the good news." After Moonless finished speaking, a dumbfounded Yi Xian led the similarly dumbfounded members of the training camp back. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Xian anymore. After all, even someone like Lingxian Court's vice pavilion master had been so submissive in front of Yi Xian. Anyone who wasn't a fool would know that Yi Xian's identity wasn't simple. This matter was just a momentary impulse for Yi Xian. However, he didn't know how big of a crisis it had caused. The few times Yi Xian had been targeted, there was no doubt that it was Yi Lixiu's doing. He was the one who arranged for people to scheme against Yi Xian. According to Yi Lixiu's plan, he wanted to play Yi Xian to death. Chapter 2168. However, when Yi Xian exploded, he realized that he had provoked a powerful figure. Lingxian Court was actually going all out to help Yi Xian. Yi Lixiu had no choice but to seek help from his family. As for Master Moonless, he immediately met with the sect master of Lingxian Court after Yi Xian left. Master Moonless had never expected that Yi Xian, who had originally been prepared to use his own strength to help Yi Xian because he owed Yi Xian a debt of gratitude. However, the sect master of Lingxian Court had asked everyone in Lingxian Court to help Yi Xian. Take note, everyone in Lingxian Court. In other words, this included Lingxian Court's allies. Moreover, when he said this, the pavilion master of the Lingxian Pavilion was actually extremely happy. It was as if being able to help Yi Xian was a glorious thing. Master Moonless had always known that the pavilion master paid special attention to Yi Xian. From the first time he had met Yi Xian, the pavilion master had asked if Yi Xian had participated in the training. Then, the pavilion master had given Yi Xian the status of a pavilion guardian elder without hesitation. It seemed that all of this hadn't been unintentional. In the beginning, Master Moonless had thought that the pavilion master was trying to rope in Yi Xian. However, it now seemed that this wasn't the case. After all, there was no need to mobilize all of Lingxian Court's forces to help Yi Xian in order to rope in Yi Xian. It seemed that there was more to this than met the eye. A huge storm was brewing. At the center of this storm was the Mo Shang training camp, a place that no one had paid much attention to. As for the reason, it was simply because Yi Xian was there. Of course, such a huge storm wasn't something that could happen in a day or two. Because of Yi Xian's sudden explosion, Yi Lixiu had stopped all actions against Yi Xian. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of power this seemingly ordinary Yi Xian had. In fact, this power hadn't even been fully unleashed yet. Ling Shuangge alone was enough to force him to stop whatever he was doing. He was only the 7th prince of the Dark Knight Empire. He had some power, but it wasn't that great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to the Mo Shang training camp. At this moment, his family had already sent him a message, telling him not to make the slightest move. Otherwise, he would be punished according to the family rules. What had originally been a personal conflict between Yi Lixiu and Yi Xian had now turned into a conflict between Ling Xian court and the entire Dark Knight Empire. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian did not give up on his ambitions, this conflict would continue to escalate. Of course, Yi Xian was still unaware of all this. So, he took advantage of his opportunity to cause trouble for the slave pavilion. The slave pavilion was a power, but in the 100 territories, it was only a small power comparable to the myriad beast school. Yi Xian led the 5 people who had been captured at the beginning to the outside of the slave pavilion. A huge ancient town. This was the headquarters of the slave pavilion. There were still many experts in the slave pavilion. To be honest, no matter how one looked at it, Yi Xian and a few people from the Mo Shang training camp didn't seem to have the slightest chance of winning. However, when Yi Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that there were only a dozen people left in the slave pavilion's headquarters. The others had all run away. In a fit of anger, Yi Xian burned down the slave pavilion's headquarters. When the people left behind saw Yi Xian coming over, they ran away without a second word. The weakest among those people was a mid-level sky celestial grade, yet they didn't even have the guts to make a move against Yi Xian. After burning down the slave pavilion's headquarters, Yi Xian's anger was more or less vented. Previously, all sorts of trouble had been stirring up in Yi Xian's heart. However, now that his anger had subsided, Yi Xian calmed down and started to think carefully. It seemed like there was something strange going on around him. There was simply no need for Ling Xian Pavilion to help Yi Xian. Yi Xian and Ling Xian Pavilion didn't have much contact with each other. They only had some contact with Master Moonless. However, Ling Xian Pavilion had helped him. Not only had they helped him, but they had also used all their means to help him. In less than 3 days, Yi Xian received news from Ling Xian Pavilion. He also knew that Yi Lixiu was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, Yi Lixiu had also run away. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. When Yi Xian found out about Yi Lixiu's identity, he found it very strange as well. Logically speaking, given Yi Lixiu's background, killing Yi Xian should have been as easy as crushing an ant. However, when the local conflict had erupted, Yi Lixiu had chosen to back down. What was this? What was all this? Yi Xian was really confused. This time, he was truly dumbfounded. Even the system, without any information, couldn't understand what was going on around Yi Xian. Of course, one thing was for sure. It seemed like there was a mysterious power helping Yi Xian from behind the scenes. While Yi Xian was pondering this in the training camp, the external conflict was escalating. The first conflict to erupt was between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. QWPM within the 100 territories, there was no doubt that there was an irreconcilable conflict between Ling Xian Pavilion and Jubao Pavilion. However, in the past million years, the two factions hadn't really had a major conflict. However, in one day, Ling Xian Pavilion had mobilized all their elites and destroyed thousands of Jubao Pavilion strongholds. By the time Jubao Pavilion had put up a defense, it was already too late. They'd attacked as soon as they'd said so. As for the reason given by Ling Xian Pavilion, it turned out that a young master from Jubao Pavilion had once targeted Yi Xian. Could it be that Ling Xian Pavilion had already made preparations to attack and was just using me as an excuse this time? Yi Xian thought to himself. This was the only reasonable reason he could think of. Otherwise, how could he explain why Ling Xian Pavilion was helping him with all their might? Clouds of mystery surrounded Yi Xian as earth-shattering changes took place in the outside world. The 100 territories, which had been peaceful for 1,000,000 years, suddenly erupted into conflict. Moreover, it was in the form of battle. Every day, countless people died. Every day, Countless battles took place. Lingxian Pavilion was like a madman, attacking Jubao Pavilion and the Anya Empire in the name of avenging Yi Xian. All this mystery was solved when a messenger from the Fire Tribe found Yi Xian to report to him. This made Yi Xian understand why Lingxian Pavilion was so crazy. Your subordinate pays his respects to the God Emperor. On this day, a messenger from the Fire Tribe came to Yi Xian's room. It's you. What's the matter? Of course, Yi Xian knew this person. After all, Yi Xian had seen him before.
God Emperor, your subordinate has been ordered to investigate the matter of Mo Xianxia and has made some progress.
Therefore, I have specially come to report to you. In addition, there is another matter that your subordinate feels the need to tell you.
Oh, what is it?
Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't know what this person wanted to say. God Emperor, this matter concerns Lingxian Pavilion. Chapter 2169. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's realization, Lord God Emperor. In order to make it easier for our Fire Clan to observe various places, we have set up some organizations in many places. As for the 100 realms of Mo Xianghu, because the Mo Xianghu is somewhat special, we have increased our investment. That Lingxian is a force that the third clan leader of the Fire Clan personally established to make it easier for us to investigate the Mo Xianghu.
What?
Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the Lingxian court was actually a member of the Fire Tribe. In other words, the Lingxian court had been part of Yi Xian's force from the very beginning. Now everything made sense. Why would the Lingxian court give him a clone of a court protector elder? And why would they go crazy when they found out that Yi Xian had given them an order? Because the Lingxian court belonged to Yi Xian to begin with. Or rather, it belonged to the inheritor of the ancient God Emperor's inheritance. Yi Xian was the new God Emperor, so wasn't he the owner of the Lingxian court? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this ancient lost clan. After all this fuss, Yi Xian had been tormenting himself for so long, but it turned out that he had always been under the protection of the Lingxian court. However, Yi Xian didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Happy. After all, Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised that he had suddenly gained such a large force. It had also strengthened Yi Xian a lot. Angry? Damn it! If he hadn't gone to look for the Lingxian court, the people of the Lingxian court would never have told Yi Xian the truth. Damn! There were so many good things in the Lingxian court. If Yi Xian had used them directly, he would have broken through many levels by now. All right, I understand. Yi Xian sat down speechlessly. Lord God Emperor, the third clan head still has something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The Fire Tribe member suddenly knelt on the ground, which made Yi Xian frown slightly. Then he said, Lord God Emperor, the three clan heads wanted me to tell you that because the strength of the ancient Yi clan is very limited, and the enemy we need to fight against is extremely powerful, Lingxian court is the strongest force in our Fire Clan. Therefore, we can follow your orders this time. After all, some conflicts have already existed, but only this time. In the future, the Fire Division will not be able to obey your orders so directly. What did he mean? Yi Xian frowned. The man continued to explain, Lord God Emperor should know how powerful the enemy we are facing is. If we are not careful, our ancient Yi clan will be annihilated. Lord God Emperor, please use your strength to increase your strength and lead us to fight against that powerful existence as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will fight with all my strength. But for now, we have to hide our strength. These are the original words of the third clan leader. The third clan patriarch said that if Lord God Emperor wants to blame us, please wait until we eliminate that powerful existence first. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes, you're right. Yes, your considerations are correct. I understand. Then, let's do as you think. However, we cannot relax our investigation of Mo Xianghu. We must find out the secrets of Mo Xianghu. Yes, Lord God Emperor. All right, there's nothing else. You can go about your business. Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the man. However, after the man left, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. QWPM. Although the third clan head's words were vague enough, Yi Xian understood the meaning behind them. Perhaps it was necessary to hide their strength. However, more importantly, the higher-ups of the Fire Division had not completely accepted Yi Xian. Because of their ancestral teachings and clan rules, They had no choice but to serve Yi Xian as their master. However, Yi Xian was too weak now, so they would not completely submit to Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, the lost ancient clan belonged to Yi Xian, but they did not belong to Yi Xian either. After all, too many things had changed in the span of hundreds of millions of years. It was still unknown how loyal the lost ancient clan was to Yi Xian. Perhaps they would follow Yi Xian without hesitation if he was powerful enough. However, Yi Xian was not powerful enough. Power. Everything depended on power. Sometimes, even if Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity, he would not be able to control it completely if he was not powerful enough. For example, Ling Xian Court could be called the Lost Ancient Clan. However, Yi Xian quickly adjusted his mentality. Why should he entrust everything to others? Yi Xian was Yi Xian. There was nothing that he had to rely on others. Whether the Lost Ancient Clan was willing to obey him or not, Yi Xian had to improve his own strength. The next morning, Yi Xian appeared in a place he had never been before. Many people were stunned. The mission hall. In Mo Shang training camp, many people usually went to complete missions in exchange for points. However, Yi Xian had never been there before. This was Yi Xian's first time here. At the moment, the matter regarding Ling Xian Court had already exploded to a new height. Everyone in the training camp had a new understanding of Yi Xian. It could be said that in the entire training camp, at least in the outer camp, no one dared to say no to Yi Xian. However, he clearly had great power and authority. Yet, Yi Xian had come to Mo Shang training camp and was preparing to accept a mission today? The girl in charge of issuing missions was dumbfounded. It was not strange for anyone to come to her place, except for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's appearance made her somewhat unable to react. Young Master Yi, may I ask what business you have with me?
Oh, I'm here to accept a mission.
Can I see the list of missions? Yi Xian did not care about the gazes around him. They were not him, so how would they know about his affairs? The girl hesitated for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted immediately and directly placed all the missions in front of Yi Xian. The missions in Mo Shang training camp were divided into levels: easy, normal, difficult, and nightmare. These 4 levels represented 4 different types of missions with different levels of danger. Simple missions had an average casualty rate of almost 0. Normal missions had a casualty rate of 20%. Difficult missions had 50%. Nightmare missions had a casualty rate as high as 70%. Of course, according to the missions, the rewards were naturally different too. Moreover, every mission had a minimum realm requirement. Yi Xian did not have much leeway to choose. In fact, apart from the simple missions in front of him, there were only 2 difficult missions. Mission 1. A powerful divine beast has appeared in the 100 Flower Valley. The 100 Flower Valley seeks help from the Mo Shang training camp. The request is to defeat or kill the evil divine beast. However, the requirement is to be an intermediate celestial god. Chapter 2170. These were the only 2 normal missions that Yi Xian could accept at the moment. As for simple missions, there were a few. However, how could Yi Xian possibly do such a mission? To Yi Xian, such a mission was simply a waste of time. Can I accept these 2 missions at the same time? Yi Xian asked the girl. The 2 normal missions only had a reward of 200 points. It was very little, but Yi Xian could only accept these 2 missions, so he didn't want to miss them. If young Master Yi wants to accept these 2 missions at the same time, of course you can. At this moment, the entire hall was abuzz with discussion. It wouldn't be strange for anyone to appear here, but it was strange that Yi Xian had come. In their eyes, how could a high and mighty young master like Yi Xian accept such a low-level mission? 200 points? What could he exchange for in Mo Shang training camp? Perhaps it could be exchanged for many things in the eyes of ordinary disciples, but for someone like Yi Xian, those things were no different from trash. No one knew what Yi Xian was trying to do. But Yi Xian still did it. He knew his own business. Yi Xian had been a little lazy for some time. He had used up all the resources he had, but Yi Xian hadn't done anything for such a long time. This wasn't a good habit. Yi Xian was just a lowly existence in the realm of the gods. What right did he have to be lazy? According to the priority of the mission, Yi Xian's first choice was the 100 Flower Valley. Was it the evil divine beast? Yi Xian wanted to see what kind of divine beast it was. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the 100 Flower Valley. The 100-Flower Valley used to be a place with beautiful scenery. Because of its abundance of beautiful divine flowers, it wasn't exactly famous, but it still had some reputation.
The master of the 100 Flowers Valley was a superior deity.
He brought his people to live here. In the beginning, he was doing well. However, the appearance of the divine beast disrupted everything. Furthermore, when he led his clansmen to encircle and annihilate the mythical beast, he was the one who was heavily injured. He had no choice but to seek help from the Mo Shang training camp. When Yi Xian came over, the valley master of the Centauria Valley clearly didn't trust Yi Xian. "You are the person sent by Mo Shang training camp?" Sitting on the bed, the valley master looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of distrust. "Yes, I'm here to help you get rid of that divine beast. Little guy, fighting against that divine beast is not a joke. How about this, you can go and take a look first. If you are not sure, don't try to show off. That divine beast has a strange ability, and we can't do anything to it. You must be careful, and don't throw your life away." Although these words were a little harsh, the valley master had good intentions. Therefore, Yi Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't say anything, the valley master sent someone to lead the way for Yi Xian. The two of them walked quickly and soon reached a mountain top. "Master, it's just ahead. That divine beast is extremely powerful. I dare not go any further. Please be careful." Yi Xian nodded. This guy was just a mortal. He wasn't even an inferior deity, so it was normal for him to be afraid. In that case, Yi Xian would go over by himself. Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer in his hand as Yi Xian walked forward cautiously. Yi Xian released his divine consciousness and kept an eye on his surroundings. He didn't know what the divine beast was, but it was always good to be cautious. However, when Yi Xian saw the divine beast, he was delighted. It turned out that it was a devourer beast. The devourer beast was a good thing for Yi Xian. He would have to depend on him for the devourer points. He didn't expect to be so lucky. It seemed that he would have to walk around more often in the future. If he hadn't accepted this task, wouldn't he have no fate with the devourer beast? This was a high-level devourer beast. It could give Yi Xian 3 devourer points. 3 devourer points was not a small number for Yi Xian. Since he had confirmed his target, there was no need to hesitate. "Let's kill it." "Kill!" Yi Xian's figure flashed as he pounced towards the divine beast. The divine beast noticed Yi Xian coming over. However, it had occupied this place for a long time and no one was a match for it. Although there were some who came to fight it, they were all defeated by it. Ding! System notification. Detected a special devourer beast. Host, please take note. Killing this devourer beast will not only give devourer points, but also a special material, the heart of a flower. Heart of a flower? What was that? System, what's the use of this heart of a flower? Ding! System notification. The heart of a flower can be used to fuse with a floral spirit swordsman. Floral spirit swordsman? Yi Xian was stunned. Anyway, the name didn't sound like much. Of course, no matter what, it was still a swordsman. He had to get his hands on it. Deity slaying slash. Boom! Yi Xian attacked with his sword. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that the divine beast had lived a peaceful life for too long, or that it had underestimated Yi Xian. In any case, it was killed in one strike. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devourer points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the heart of a flower. At this time, Yi Xian began to observe the uses of this floral spirit swordsman. Floral spirit swordsman, fusion requirement. 10 devourer points, heart of a flower, spirit of a grass, soul of a tree, origin of water. Damn, for special materials and 10 devourer points. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. However, as he continued to read, he realized that this floral spirit swordsman wasn't as useless as its name suggested. Floral spirit swordsman special ability 1. Flower tribe. The floral spirit swordsman can summon 100 flower fairies to fight for him. Following the notification of his realm, he can also summon tree fairies, grass fairies, etc. QWPM special ability 2. Flower protection. The flower fairies have extremely powerful recovery abilities. After the host has obtained the floral spirit swordsman, he will also have powerful healing abilities, able to heal others in a large area. This was an ability.
Other than that, there was also the increase of his realm. This floral spirit swordsman actually had a lot of room for improvement. It seemed that Yi Xian still had to get his hands on this floral spirit swordsman. After all, a powerful healing ability was able to bring Yi Xian a very powerful combat strength. Especially the current Yi Xian, what he needed was this kind of strength. Moreover, the floral spirit swordsman still had a lot of room for improvement. One must know that the newly fused floral spirit swordsman was only a lower rank one true god. This was a swordsman that needed to be nurtured continuously. Once it matured, it wouldn't be simple. It could be said that if the withered bone swordsman that Yi Xian created was a consumable, then this floral spirit swordsman would become an existence with unlimited potential. Chapter 2171. Yi Xian had accepted 2 missions at the same time. Now that he had completed the first mission, it was time for him to complete the second one. Although Lingbo Lake was called a lake, its surface area was extremely large. It far exceeded the scope of a normal lake. Actually, there was nothing worth paying attention to at Lingbo Lake all this time. However, a few years ago, a large number of fish living in the lake had mutated. The fish in the realm of the gods all possessed a certain level of intelligence. The reason they were cultivating here was, of course, to cultivate a godhead. However, for some reason, the fish in Lingbo Lake continued to mutate into demon gods. Moreover, it was not through conventional cultivation. Instead, it was through a mysterious force that forcefully raised them. Yi Xian had come alone this time. He did not have any helpers by his side. Moreover, there was no one around Lingbo Lake. It was impossible to say that there was no danger. However, Yi Xian would not give up. Since he had accepted the mission, he naturally had to complete it. Yi Xian circled around Lingbo Lake, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there is nothing noteworthy here? That shouldn't be the case. Since the training camp has issued a mission, there must be something strange. Only then would the training camp issue a mission. Then, where is the problem? Yi Xian frowned slightly. System, can you scan the surrounding environment? Yi Xian suddenly asked the system. After all, there were some things that Yi Xian could not do, but that did not mean that the system could not do either.
Ding. System notification. Scanning environment. Ding. System notification. Hidden restriction detected. Does the host wish to remove it? There was a restriction? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had not found any traces of a restriction. The surroundings did not seem to be anything special. He did not expect that there would be a restriction here. What an ingenious concealment method. It actually managed to hide from Yi Xian's detection. Unfortunately, even so, it could not escape the system's scan. Of course it's easy to break, Yi Xian said to the system. His mission this time was to investigate the Lingbo Lake. Now that he had discovered something unusual, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Ding. System notification. Seal broken successfully. In an instant, a strange little bridge appeared in front of Yi Xian. This small bridge was clearly connected to the center of the Lingbo Lake. It was strange because the bridge was made of plants that lived in the water. Something was off. This time, Yi Xian didn't need anyone to tell him that something was amiss. Without hesitation, Yi Xian stepped onto the bridge. The bridge wasn't too far away. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at a small island. There was actually a small island hidden on Lingbo Lake? To be honest, let alone Yi Xian, even in Mo Shang's training camp, no one knew. However, when Yi Xian saw the residents on the island clearly, he was slightly taken aback. Mere people?
Mere people weren't considered rare. No matter what kind of creature they were, even if they were plants, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to transform into humans. Therefore, there was nothing strange about the mere people. However, what Yi Xian found strange was that there were actually quite a few strong individuals among the mere people. The strongest one had even reached the level of a mid-level true god. Of course, the strangest thing was the behavior of these mere people. It was as if they were being controlled by a mysterious power. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy in them. All that was left was a lifeless atmosphere. All of the mere people were doing their own things. Their most important task now was to build an altar. Although Yi Xian was quite far away, he was still able to clearly see the appearance of the altar. After all, the altar was too huge. On top of the altar was a statue of a divine beast.
However, there was something special about this statue. Its face was that of a human face. A beast with a human face? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on here and what kind of secret was hidden here. It seemed that everything that Yi Xian had seen so far had nothing to do with his mission. However, Yi Xian's keen senses told him that he needed to investigate this place carefully. He was afraid that this human-faced beast had extraordinary abilities and was also hiding a huge secret. Who's there? Suddenly, Yi Xian heard human voices. When Yi Xian looked over, he realized that there were already a dozen strong mare people rushing towards Yi Xian. These mare people were emitting black flames all over their bodies. Just based on their appearance, Yi Xian knew that this might be where the secret he was looking for was. Here, there were demonized mermaids, and there was a large number of them. No one would believe that there was no secret here. Yi Xian didn't want to get into a conflict with these mare people. After all, once a conflict broke out, Yi Xian would be in constant trouble. When that happened, he might not even be able to keep his life, let alone find out more information. However, these demonized mare people were Yi Xian's target after all. Therefore, this battle was simply unavoidable. They were all mare people, but it was obvious that the demonized mare people no longer treated other mare people as their own kind. They were unscrupulously suppressing their own kind. All of this was extremely strange. Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant. In an instant, Yi Xian also made his move. The Thousand Beasts Sword Attendant was summoned. However, before he could summon his god-grade mount, a powerful aura swept over him. The aura was so powerful that even Yi Xian felt his hair stand on end. Retreat! Yi Xian didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. However, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant rushed forward instead. Boom! Suppression. This was definitely suppression. Even without summoning a divine mount, the strength of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant was not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant was immediately suppressed and killed as soon as it appeared. So strong. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian was still thinking about how to investigate this place. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's only thought was to escape. Too strong. That aura was too strong. It could be said that it was a powerful existence that Yi Xian had never seen before. Yi Xian frantically retreated along the small bridge. Behind him, a group of demonized mare people chased after him. Yi Xian didn't even dare to look back. Run! He fled frantically. He didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence on Yi Xian's first mission. It could be said that it was Yi Xian. If it had been anyone else carrying out this mission, they would have died without a doubt unless they were super strong. Yi Xian fled for his life because he knew very well that if he didn't leave, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2172. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Yi Xian could tell from their indignant gazes that they really wanted to kill Yi Xian. They were afraid that the situation here would be exposed. Unfortunately, they couldn't leave the island. Yi Xian didn't dare delay. He quickly returned to the training camp and looked for Lu Luo. Yi Xian, why are you looking for me? Lu Luo was also surprised. Although Yi Xian was his subordinate, he basically ignored him. Apart from the annual assessment, Yi Xian basically didn't even talk to him. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to look for him this time. Yi Xian looked at Lu Luo. In the training camp, Lu Luo was one of the people Yi Xian was more familiar with. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly said, "Senior, do you know about the normal difficulty mission at Lingbo Lake?" News of Yi Xian accepting a mission had already spread in the training camp, especially the people from the First Division. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian would accept a mission. Naturally, there were endless discussions. Now that Yi Xian was asking him about Lingbo Lake, it seemed like Yi Xian really did accept a mission. "Yes, I know. What's the matter? Is there a problem with Lingbo Lake?" Lu Luo asked Yi Xian. "Senior, I'm afraid something big is going to happen at Lingbo Lake. I accepted a mission this time and went to check on Lingbo Lake. However, I found a seal there. After breaking it, I found a mysterious island. There are a large group of merfolk living on that island. The merfolk aren't the key. The key is that all the merfolk have demonized. Moreover, there's a super powerhouse guarding the island." "Wait a minute. Yi Xian. Did you say merfolk and merfolk? What's going on? What's the difference?" Lu Luo interrupted Yi Xian, but the point of his question was rather strange. I'm not too sure about the specifics. To put it simply, there are two different races up there. Of course, it's also possible that there are two branches of the same race. Senior, that's not the point. The point is that the monsters up there have been demonized. Demonization. Lu Luo frowned. The term demonized was not unfamiliar, but in the god realm, encountering demonized creatures or people was very rare. There were many fiend celestials, but there was a fundamental difference between demonization and fiend celestials. Demon gods were either cultivated in a different way, or they were cultivated by the demon race. However, demonization referred to people and monsters whose hearts and appearances had undergone a huge change. Cruel, bloody, violent, merciless. This kind of thing couldn't be called a human, but a beast. All right, Yi Xian, I got it. You rest first. I'll report this matter immediately. Lu Luo did not doubt Yi Xian's words at all. With Yi Xian's status, there was no need for him to lie. Therefore, Lu Luo quickly found the higher-ups of the training camp. This matter seemed to have suddenly disrupted the rhythm of the entire training camp, as well as Yi Xian's life. The appearance of these demonized monsters was inexplicable. It could be said that without Yi Xian's discovery, it wouldn't have caused so much trouble at all. In fact, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had investigated the Lingbo Lake mission. Many others had. Moreover, even during normal times, some people would go there. However, no one had discovered the slightest abnormality. That was because the restriction there was too strong. It could be said that if Yi Xian hadn't gone there, this secret might have been difficult to discover. At this moment, after the appearance of the demonized monster, even the battle between Ling Shuangge and the Dark Knight Empire had subconsciously slowed down. Demonizing a monster was a big deal. In the hundreds of territories of MO, there had never been such a thing. In fact, what people knew about demonized monsters came from legends. It was said that there were countless other Master God's worlds outside of their Master God's world. Among them, the Master God closest to their Master God's world was a demon god. The battle between the two Master Gods had never stopped. However, the battle usually broke out in the secret realm of battle. It was an independent battle space opened up by the two Master Gods. It was also the only point of contact between the two Master Gods' worlds. QWPM, the God's world, was an incomparably huge continent. However, this continent wasn't complete. On the continent there were countless voids. It was said that these voids were all destroyed by battles in ancient times. These voids could be considered as hopeless. Unless one was a super strong Master God, anyone else who entered would only die. This was because they contained extremely violent natural laws. Once one entered, one would be instantly killed. These voids had undoubtedly become the best natural borders. In this way, the areas where the two Master Gods' worlds touched were naturally very important. The battle between the Master God where Yi Xian and the others were and the Demon God Master God were all concentrated on one battlefield. In other words, there shouldn't be any demonized creatures inside. Could it be that there was some huge conspiracy happening? The entire Mo Shang training camp had already started moving. Not only Mo Shang training camp, but various forces, including Ling Xian Court, had also sent out their own experts. They were prepared to set off together to find out what was going on. As Yi Xian was the first person to scout out the news, he was also asked to join the team. Yi Xian didn't mind this. In fact, even if Yi Xian wasn't asked to join, he would have taken the initiative to join. Last time, Yi Xian had escaped with great difficulty. No matter what, this time, he had to find some trouble with those demonized creatures. The team gathered 5 days later, which could be said to be extremely fast. Yi Xian and 30 over heavenly gods set off as the vanguard under the leadership of an inferior grade 3 spiritual god. Pavilion Protector Elder. Is this the place you were talking about? This spiritual god was from Ling Xian Court, so he was very polite to Yi Xian. Yes, this is the place. Yi Xian answered affirmatively. After receiving Yi Xian's affirmation, everyone quickly became alert and looked around. However, they couldn't find anything. Even the inferior grade spiritual god was no exception. Pavilion Protector Elder. There's nothing here. Did you remember the wrong location? If I said this is the place, then it can't be wrong. There's a restriction here. Didn't you notice it? Restriction? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of the restriction. Generally speaking, any restriction would have a slight fluctuation. One didn't even need to come into contact with the restriction to feel it. Of course, according to the level of restriction, the strength of the fluctuation wasn't certain. At this moment, when they heard Yi Xian say that there was a restriction here, everyone paid close attention. Many people even took out Dharma treasures to check the restriction. Chapter 2173. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yi Xian was surprised by this. However, now was not the time to argue about this. System, break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yi Xian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone's gaze on Yi Xian changed. Yi Xian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to. What did this mean? Didn't this mean that Yi Xian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was even more terrified of Yi Xian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. Who exactly was Yi Xian? Why were there so many mysterious things around him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yi Xian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yi Xian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder. Please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction recovered after you left last time, it's very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from finding this small bridge, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yi Xian as an equal. Yi Xian nodded. The spiritual deity's words were reasonable. Thus, Yi Xian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. Yi Xian did not know what they were doing during this time. Of course, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier hadn't been repaired yet. Thus, the crowd continued to walk forward together. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard group were all dead. No, there was still one person who was fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several experts rushed over and fought with the demonized mermaids. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual deity looked at everyone and then said, "This is probably a place. When I led the vanguard group, I heard a voice that said that it had been waiting for us." What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means either. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then, those mermaids started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical abilities. Among them, the thing that you have to pay attention to the most is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time, everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Resurrection. There were indeed some people who had such a special magical ability. But resurrecting indefinitely? What was this? Let's not care about this for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yi Xian was about to charge forward, but the inferior spiritual deity of Lingxian court suddenly stopped Yi Xian. What do you want? Yi Xian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder. Leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This place is not something we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Yi Xian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow's words did not explain clearly what had happened. He only asked Yi Xian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yi Xian to leave, but he should at least make things clear. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out at Yi Xian with his palm. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yi Xian. In fact, his palm directly pushed Yi Xian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at that person as his figure flew backward, but he still continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell was this? Yi Xian was shocked. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come here. He had to escape the second time he had come here. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yi Xian very unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian as he loudly shouted. Don't worry. He shouted. Leave quickly. Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he left and looked at the island for the last time, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then, what exactly did Yi Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could casually grab a person. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate to return directly to the training camp. At this moment, everyone in the training camp wasn't too worried about exploring over Wave Lake at all. Perhaps it could be said that this was a battle that they had absolute confidence in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion walked swiftly over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those devilized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why have you returned alone? Where are the others? He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yi Xian spoke while looking at everyone present here. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2174. Wait a minute. Yi Xian. You said they won't be coming back. What's going on? The one who spoke was the camp commander of Mo Shang Training Camp. A mysterious guy. Of course, it was a little difficult to call him a camp commander, so everyone respectfully called him Venerable Wu Yu. Lingbo Lake is a trap. I don't know what secrets there are inside, but everyone who went there is trapped. It's almost impossible to get them back. Yi Xian replied. However, Yi Xian's words attracted criticism. Kid, what did you say? You said my brother and the others won't be coming back? You better explain yourself. You were the one who brought the news back, and you're the only one who came back. You have to explain yourself. This time, the person who spoke belonged to a faction called the 100 Buildings. It was considered a mid-tier faction in the 100 territories of Mo Shang. Yi Xian frowned. This person's words were obviously filled with suspicion. It could even be said that this person directly pointed to Yi Xian as the person who planned this conspiracy. The 100 Buildings were on good terms with the Anya Empire, so it was reasonable that they didn't like Yi Xian. However, wasn't it too much to suspect Yi Xian at this time? In an instant, Yi Xian only felt his anger rising. He glared at that person. However, someone jumped out before Yi Xian. This person was Master Moonless. Tower Master 100 Buildings. What did you say? Are you suspecting Master Yi? Haha, I suspect him. Is he not worthy of suspicion? Alright, let me ask you. Why was he the only one who discovered the secret of Lingbo Lake? So many of us went there before, but why didn't anyone discover it? Now, he's the one who brought everyone there, but no one came back. What do you think is going on? As soon as this was said, someone immediately agreed. That's right. This Yi Xian is only a mid-tier celestial god. Among the people we sent, most of them have higher cultivation than him. Why is he the only one who came back? Where are the others? If there's really any danger, why can't the others escape if this kid can? After all, there are 5 domain enlightened spirit gods in the group. Could it be that this kid is even more formidable than domain enlightened spirit gods? What did you say? Yi Xian's heart was already burning with anger. Although these people were very strong, Yi Xian really wanted to kill them right now. The feeling of being wronged was really uncomfortable. Not to mention that Yi Xian was only able to escape this time because that domain enlightened spirit god from Lingxian court had risked his life to save him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, kid. Don't tell me that you shouldn't be suspected? Humph. And your Lingxian pavilion. I suspect that your Lingxian pavilion is colluding with this kid, deliberately trying to exhaust everyone's strength. These words were getting more and more ridiculous. Yi Xian gripped the Godslayer tightly. However, the pavilion master of Lingxian court arrived by Yi Xian's side and shook his head lightly at Yi Xian. It could be said that no one believed Yi Xian, but the members of Lingxian court would absolutely not doubt Yi Xian. Even if the pavilion master of Lingxian court didn't fully acknowledge Yi Xian's identity. Kill him. Suddenly, a voice resounded. They actually wanted to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian was infuriated. But what could he do? Not to mention that he was utterly unable to defeat these people. Just how was he supposed to explain this matter? Actually, it really was Yi Xian who'd noticed something unusual, and then it was Yi Xian who'd returned by himself. Especially the members of Mo Shang's training camp. At this moment, their gazes were clearly hostile. Even Lu Luo had an extremely complicated expression in his eyes. All of you are suspecting me? When Yi Xian saw the look in Lu Luo's eyes, he felt a sense of desolation in his heart. In any case, he'd been in this training camp for a period of time. However, even the people in the training camp weren't willing to believe him. How could Yi Xian feel about this? You want to kill Yi Xian? Then you'll have to step over my dead body first. Even though Lingxian court wasn't willing to fully obey Yi Xian's orders, the pavilion master still stood by Yi Xian without hesitation when Yi Xian was in trouble. For a moment, the entire place fell silent. A portion of the people remained neutral, because they couldn't make a decision before the matter was clarified. Another portion of people really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but they couldn't help but be wary of the pavilion master of Lingxian court. All right, quiet down. Give me some face. This matter still needs to be investigated. It won't be too late to make a decision after the matter is clarified. Venerable Misty Voice stood up. No matter what, Yi Xian was now considered one of his people, and this was his territory. Therefore, he couldn't ignore this matter. Humph, what's wrong? Does Mo Shang's training camp also want to stand with this kid? Someone jumped out. Yi Xian didn't know any of these people, but he didn't understand why these people wanted to kill him. What good would killing Yi Xian do for them? Or could it be that they purely wanted to use Yi Xian to vent the depression and anger in their hearts? Venerable Misty Voice frowned. This person's words could be said to be too much, and it made Venerable Misty Voice quite angry. However, at this moment, a voice came from afar. Reporting. Seniors. Someone has returned. Someone had returned. Yi Xian finally relaxed a little, and the others looked at each other. However, they didn't hesitate and quickly walked out. When Yi Xian saw that person, he was simply terrified. At this moment, that person's entire body was emitting black qi, and one of his hands and legs had actually been demonized. Moreover, his eyes revealed a trace of madness. Fortunately, his divine sense was still clear. Quickly retreat. That thing has revived. As soon as he finished speaking, the domain enlightened spirit god fell unconscious. Second brother. The pavilion master of 100 pavilions charged over. It turned out that this person was his younger brother. QWPM. That person's words instantly cleared Yi Xian of suspicion. However, no one paid any attention to Yi Xian at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just an ant. Even if it was a misunderstanding, could it be that they had to apologize? That thing? What thing? Yi Xian was puzzled. However, someone dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. How could this be possible? Isn't he already dead? At that time, we attacked with all our strength and even spent an entire 100 years to refine him. Why would he revive? Moreover, he even appeared at Overwave Lake?
This is impossible. That thing was destroyed a long time ago. Why would he revive? This is impossible. Chapter 2175. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ancient Sword Intent? What was that? Yi Xian frowned once again. Fortunately, Master Moonless came to Yi Xian's side and explained softly to Yi Xian. Grandmaster Yi, you might not know this, but the ancient sword intent was originally a remnant sword intent from a mysterious ancient sword. It couldn't even be considered a weapon spirit. However, after countless years of cultivation, it actually obtained an incomplete godhead, and its strength was incomparably powerful. This sword first appeared in Mo's 100 territories about 500,000 years ago. At that time, no one knew how terrifying it was. They thought it was a treasure and attracted many forces to fight over it. However, after everyone fought a bloody battle, the ancient sword killed thousands of people and broke out of the encirclement. Then, it destroyed dozens of cities and nearly 10 million people died. After that, everyone in Mo's 100 territories gathered all their forces and destroyed it after a bloody battle. It could be said that it was a disaster, a terrifying disaster. This is also the main reason why under normal circumstances, no one would search for ancient treasures. No one knows what kind of changes an ancient item will cause. So that's how it was. Who would have thought that a mere strand of ancient sword intent would cause such trouble? After hundreds of thousands of years, it actually appeared again and brought about such panic the moment it appeared. It could be said that this incident appeared very suddenly. However, it was extremely fortunate to be able to discover it in advance. If the powerful ancient sword intent that could dominate the entire Mo's 100 territory succeeded in his plan, Mo's 100 territories would probably experience another catastrophe. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was thinking about the problem, the system's voice sounded. Ding! System notice. Congratulations to the host for discovering a special item, Ancient Sword Intent. This item is a super treasure that can upgrade the host's bloodline. It is recommended that the host take it. What? It's actually a good item that can upgrade my bloodline? However, is it certain that I have a way to subdue such an awesome item? Yi Xian was depressed. It was impossible for him to not be able to obtain a treasure that was useful to him after discovering it with great difficulty. Yi Xian could not accept such an outcome. No. He had to find a way to strengthen himself. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the pavilion master of Lingxian Court. It seemed that there were many good things in Lingxian Court. However, Yi Xian had not completely subdued Lingxian Court yet. It seemed that he would have to pay a price in exchange for the benefits he wanted. Pavilion Master Lingxian, is it convenient to find a place to talk? Yi Xian said to the pavilion master of Lingxian Pavilion. Lingxian Pavilion's pavilion master's heart skipped a beat. He was very clear about Yi Xian's status. It could be said that if Yi Xian really wanted to force him to submit, he really wouldn't be able to refuse. As for the reason why the ancient remnant clan obeyed the ancient god emperor was not only because of his status, but also because the ancient god emperor had a way to control them. In fact, the ancient era's remnant clans were all slaves of the ancient god emperor during the ancient era. Moreover, they had been marked as slaves during that era. It was different from the method used to control slaves. What controlled them was their bloodline and their soul. To put it simply, when Yi Xian obtained the ancient god emperor's inheritance, which was the divine seal, he had already inherited complete control over them. It was just that Yi Xian didn't know this at all. QWPM if Yi Xian lived, they would live. If Yi Xian died, Yi Xian only needed to say one word and they would all be buried with him. That wasn't all. Most importantly, they had no right to refuse Yi Xian at all. This was because Yi Xian's every word had the power to oppress their souls. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't know about this, so Pavilion Master Ling Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. All right, Grandmaster Yi, this way please? Although Pavilion Master Ling Xian really wanted to display the attitude of an expert in front of Yi Xian, once he spoke, his tone changed and he still appeared somewhat respectful. Soon, Yi Xian and Pavilion Master Ling Xian arrived at a room. Pavilion Master Ling Xian casually set up a simple restriction before asking Yi Xian, Grandmaster Yi, do you know what I'm talking about? Grandmaster Yi, why are you looking for me? It's like this. I want to discuss a deal with you. I'm not sure if you're interested. Haha. Grandmaster Yi, please explain what the deal is. Pavilion Master Ling Xian was a little puzzled.
He didn't know what Yi Xian wanted to discuss with him. All right, I'll get straight to the point. I hope to set up an absolute defense restriction for you in exchange for a batch of treasures from Ling Xian Pavilion to increase your strength. Yes, this was Yi Xian's trump card. Back when Yi Xian had broken through the restriction mountain, he had obtained an absolute defense restriction. Although that thing couldn't be imparted to anyone, Yi Xian could use it. When Yi Xian mentioned the absolute defense restriction, Pavilion Master Ling Xian already knew what it was. After all, he was a servant of the ancient god emperor. Yi Xian's inheritance also came from the ancient god emperor. Therefore, he naturally knew what the absolute defense restriction was. In fact, regardless of whether Ling Xian Pavilion was willing or not, he could only agree. Sure. Pavilion Master Ling Xian's reply was very brief. He didn't even ask what Yi Xian wanted in exchange. Of course, someone would naturally negotiate with Yi Xian about this matter. If Pavilion Master Ling Xian were to negotiate, he would probably agree to whatever Yi Xian said. Therefore, Pavilion Master Ling Xian was still a little smart. However, what was the use of being smart like this? Yi Xian was anxious to improve his strength, so he didn't waste any time and went straight to Ling Xian Pavilion's main pavilion. This was Ling Xian Pavilion's headquarters, and it occupied an extremely large area. However, Yi Xian wouldn't surround the entire place with restrictions. All he needed to do was surround Ling Xian Pavilion's main hall with restrictions. This matter only took Yi Xian 3 days. Perhaps it would really take a long time for someone else to set it up, but Yi Xian had the help of the system, so it was naturally very fast. Ever since Pavilion Master Ling Xian had parted ways with Yi Xian, he had been deliberately avoiding Yi Xian. The person in charge of contacting Yi Xian was Master Ku. Grandmaster Yi, your restrictions are simply too perfect. I believe that unless a sovereign personally intervenes, no one will be able to break them. What a powerful and profound restriction. I, Ku, have seen countless restrictions in my life, but I've never seen Grandmaster Ye's restriction before. Haha, as long as you're satisfied, then can you give me my reward? Chapter 2176. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he didn't expect to receive so much at first. According to Yi Xian's thinking, it would be good enough if he could get some treasures, but he didn't expect that he would be given 20 pavilions as his direct subordinates. Perhaps it didn't seem to be of much use on the surface, but that wasn't the case. Strictly speaking, these 20 pavilions were already considered Yi Xian's own forces. In other words, Yi Xian could establish his own forces from today onwards. If one day, the sect system was reopened, then Yi Xian would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Even now, with 20 branches, Yi Xian would still be able to obtain a stable income. Yi Xian was poor, very poor. He couldn't even take out 10,000 divine crystals. All right, deal. Even though they were both from the same force, they both had their own plans. This meant that Yi Xian and Ling Xian court were destined to be at odds. Giving Yi Xian 20 pavilions was nothing to Ling Xian court. One had to know that Ling Xian court had more than 10,000 pavilions in the hundreds of territories. However, it was a huge gain for Yi Xian. According to Yi Xian's request, these 20 pavilions were all located in the territory of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Among them, Yi Xian's first pavilion was Ling Xian Courts. Yi Xian still remembered Elder Lin from that pavilion. He was an amiable old man. Back then, Yi Xian's strength was average. When Yi Xian first came to the God Realm, it was Elder Lin who gave Yi Xian his first benefit. Now, Yi Xian naturally wanted to thank him properly. Yi Xian once said that he would repay Elder Lin if he had the chance. Now was naturally an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't have any experience in managing an auction. Therefore, he immediately gave out an order. He promoted Elder Lin to the position of Regional Supervising Elder, and was responsible for all matters related to Ling Xian's 20 pavilions. Of course, Ling Xian didn't go over himself. That Elder Lin would never have imagined that his kindness back then would be exchanged for the benefits he had today. Yi Xian returned to his residence in the Mo Shang training camp. Although he was a little disappointed with the Mo Shang training camp, Yi Xian did not have any other place to stay for the time being. Moreover, Fian was still here. When he returned to his room, he couldn't wait to check the things that Ling Xian Gu had given him. Needless to say, Ling Xian Pavilion was not stingy. Unfortunately, these treasures that were priceless in the outside world only had one use for Yi Xian. System. Have you finished checking? Are there any treasures worth keeping? Ding. System notification. No special items were found in this test. Alright, since that's the case, let's devour them all. It's time to level up. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a 5th grade medium-level heavenly god. Was it only upgraded to the 5th rank? Although it could be said that he had leveled up 4 times in a row, Xian was not satisfied. One had to know that the enemy he was going to face next was extremely powerful. In Xian's heart, his enemy was not only the ancient sword intent, but also the people who had humiliated him that day. Xian would not let any of them go. It seemed that for a moment, the matter regarding the Lingbo Lake had stopped. However, everyone was very clear that this was just the calm before the big battle. Around the Lingbo Lake, various forces had already built countless camps. There were powerhouses stationed at all times, observing at all times. The entire Lingbo Lake had been completely sealed off. No one was willing to face that catastrophe again, so everyone hoped to be clear of the danger in advance. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Without sufficient preparation, no one dared to rashly start a war. Before the storm came, Xian continued to accept missions and earn points. Xian discovered the secret of the Lingbo Lake, but he was not treated as a hero. Instead, he was treated as a jinx. For a moment, the entire training camp hid far away from him. Fortunately, Xian did not care at all. In a short 3 months, Xian had earned 10,000 points. Only he, Xian, could achieve such a terrifying speed. Then, why was Xian working so hard to earn points? It turned out that there was a vermilion grass spirit in the Mo Shang training camp. No more, no less, exactly 10,000 points. On this day, Xian went directly to the exchange center to exchange for the vermilion grass spirit. Young Master Yi, what would you like to order? Xian was already known by everyone in the Mo Shang training camp. Of course, whether it was good or bad intentions, only they knew. Oh, I would like to exchange for a treasure. Okay, what treasure would young Master Yi like to exchange for? The vermilion grass spirit. The vermilion grass spirit? Young Master Yi, the vermilion grass spirit requires 10,000 points. Are you sure you want to exchange for it? I'm sure. Xian was sure. He now had 10,050 points. After exchanging for the vermilion grass spirit, he only had 50 points left. It could be said that it was very, very close. He could be expelled at any time. However, Xian did not care at all. In the beginning, Xian came to the Mo Shang training camp to investigate the secrets of the Mo Shang pavilion. However, after such a long time, there was no result at all. Then, what was the point of Xian staying here? In addition to the previous incident, Xian was already prepared to leave this place. There was no reason for Xian to stay here. Besides, all the force's attention was on the Lingbo Lake. Who would care about Xian's little tricks? Therefore, Xian was already prepared to enter the Mo Shang pavilion. On this day, Xian brought Fian and left the Mo Shang training camp. However, his departure did not attract anyone's attention at all. This was because Xian did not even greet the training camp and directly left. Perhaps, the only one who would feel regret was that Lu Luo. In fact, Lu Luo regretted it when he found out that Xian had been wronged. No matter what, Xian was considered half a disciple of his, even if the two of them had almost no contact. However, in Lu Luo's heart, he did not really care about Xian at all. Xian could be said to be the disciple he was most proud of. Unfortunately, he did not express his goodwill, and Xian did not care about him at all. After Xian left, the entire Mo Shang training camp was almost the same as before. Only Lu Luo's heart was filled with pain. Of course, Xian's departure was not without movement. Xian did not have many friends in the training camp, but he had many enemies. Many people were jealous of Xian's talent, jealous of Xian's strength, and also jealous of Xian's Fian. Therefore, after Xian left, there were actually people who secretly celebrated. Chapter 2177. Young Master, where are we going? Fian was suddenly informed to leave by Xian. Although she didn't ask much, she still found it a little strange. Yes, I'm preparing to join Mo Shang Pavilion, but I don't need you to join this time, because I'm not going to do anything good. When we get there, I'll arrange a place for you to stay.
You can stay there for the time being, and wait for me to finish my business. All right, I understand. QWPM Fian didn't care what Yi Xian had arranged. In any case, she would do whatever Yi Xian arranged. Mo Shang Pavilion didn't accept disciples all the time, but they could go there normally. However, they would need to pass the 5 stages normally, and it was much stricter than when they were accepting disciples. Of course, Yi Xian was completely confident. Mo Shang training camp could be considered to be the first and only place Yi Xian temporarily stayed in after coming to the divine realm. To be honest, if it wasn't for the humiliation of that misunderstanding, perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't have left so quickly. Therefore, when Yi Xian left, he left a restriction in Mo Shang training camp where he originally lived. Of course, only Luo Qi knew about this. Luo Qi was Fian's friend, and in Yi Xian's heart, she could be considered half a friend. Leaving that restriction was his remembrance of Mo Shang training camp, and at the same time, it was also for Luo Qi and the others. Yi Xian had a feeling. Not long after, perhaps a shocking battle would break out in Mo Shang training camp. This feeling was just Yi Xian's subjective judgment without any basis. It was just Yi Xian's own guess, so he didn't tell anyone. After all, who knew if this would happen? Very quickly, Yi Xian and Fian arrived at the mountain gate of Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Pavilion, as the strongest force in the 100 territories, occupied a huge area. However, there was only one entrance, because when Mo Shang Pavilion was first established, it was chosen as a dangerous place. Mo Shang Pavilion was surrounded by endless mountains. Of course, these endless mountains weren't considered dangerous places. However, the strange thing was that at the end of the endless mountains was a natural danger zone that anyone below Lord level would find difficult to cross. Up until now, no one had been able to successfully pass through. On top of that, the Mozhang Pavilion had deliberately strengthened the restrictions. Thus, there were only 2 ways to enter the Mozhang Pavilion. The first option was to use the teleportation formation to directly enter. However, Mo Shang Gu naturally couldn't set up a teleportation formation casually. The second method was to walk through the only entrance. Halt! Who are you waiting for? Just as Yi Xian reached the entrance, 2 people blocked his path and looked at Yi Xian warily. Yi Xian already knew that the Mo Shang Pavilion was heavily guarded, but he didn't expect it to be this tight. It was obviously a sect, but there were countless hidden and open sentries. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to enter. This junior came from the Mo Shang training camp, and hopes to enter the Mo Shang Pavilion to learn martial arts. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Don't go to training camp? So that's how it is. What's your name? A white-clothed figure appeared before Yi Xian, and he smiled as he gazed at Yi Xian. My name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to be slightly respectful. After all, this person's cultivation was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and he was absolutely not someone that Yi Xian could easily offend. You're Yi Xian. That person seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard Yi Xian's answer. Never had he imagined that Yi Xian would actually know Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian's main objective for behaving so strangely in the Mo Shang training camp was to draw the attention of others. So, it wasn't strange that someone had found out about him. Yes, I'm Yi Xian. Haha. I never expected that it really was you. Weren't you doing well in the Mo Shang training camp? Why did you leave? That person started laughing because Yi Xian's reputation was widespread in the Mo Shang Pavilion. After all, he was the first on the genius rankings. So, how could Mo Shang Pavilion not know of him? Haha. Since Senior knows me, then you're naturally aware that I was misunderstood when I took the risk to investigate Overwave Lake that day, right? I was truly unwilling to continue staying there because I was unable to endure such humiliation, said Yi Xian. This was a flawless excuse, and it could be considered to be a reasonable reason as well. So that's how it is. Yi Xian, I'm here to tell you that no matter where you are, such matters are unavoidable. The Ling Xian Pavilion and the Dark Knight Empire went to war because of you, and the scope of the battle can even be said to include the entire territory. Moreover, your reputation as the first on the genius rankings is extremely enviable. Most importantly, you don't have strength. So long as you don't possess strength that instills fear in others, then no matter how great your natural talent is, you'll never be worthy of having the right to be respected by others. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yi Xian naturally understood. However,
He'd never imagined that this person would actually tell him so clearly. Junior understands. In fact, it's precisely because of this that I'm begging Master Mo Shang Pavilion. Since that's the case, then follow me. If you want to enter my Mo Shang Pavilion, you must go through 5 tests. No matter who it is, it's unavoidable. I'll bring you over now. Alright, I'm the 5th hall, Ming Kong. If you have the chance in the future, you can come to the 5th hall to find me. 5th hall. Senior. Can you tell me more about Mo Shang Pavilion? After all, I'm about to enter the sect. Asked Yi Xian as he followed that person forward. One had to know that he'd actually come to Mo Shang Pavilion to gather information. Haha, you're quite confident. However, with your talent, those 5 tests indeed won't be able to stop you, so there's no harm in telling you. The outside world only knows that Mo Shang Pavilion is a single entity. However, very few people know that Mo Shang Pavilion is divided into 10 main halls. The 10 main halls do their own things. If there's no order from the pavilion master, they usually don't interfere with each other. The first hall is the strongest and is personally managed by the pavilion master. It's incomparably mysterious and is also the place that everyone in Mo Shang Pavilion wants to enter the most. The second hall to the 4th hall are called the inner chambers. They're considered the core of Mo Shang Pavilion's elites. As for the rest, including my 5th hall, they're actually the outer chambers. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate the back 6 halls just because they're called the outer chambers. In fact, the back 6 halls' strength shouldn't be underestimated either. Yi Xian nodded. At least he had a preliminary understanding of the 10 halls of Mo Shang Pavilion. Then, why did this person tell Yi Xian all this and specifically point out that the 5th hall wasn't weak? His meaning couldn't be more obvious. Once Yi Xian joined, he would have to choose a hall to join. This person's intention was obviously for Yi Xian to choose the 5th hall. After all, with the talent that Yi Xian had displayed, it was even possible for him to join the 1st hall. However, he didn't know that even without his words, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't join the 1st hall. This was because it was obvious that the 1st hall was probably the place that Yi Xian had to be wary of the most. Yi Xian had always known that Mo Shang Pavilion was a puppet of the Annihilation Organization. Of course, he only knew this in the past. However, from the looks of it now, Mo Shang Pavilion wasn't completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Chapter 2178. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It didn't matter if it was because the Annihilation Organization was afraid of something or if they didn't have the ability to fully control the Mozhang Pavilion. However, one thing was certain. Yi Xian still had room to maneuver within the Mozhang Pavilion. It should be said that this news was good news for Yi Xian. After passing through several checkpoints, Yi Xian finally arrived at one of his targets. Yi Xian, do you see what's in front? This is the first test. Yi Xian lifted his head to look. In front of him was a staircase so long that he couldn't see the end. It was a staircase that could only allow one person to pass. Beside the Absolute Heaven staircase, there was an ordinary path. Clearly, the Absolute Heaven staircase was built specifically for the purpose of testing. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. Walking up from here isn't as simple as you think. There will be a powerful pressure here, and this pressure will automatically adjust according to your current cultivation level. You must remember, if you can't withstand it, then don't force your way through. Otherwise, once you fall down the Absolute Heaven staircase, you'll be severely injured at the very least, and your body will be smashed to pieces at the very least. Do you understand? I understand. Good, then go up. I'll wait for you at the exit. Yi Xian nodded and walked up the staircase. However, Yi Xian was still a little confused. Why was this person directly in charge of his test? Were there no special examiners? Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that there were special examiners. However, the competition between the 6 halls was extremely intense. Therefore, the reason why this person wanted to overstep his boundaries was because he wanted to leave a good impression on Yi Xian. In that case, when Yi Xian chose which hall to go to, their chances of entering the 5th hall would be greater. As Yi Xian walked up the Absolute Heaven staircase, he did indeed feel the existence of the pressure. Moreover, as Yi Xian walked forward, the pressure also increased step by step. However, this kind of pressure wasn't the slightest bit of pressure to Yi Xian. The first stage was nothing more than this. When Yi Xian walked up, He saw that person waiting for him at the exit. This time around it was not only that person. Instead, there were many others. Yi Xian, come, let me introduce you. These people are the elders of the inner and outer 9 pavilions. This time, they have specially come to watch you pass the test. Watch me break through? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Was there a need for that? Of course. He didn't dare to say this out loud. Alright, next you can enter the second stage. In the second stage, you can use any method you want, and your only goal is to cross the single plank bridge. Of course, you will encounter some obstacles on the single plank bridge. Alright, you can go now. The one who spoke was a person with an incomparably stiff expression. It seemed like this was the person in charge of Yi Xian's assessment. Yi Xian did not hesitate and stepped onto the single plank bridge. Ding! System notification. Detected special treasure, soul wood. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. What was going on? This single plank bridge used for the assessment was actually a special treasure? System, what is the use of this soul wood? Ding! System notification. Soul wood can be used to refine a special soul-controlling magic treasure. This magic treasure can affect the people around it invisibly. This effect is very subtle and not easy to detect. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. As expected, this Mo Shang Pavilions was not a good place. Now, Yi Xian was only taking the entrance assessment, but he had already encountered something like the soul wood. Then, how many other similar treasures were hidden in the Mo Shang Pavilions? System, can you protect my soul? I don't want to be contaminated. Ding! System notification. This soul wood will not cause any harm to the host. That was good. Yi Xian was relieved. If he hadn't even entered the Mo Shang Pavilions and his opinion had been changed, then it would be a tragedy. Yi Xian stepped onto the soul wood and could clearly feel the strong attraction from his soul, as if it wanted to devour Yi Xian's soul. If there wasn't a system notification, Yi Xian would definitely have mistaken this as a suppression method for the assessment. However, with the system notification, Yi Xian was very clear in his heart that the effect of the soul would had already been activated. Yi Xian also had many treasures that could affect the soul. In addition, his bloodline was strong, so he was able to resist it. However, it was only an assessment now. Then, how many more such things were hidden in the Mo Shang Pavilions? It seemed that strengthening his soul strength was unavoidable. Of course, he had to mention Fian here. During this period of time, Fian had continuously used food to strengthen Yi Xian. Among them, the main strengthening was at the soul level. It seemed that Fian had her own plans for making food for Yi Xian to eat. On top of the soul wood, there were indeed some divine beasts that tried to stop Yi Xian from advancing, but they were no threat to Yi Xian at all. Although the next 3 tests could be considered difficult, they really couldn't threaten Yi Xian. Finally, after an entire 7 days of assessment, Yi Xian could be considered to have succeeded. At this moment, Yi Xian was brought to a large hall. Other than the first hall, the other 9 halls had each sent their own people. It seemed that it was time to decide the ownership of Yi Xian. Outside this hall, there were many people gathered. Most of these people had joined the Mo Shang Pavilions last time. However, no one in the 9 halls was willing to accept them, so they were still dawdling here. According to the rules of the Mo Shang Pavilions, if no one was willing to accept them, then they could only choose to leave after 3 years. In fact, being able to leave was also a blessing for them. However, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Fortunately, Yi Xian couldn't say that no one wanted him. You are Yi Xian. The leading elder looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile in his eyes. Yes, this disciple is Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. To be able to pass the test in 7 days, your talent is indeed extraordinary. The second hall wants you, the elder said domineeringly. Of course, how could it be possible to accept Yi Xian so easily? Last time, Nangong Yu and Bei Chendong were taken in by the second hall. This time, shouldn't this Yi Xian belong to the third hall? Someone stood out and directly wanted to snatch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, someone else immediately stood out. Haha, didn't the third hall also get that big foot? The fourth hall doesn't have any good seedlings. No matter what, even if it's an equal split, it should be the fourth hall's turn, right? Chapter 2179. Gentlemen, Shouldn't you consider Yi Xian's choice? When Yi Xian passed the test just now, he displayed an impressive ability in the area of restriction. Among the 10 great palaces of the Mo Shang Pavilion, only the 7th palace is in charge of restriction. Shouldn't Yi Xian belong to the 7th palace? I'm sure all of you understand the principle of exhausting one's talents. Haha, exhausting one's talents? That's what I'm thinking too. This lad summoned 1,000 mythical beasts at the 4th stage. It's obvious that he's good at taming beasts. Our DC Hall is in charge of managing mythical beasts. Isn't his talent in taming beasts suitable for our 4th palace? Everyone looked at each other as if they wanted to divide Yi Xian into 9 and take one away each. Speaking of which, the Mo Shang Pavilion's test was really not simple. It forced Yi Xian to reveal his trump cards. Of course, these trump cards were just for show. What was Yi Xian's real trump card? It was the system. As long as the system was around, everything else was nothing. However, even the things that Yi Xian had shown made everyone want to take them away immediately. However, Yi Xian had already made up his mind. Therefore, when the elder of the 2nd palace asked Yi Xian to make his choice, Yi Xian replied without hesitation. Seniors, since I, Yi Xian, have joined the Mo Shang Pavilion, doesn't that mean that whoever cultivates in the Mo Shang Pavilion belongs to the Mo Shang Pavilion? I'm not talented, but I met the 5th palace when I came here. I believe in fate, so I've decided to join the 5th palace. The 5th palace? Fate. Of course, Yi Xian did not believe in fate, but this was no doubt a good excuse. The others looked at the people from the 5th palace and felt annoyed. They understood the meaning behind Yi Xian's words. When he came to the Mo Shanga, the first person he came into contact with was from the 5th palace. However, what kind of fate was this? It was just a coincidence that the people from the 5th palace were in charge of patrolling that day. However, since Yi Xian had already spoken to such an extent, what else could they say? Yi Xian had already said that all the palaces were not his people. Even a new disciple had such awareness. Could it be that they, the elders, didn't have the same awareness? Alright, since Yi Xian has already made his decision, we will respect Yi Xian's decision. Yi Xian, come over here. This is a congratulatory gift from the 2nd hall. Take it as a welcome to our Mo Shang Pavilion. He said that he would follow Yi Xian's decision, but at this time, he was still trying to rope in Yi Xian. What that person took out was a treasure that even Yi Xian was tempted by. The ancient demon's heart. It's actually the ancient demon's heart. 2nd hall elder. You are really generous. Yes, it was the ancient demon's heart. It could be said that this item was a top-notch material for refining one's body. The ancient demon referred to the ancient demon god. Although the ancient demon's heart in this person's hand was only a sky celestial's ancient demon's heart, it was still an incredible item. One had to know that the ancient demon god's inheritance was almost completely severed. A sky celestial's ancient demon's heart was an extremely rare item. Alright, since the 2nd hall master is so generous, the 3rd hall will not be stingy either. Yi Xian, take this item. Yi Xian received the item that the 3rd hall elder handed over and was once again slightly shocked. Tree spirit. It couldn't be. Yi Xian needed 4 types of materials to fuse with the flower spirit swordsman. Yi Xian had originally planned to spend a lot of time collecting them. Who would have thought that he would actually obtain 3? Treasure. This was definitely a treasure. Haha, this is nothing. Today, I am going to give Yi Xian a great opportunity. Kid, with this token, you will have a chance to go there to seek opportunities. Take care of yourself. 4th hall elder, you actually gave this item to him. What a big deal. Your 4th palace is really generous. Yi Xian held the item that looked like a teleportation talisman in his hand, but he was a little confused. What exactly was this item? Was it worth making such a fuss about? Of course, Yi Xian was very clear that this was definitely a treasure. Hence, no matter what it was, Yi Xian would definitely make good use of it. Come, let's continue. Yi Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. Now that he had obtained 3 items, each of them could be considered a great treasure. There were also the 6 halls. Shouldn't they show some appreciation? Aren't you all competing? Aren't you all trying to compare your strength in front of me? Then, throw treasures at me, I like it. Yi Xian's heart was already twisted with joy, but he still stood there obediently on the surface. Needless to say, other than the fifth hall, the other halls really did leave gifts for Yi Xian. To be honest, this kind of behavior could be considered to be one of a kind. However, a disciple who could make the 9 halls fight over him at the same time was a rare existence in itself. Hence, it was not strange that he would do something that went against common sense. Yi Xian looked at the fifth hall elder eagerly. Speaking of which, the other halls had already expressed their intentions, so why did the fifth hall elder not do so? It couldn't be that Yi Xian had chosen the worst hall, right? Then wouldn't Yi Xian have suffered a great loss? However, at this moment, the disciple who had brought Yi Xian in at the beginning suddenly blinked at him. Yi Xian understood that there was a chance. After Yi Xian's ownership was decided, he immediately left with the fifth hall elder. But halfway there, the fifth hall elder left first, leaving only the disciple to lead the way for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not know why, but he did not ask. After the fifth hall elder left, that disciple immediately laughed heartily. Haha, good fellow, you've struck it big this time. Speaking of which, why didn't such a good thing happen when I first entered the sect? Senior, please don't make fun of me. Do you think you're still coveting those things of mine? Call me senior brother. I say, kid, you're so obedient after getting such a good deal. In the future, you can just call me senior brother Wang. Kid, you've struck it big this time. Why do you think our elder rushed back alone? He went to prepare a gift for you. What? Prepare a gift for him? Yi Xian was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. Don't be in a daze. Let's go. You've struck it big this time. Even I am tempted by those things. I'm even considering whether I should find a chance to beat you up with a stick and then snatch all your things after you get your gift. I'm so jealous. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This guy was not like this just now. However, since this guy had said it so bluntly, it was obvious that he did not covet Yi Xian's things at all. Chapter 2180. You pig head, a greeting gift is naturally a greeting gift. Let me tell you, generally speaking, only the palace you join will give you a greeting gift. Occasionally, a genius will attract the attention of the other palaces and they will also give you a greeting gift. However, such a thing is extremely rare. Moreover, every time the other palaces give you a greeting gift, the palace you join will have to bleed a lot. It must surpass the gifts given by the other palaces. This is the tradition of our Mo Shang Pavilion. The bitter smile on Yi Xian's face became more and more awkward. This senior brother Wang, Yi Xian, was becoming more and more unreliable. Yi Xian really couldn't tell that this guy was a righteous person just now. When Yi Xian joined the Mo Shang Pavilion, this guy immediately revealed his true colors. Pig head. Damn, if Yi Xian was a pig head, then who in the world wasn't a pig head? However, Yi Xian could only accept it. Who asked this guy to be so obviously kind? Hee, I almost forgot. It seems like I have to show my sincerity. It's over. It's over. Then, Yi Xian, how about we discuss something? What orders does senior brother Wang have? It's not an order, it's a discussion. Can we discuss it? Then, can we pretend that we don't know each other today? Can we get to know each other tomorrow? Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This silly senior brother Wang, how could he speak like this? This guy, wasn't he just unwilling to give him a greeting gift? Moreover, it wasn't like he had to give him a greeting gift. Who knew that before Yi Xian could say anything, senior brother Wang continued to speak. Forget it. Who asked me to be unlucky? How did I become your senior brother? Fine, I admit defeat this time. Here, take this. What a loss. Ding! System notification. Detected special treasure, Spirit of Spirit God Wings. Ding! System notification. Spirit God is not a realm, but a deity cultivated from a special spirit body. Ding! System notification. Spirit of Spirit God Wings possesses powerful auxiliary abilities. Once it recognizes a master, it will give the host unimaginable benefits. Living thing. Object. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that senior brother Wang would actually give Yi Xian a sex toy. The most important thing was that this item had actually triggered a system notification. It seemed like it was not a simple item. This. Senior brother Wang, I can't accept this. I can tell that senior brother Wang is very fond of it. I can't take away what you love.
Sister, don't give me that. I'm sure you can't wait to take it away. Stop grumbling in front of me. Be careful or I won't give it to you if I regret it. If I tell you to take it, just take it. Cut the crap. Yi Xian was speechless. Even if what he said was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Wouldn't it make Yi Xian feel awkward? However, Yi Xian was willing to become friends with such a person. Therefore, Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He said straightforwardly, "All right, then I'll accept it. How about this? If there are any good things in my room, Senior Brother Wang can also choose one." "TSK, you brat. Why would I care about your things? Do you know who my father is? My father is the 5th Palace Master." "Humph, the things I gave you might be my leftovers." Yi Xian almost fell to the ground. Because of this fellow's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. He was actually the son of the 5th Palace Master? No wonder he was so arrogant and did not act like a disciple of Mo Shang Pavilion. This guy was probably not an ordinary person in Mo Shang Pavilion. Looking at this Senior Brother Wang in front of him, Yi Xian really did not know what to say. This guy could be considered the first weirdo that Yi Xian had met in the realm of the gods. "All right, so the things you gave me were your leftovers. Then, shouldn't you compensate me?" Perhaps influenced by this guy, Yi Xian spoke with a hint of mockery. Don't think about my things. I don't have anything good to give you. Go play somewhere else. Let's go back quickly." When Senior Brother Wang heard Yi Xian's words, he immediately rushed forward. Yi Xian finally could not hold back his laughter. "You brat, you actually dare to tease me." "Pada!" A slap landed on Yi Xian's shoulder, but Yi Xian laughed even harder. No matter what, this Senior Brother Wang had made Yi Xian relax a lot. At the same time, it also made Yi Xian understand that Mo Shang Pavilion was not completely under the control of the Annihilation Organization. It was likely that the Annihilation Organization only controlled the first palace. In that case, this Senior Brother Wang was worth making friends with Yi Xian. "Haha, let's go. Senior Brother Wang. Let's go back quickly." This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to walk in front. Senior Brother Wang's face was full of displeasure as he spoke angrily. Go my ass. Do you know the way? Follow me." Of course, this only made Yi Xian laugh even harder. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 5th palace. QWPM, however, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the 5th palace only had slightly more than 300 people. Compared to the other palaces, which had tens of thousands of people, the 5th palace's strength was a little weak. However, when Yi Xian looked at Senior Brother Wang, he understood. Senior Brother Wang was probably going to be the successor of the 5th palace's palace master. It was a pity that he looked like this. The 5th palace was weak and had few people. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, when Yi Xian had entered the 5th palace, neither Yi Xian nor the system had noticed anything strange. "So you're Yi Xian. Not bad, not bad. You look quite classy." The 5th palace master, who was also Yi Xian's future master, arrived in front of Yi Xian. However, as soon as he spoke, Yi Xian already knew why Senior Brother Wang was so amusing. It was because his father was similar to him. "Your disciple greets the master." Yi Xian could not bring himself to feel any negative emotions towards the 5th palace master, who knew that this guy would immediately laugh when he heard how Yi Xian addressed him. "Waha, did you hear that? You heard that? You want to steal my disciple? You guys are still too inexperienced. Now that Yi Xian has acknowledged me as his master, you have nothing to say." Yi Xian blinked. Since he had been assigned to the 5th palace, didn't that mean that the 5th palace master was his master? "You brat, who told you that he's your master? What are you going to learn from him?" Hey, junior brother, how can you say that? Why can't I take in disciples? Junior brother, you have to explain yourself. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here today. Who knew that the 5th palace master would become anxious? However, no one seemed to care about him. The elder continued to speak to Yi Xian. Chapter 2181. Consider my ass. Junior brother, you can't sow discord. Be careful or I'll punish you. Yi Xian, don't listen to him. You're my disciple. I'll beat whoever tries to snatch you away. Hallmaster, among the few of us, who can you beat? QWM,
Me. The fifth palace master was speechless. What was this? Yi Xian felt like he had been cheated. Why did he feel like he had been cheated after joining the fifth palace? What are you all doing gathered here? Not doing anything? Suddenly, a voice was heard. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The fifth palace master was extremely pleased with himself. Mother. Senior brother Wang, on the other hand, ran over happily. The others also shouted respectfully. Greetings. Senior sister. Senior sister, why did you come out early this time? Senior sister? Mother. She was the fifth palace master's wife? What a beauty. What a high cultivation. Yi Xian was shocked.
No wonder the fifth palace master was able to sit on the palace master's seat despite his ordinary strength.
I heard that a new disciple came to our fifth palace. Of course I had to come out and take a look. In the last 10 times we accepted disciples, no one joined us. I really don't know what you elders are doing. Everyone looked at each other, but their gazes were all on the fifth palace master. Their intentions were obvious. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you, not him. Why? Are you pushing everything to your senior brother? Do you need me to give you some tasks?
No, senior sister.
I still have things to do. I'll go first. Senior sister, senior brother just accepted a disciple. I think you all must have a good celebration. I won't disturb you.
Who knew that these people, who were extremely arrogant in front of the fifth palace master, would be so timid in front of the palace master's wife?
Stop. The palace master's wife spoke. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks.
Since you all know that your senior brother has accepted a disciple, and it's the first new disciple of the fifth palace in 100 years, shouldn't you show some appreciation?
Was this considered extortion? But it was for Yi Xian. Yi Xian had an awkward expression on his face. The fifth hall was completely out of Yi Xian's expectations.
This force seemed to be very interesting.
The fifth hall only had a total of 6 elders. Compared to the other halls, their strength was not even worth mentioning.
However, it had to be said that life here was much more casual.
Of course.
The 6 elders seemed to be very afraid of the palace mistress.
At this moment, all of them ran up to Yi Xian and threw an interspatial ring to him. Obviously they were prepared. After leaving behind the interspatial rings, the 6 elders left dejectedly. Yi Xian found it hilarious. However, someone laughed before Yi Xian did. It was senior brother Wang. It would be fine if he didn't laugh, but once he did, it would be a tragedy.
Tian, come here.
Senior brother Wang's full name was Wang Tianjin.
Yes, he lived up to his name. Mother, you're looking for me?
Yes, let your father and Yi Xian have a good chat here. Come with mother. Mother wants to see if your cultivation has improved. Senior brother Wang's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he was very afraid.
However, after the 2 of them left, the fifth palace master immediately returned to his previous state.
Oh my God, they're finally gone. Fortunately, they didn't scold me this time. By the way, Yi Xian, you still have 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters, but they're all out on missions. This is a meeting gift for you. That group of scammers gave you so many good things and made me bleed. Well, if you have nothing to do, go play by yourself. If you want to cultivate, go directly to the cultivation pavilion and choose whatever you want to learn.
Anyway, this old man won't give you anything carelessly.
Let me think, is there anything else? Oh, that's right. If you want to go out and play, go look for your senior brother Wang. However, the 2 of you shouldn't go overboard. Otherwise, your master will definitely be taught a lesson by your master's wife. Alright, help me keep an eye on your senior brother Wang. This guy is always running to the 7th palace and he always makes me his scapegoat.
Tell him not to go there if he has nothing better to do.
Damn it, he's such a disgrace. F***ck. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This was his master? This was Yi Xian's F***king master in Mo Shang Pavilion? Was he really here to teach him how to cultivate? Even when Yi Xian walked out of the main hall, he was still in a daze. He had met countless people and received many inheritances, but this was the first time Yi Xian had met such an eccentric master. It could be said that he was the only one. When Yi Xian walked out, he was even more stunned by the situation outside. The 5th palace had 300 disciples.
It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number either. Because of their eccentric palace master, most of the disciples cultivated under the 6 great elders. However, these people's cultivation methods could also be called eccentric. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity that a large sect should have. Instead, they cultivated whatever they wanted, and their treasures were even more bizarre. Yi Xian even wondered if he had entered a camp of eccentrics. He even suspected that he hadn't come to Mo Shang Pavilion. Hey, it's junior brother Wang. Haha, junior brother Yi. Do you want to come with us to the back mountain to hunt for divine beasts? I heard that Li Ju was chased by a divine beast a few days ago. We're going to avenge him. Senior brothers, I won't go. Senior brother Wang dragged me to the 7th palace. You know senior brother Wang's temper. If I don't go, he'll definitely block my door again. Haha, junior brother Yi, good luck then. I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion in a few days. You too. Be careful not to be caught by her. You'll be in trouble then. Yes, thank you for the reminder. Senior brother. Yi Xian had been in the 5th palace for some time. However, during this time, Yi Xian truly understood how casual the 5th palace was. If you wanted to cultivate, then cultivate. No one would care. If you didn't want to cultivate, then it didn't matter. After master's wife came out of seclusion, those who didn't make any progress would be punished. In the entire 5th palace, from the palace master to the ordinary disciples, the only one they were afraid of was master's wife. However, master's wife cultivated a special cultivation method that allowed her to be in seclusion at all times. It could be said that if it weren't for the fact that she was worried about the 5th palace, master's wife wouldn't have come out of seclusion so frequently. However, when their master's wife came out, all of them, including the palace master, were cultivating obediently. However, when their master's wife went into closed-door cultivation, all of them revealed their true colors. It could be said that the 5th palace was truly not a place suitable for cultivation. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, he didn't come here to cultivate. But to be honest, it was this kind of environment that made Yi Xian feel a strong sense of belonging. Chapter 2182. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hey, Yi Xian, hurry up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Do you think I'm you? Do you think I'd dare to come out if I didn't complete the task given to me by master's wife? But I heard that master's wife is coming out of seclusion. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself. Mother is coming out of seclusion. Yi Xian, don't scare me. What's the benefit of scaring you? No. But Kongyue and the others are going to Mo City to play today. I want to go too. Who cares? Anyway, I've completed my task. I'm not afraid. At this moment, the person in front of Yi Xian was none other than Wang Tiantian. During this period, Yi Xian's wife had been paying close attention to this genius disciple. It could be said that she knew very well what kind of place the 5th palace was. Therefore, every time she came out, she would definitely set a cultivation task for Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. With the devouring system in hand, as long as Yi Xian had the resources, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yi Xian became the person who leveled up the fastest in the 5th palace. In just half a year, it was difficult for the others to even improve their cultivation, let alone level up. However, Yi Xian had already reached the peak of the intermediate divine realm. Of course, this was mainly because the 5th palace master, the 6 great elders, and the other senior brothers had taken good care of Yi Xian. Wang Tianjin took out another treasure and handed it to Yi Xian. Here you go. Hee, good stuff for refining the body. My dad got me 2. One for you, and the other for me. Well, let's make a deal. You have to tell me when the time comes that I've been cultivating with you every day. I say, senior brother Wang, do you think master's wife will believe me? I don't care. At worst, I'll cultivate tomorrow. No matter what, we have to go to Mo City today. Come, let's go. Yi Xian didn't say anything. He was indeed preparing to leave for a while. During this period of time, he had been staying in the 5th hall and had not gone to see Fian. He also did not know how Fian was doing recently. Soon, they met up with Kong Yu and the others from the 7th palace and headed to Mo City together. The 7th palace was a branch that was almost entirely made up of female disciples. The rule of the seventh palace was that female disciples were easy to accept, but male disciples, unless they were peerless geniuses, could not even dream of entering. However, in reality, there were very few male disciples who were recognized. This was also the reason why Wang Tianjin liked to run to the seventh palace. Junior brother Yi is also here? That's great. Our Jia Ling has been looking forward to seeing junior brother Wang every day. Haha. Yi Xian had become familiar with this group of senior sisters since a long time ago. As for Ling she was cute, and her cultivation had even attained the high-rank domain enlightened spirit god realm. She could be considered to be extremely formidable. However, it just so happened that she'd taken a liking to Yi Xian as soon as she laid eyes on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's usual way of doing things was to ignore them. This time was no exception as well, and he just smiled lightly. Senior brothers and senior sisters, I'm afraid I can't go with all of you this time. I intend to go to a place by myself. Junior brother Yi, where are you going? It was Ling who spoke these words, and her eyes were filled with concern. Oh, the place I'm going to isn't a secret. It's just the Mo City training camp. Everyone knows that I came from the Mo City training camp in the beginning, so I intend to go back and take a look. Is that so? All right, feel free to go there, junior brother Yi. We'll send you a voice transmission when we return. Yi Xian nodded and directly left by himself. The benefit of being with this group of people was freedom. This group of disciples from the Mo City Pavilion seemed to be carefree all day long because practically all of them were the children of the Mo City Pavilion's elders or even the hall master. There was no pressure to cultivate here at all, and they didn't have the worry of finding resources. Perhaps ordinary disciples would have to risk their lives to obtain treasures, but they only had to ask their parents to obtain them. Yi Xian wasn't on the same side as them, but he could only join them because of Wang Tianjin. QWPM of course. This was also to make it easier to investigate the secrets of the Mo City Pavilion. Unfortunately, it seemed that no one in the inner and outer 9 great halls knew about the first hall. The first hall seemed to be an isolated world. People only knew that everyone there was incomparably powerful. People only knew that as long as one was ambitious, one would want to enter the first hall. But they didn't know what was there. Of course, Yi Xian had set up layers of restrictions in Fian's residence. At the same time, Yi Xian also left enough cultivation resources for Fian. However, Yi Xian still couldn't let it go after such a long time. In other people's eyes, half a year might be just a blink of an eye, but in Yi Xian's eyes, half a year was indeed very long. Girl, are you there? Hey, young master, why have you come to my place today? Could it be that something happened? Hee. Can't I come to see you if there's nothing? Oh right, are you used to this place? Young master has given me such a good cultivation environment. How could I not be satisfied? Young master can rest assured. I can cultivate here in peace. That's good. Yi Xian nodded. He wasn't really worried about anything. After all, once he cultivated, time passed very quickly. Only he, Yi Xian, didn't need to cultivate, so he had nothing to do every day. Suddenly, from Yi Xian's side, a stream of light flew straight to Fian. Whether it was Yi Xian or Fian, there were some differences. However, when he saw the stream of light, Yi Xian was even more puzzled. Wasn't this the spirit god winged spirit that senior brother Wang gave to Yi Xian? One had to know that during this period of time, it wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't studied this thing, but it didn't seem to be of any use. But today, he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to fly to Fian's side. Where did young master get this thing? He didn't expect Fian, who had always been calm, to be so excited when she saw the winged spirit. This was given to me by a senior brother when I didn't go to the pavilion today. Why? Does the girl like it? If you like it, you can take it. Really? Then, this little girl thanks young master. Fian didn't refuse, and Yi Xian didn't mind. To be honest, Yi Xian had never understood the use of this winged spirit. Moreover, he didn't want to use the system. Now that he was fated with Fian, Yi Xian wouldn't be stingy. However, the next scene caused Yi Xian to be rather surprised. Fian seemed to have said a few strange words to the winged spirit. The winged spirit instantly turned into a pair of invisible wings and directly merged with Fian. This thing was actually a pair of wings. Yi Xian was greatly surprised. If he hadn't seen Fian, no one would have been able to discover this secret. Whether it was in Wang Tian's hands or in Yi Xian's hands, this winged spirit had always been treated as an ornamental object.
Chapter 2183. Of course, the wings were secondary. The key was Fian's strength. She actually broke through to the peak of the heavenly god realm in one go. She directly surpassed Yi Xian. Yi Xian could be considered to have thoroughly experienced what was called opportunity. This was called opportunity. In the fifth palace, he often obtained some treasures, but his cultivation had only just reached the peak of the intermediate heavenly god realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Fian directly advanced to the peak of the upper-level heavenly god realm. This speed of advancement was simply even crazier than Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was still happy for Fian's advancement. After continuing to chat with Fian for a while, Yi Xian received Wang Tianjin's voice transmission. It turned out that Master's wife had come out of seclusion early. She found that Wang Tianjin was not here and was currently angry. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This time, there would be a good show to watch when he went back. Hee girl, you stay here and cultivate well. I'll go back first. Yes, young master. Fian nodded. Only after sending Yi Xian off did she turn around and go back. Yi Xian and quickly found Wang Tianjin. At this time, Wang Tianjin's face was not looking good. It's over. It's over. Yi Xian, it's over. This time, I'll definitely be punished. Why did mother come out of seclusion early? I'm dead for sure. Haha, senior brother Wang, when you came out, I reminded you. You disloyal fellow, do you really want to see me make a fool of myself? Humph, that's right. Why don't we just say that I'm here to accompany you and you're here to take a look at Mo Shang's training camp? Senior brother, I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that master's wife still won't let you off. Then what should I do? Yi Xian, junior brother Yi, quickly help me think of a way. Don't look at me. I have no way anyway. Yi Xian shrugged. This action was something he had learned from Wang Tianjin. You're such a boring guy. It's over. It's really over this time. Even if Yi Xian had a solution, he naturally wouldn't help him. This guy had never been willing to focus on cultivation. Although this wasn't a bad thing, the god realm was filled with danger. Let's not talk about the distant future. Let's talk about the Lingbo Lake. Sooner or later, the matter would blow up. If he really encountered danger one day, Wang Tianjin wouldn't be able to survive without any means of defense. Therefore, Yi Xian was actually very supportive of his master's wife controlling Wang Tian. After returning to the fifth palace, as expected, Wang Tianjin was dragged out for the test. But surprisingly, Yi Xian was also dragged out. However, the person who pulled him back was not his master's wife, but his master. Master, where are you taking me? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Usually, this master of his would not bother with such matters. What was going on today? Aya, hurry up. If you're late, you'll be in trouble. Yi Xian had no choice but to run after his master. But when Yi Xian arrived, he found that there were already many disciples there. And it seemed that they were all waiting for him. Yi Xian, I thought you were going to give up this opportunity. Luckily, you arrived on time. Yi Xian's name was quite well known in the Mo Shang Pavilion. Mo Shang Training Camp, first place on the genius ranking. The moment he arrived, the 9 great palaces fought over him. In just half a year, he had risen several levels. It could be said that anything that happened when Yi Xian sat down was shocking. Therefore, even if Yi Xian did not want to be famous, it would be difficult. Greetings, Uncle Master. Alright, I won't say any more nonsense. I don't have much confidence in which mystic realm you're going to this time. Now, take out your battlefield teleportation talismans. You must remember that you're going to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Although there are countless opportunities there are also countless dangers. Therefore, no matter which one of you is there, once you meet your companions, you must stick together. In the battlefield of the gods, no sect can interfere. Therefore, fighting is inevitable. Do you understand? Battlefield of the gods? What's that? Yi Xian was momentarily unable to react. Fortunately, his master reminded him in time. It turned out that when Yi Xian had just joined the sect, an elder had given him something that seemed like a teleportation talisman, and it was the proof of passage to the battlefield of the gods. After every single battle between the overgods, it was unavoidable that many treasures would be left behind on the battlefield. So, under the tacit agreement of the overgods on both sides, such a trial was held. Of course, only those below the domain enlightened spirit god realm could enter, and they would be responsible for everything after they entered. Whether they lived or died, or whether they were able to obtain any fortuitous encounters, all depended on their own luck. Yi Xian was overjoyed when he found out about the situation. The battlefield of the gods. It's actually the battlefield of the gods. Even if he was only at the heavenly god realm and could only enter the outer battlefield, it was absolutely a rare opportunity.
All right, all of you take care of yourselves. The battlefield has been opened, and all of you can enter. Along with these words, all of them crushed their battlefield teleportation talismans. To be honest, these things were very difficult to obtain, and they could only be bestowed by the overgods. Even though there seemed to be over 100 people in possession of these teleportation talismans, there would definitely be hundreds of thousands of people entering if all the organizations from the overgods' worlds were included. However, the battlefield of the overgods was extremely vast, and these hundreds of thousands of people really wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. After the battle ended, it was unavoidable that both sides would send people to clean up the battlefield first. In that case, there would be even fewer things left behind. However, this was the battlefield of the overgods after all, and even the weakest soldier was a peak heavenly god. If they could obtain even a single treasure, it would be a great profit. If they could obtain a ring of cosmos, it would be a great fortune. Yi Xian hadn't even understood what was going on when he was urged to crush his teleportation talisman. The only thing he knew was that once they entered the battlefield of the overgods, they could clean up the battlefield to their heart's content. The way to leave was to find the teleportation portal that they had left behind. Yi Xian knew nothing about anything else. This was an opportunity, but it was also a risk. Every time they entered the battlefield of the overgods, less than a third of the people would return alive. However, all those who returned would advance by leaps and bounds, obtaining great benefits. As a result, this was why no organization would hesitate at all when they received the notice that the battlefield of the overgods had opened. They would all send their most elite disciples over. There was a flash of light, and when Yi Xian returned to his senses, he had already appeared in a strange place. There was no sun in the sky here, but it was extremely bright. There were many fortresses erected here. These were the strongholds left behind during the battle. Chapter 2184. Yi Xian was at a loss. He did not know what to do next. Suddenly, there was a burst of bright light in the distance. That light pierced through the clouds. It was so dazzling. Treasure! Yi Xian was shocked. He did not expect to find a treasure as soon as he arrived. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian's figure quickly charged forward. What treasure was that? What kind of treasure could emit such a bright light? It must be something extraordinary. Yi Xian was extremely fast. Soon, he rushed into the fortress that was emitting the light. The fortress was huge, and the materials used to build it were not ordinary. However, at this moment, it was extremely dilapidated. There were many broken walls, as if it was describing the cruelty of the battle. There were bloodstains everywhere. This also told Yi Xian that there had been a large-scale battle here. Of course, most of the corpses had been collected by the two parties. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, a powerful force exploded and attacked Yi Xian. Ding! Detected that the host is under a powerful attack. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian did not hesitate and dodged to the side. A huge black beam of light hit the spot where Yi Xian was standing. In an instant, the ground cracked. Whew! Yi Xian was furious. Someone had sneakily attacked him. This was unforgivable. You can actually dodge my attack. Human kid, your luck is not bad. A voice sounded. Yi Xian had also locked on to the location. A figure covered in a huge black cloak walked out. He was 3 meters tall and had 6 arms. This meant that he was not human. System, what kind of monster is this? Ding. System checking. Ding. System notification. This person is from the Shura tribe. Host, please be careful. Shura tribe? What kind of tribe is that? Ding. System notification. The Shura tribe is a branch of the demon tribe. The Shura tribe has special divine powers. Host, please be careful. So that was it.
Who would have thought that Yi Xian would meet a foreign god again in the Master God's battlefield? However, what was going on with the Azura tribe? Could it be a race under the command of another overgod? Yi Xian couldn't be sure. After all, an overgod's world was huge. Yi Xian wouldn't know if there were any foreign races in the overgod's world. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Since this guy had attacked him, he could not be a friend. System, how is his strength? Ding! System notification. This person is a superior grade 5 heavenly god. High level 5 heavenly god? Yi Xian was now a pinnacle mid-level heavenly god, which meant that he was a mid-level 9th level heavenly god. There was only a difference of 5 levels between them. In that case, Yi Xian had the confidence to take him down. Humph, you dare to sneak attack me? Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman. He had already drawn the Godslayer and was ready to fight at any moment. Haha, human brat, sneak attacking you? How did I sneak attack you? I wanted to kill you fair and square. I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave behind your Chen Kuan ring and all the treasures on you. Then you can leave here alive. Second, if you can't bear to part with the treasures, then I'll come and take them myself. What an arrogant tone. Why? Did he think that just because Yi Xian's cultivation level was lower than his, he could defeat Yi Xian? Haha, sure. I'll give you another choice. Hand over your shard of godhood and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said calmly, but his tone was cold. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian had decided to resist, the Azura tribesman instantly went into battle mode. Each of his 6 hands held a magic treasure. He controlled all 6 magic treasures to attack Yi Xian at the same time. Suppress. Boom. QWPM. A huge mountain suddenly appeared and pressed down on Yi Xian. This was the Azura tribesman's #1 magic treasure, Mountain Suppression. A special mountain peak was sealed in this magic treasure. Once it was used, it could crush the enemy with absolute power. Fortunately, the system had activated its warning system. Hence, Yi Xian had already dodged the attack when Mountain Hill Town launched its attack. Hence, Yi Xian was not hurt. However, as soon as the first attack arrived, the Azura tribesman's attacks began to come one after another. Slash. Rip. A huge wave of sword chi rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had no time to dodge. Fortunately, the sword chi's power was average and the god-slaying sword's defense was enough to block it. However, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. The magic treasures on this fellow's 6 hands were all extraordinary. The 6 magic treasures took turns to attack, and for a moment, they actually caused Yi Xian to continuously retreat. He could only defend and didn't have the ability to counterattack. Damn it! Yi Xian was shocked. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He summoned the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. As soon as the Thousand Beast Sword Servant appeared, it used its ultimate move. Thousand Beasts Attack. God-level mount. Crush him. Boom, boom, boom. God-level mounts appeared one after another. As soon as they appeared, they charged towards the Azura tribesmen. The earth-shattering aura caused the Azura clansmen who were caught off guard to be aghast. Human boy, you can summon so many powerful beasts. You must have some special magic treasures on you. However, from today onwards, those magic treasures are mine. Do you think you're the only one who can summon war beasts? I can do it too. Come out, my partner, Azura. Xianxia. This guy had also summoned his war beasts, but they were not divine beasts. They were Azura and Xianxia. Kid, I'll let you experience the might of the Azura and Xianxia I meticulously refined. Haha. My 2 little darlings have not eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time. You should be honored to be able to become their food. Only an idiot would be willing to become the food of these 2 ugly monsters. Yi Xian's brows raised when he heard this. He paid no attention to the Azura tribesmen at all, and he just urged his mount to charge over. In next to no time, his mount had entered into battle with the Azura and Xianxia. However, those 2 fellows were monsters with 6 hands as well. Moreover, they possessed cultivations at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. For a time, Yi Xian's mount was unable to defeat them. Not to mention that he had the help of the Azura tribesmen. It could be said that having 6 hands was much more advantageous than having 2. However, so what? Suddenly, Yi Xian tossed the Godslayer over. Wei Zhentian directly took control of the Godslayer and joined the battle. The Godslayer was a sword, so it could disregard many Azura tribesmen's attacks. However, with Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, the Godslayer was able to erupt with extremely formidable combat strength, and the Azura tribesman was utterly unable to defend against it. Two rays of light shot out at the same time. It was the Godslayer slash. However, their targets were the Azura and Xianxia. Chapter 2185. To be more precise, it was an instant kill. It wasn't strange for critical strikes to occur. After all, the Godslayer would naturally erupt with critical strikes when facing a Xeno-race expert. However, it was quite rare for both swords to trigger the one-hit kill effect. My Azura! My Xianxia! Damn it! Human kid! I'll kill you! The Azura clansman was simply on the verge of going mad when he saw his two combat beasts being killed. With his cultivation, refining domain-enlightened spirit god realm Azuras and Xianxias wasn't so easy. Unlike the human race, the Azura clan had a tradition that only their own things could be refined. In other words, he'd gone through great difficulty and danger to refine these two Azura and Xianxia, and they were his greatest pride. It was precisely by relying on his ability to surmount his realm of cultivation to refine Azura and Xianxia that he'd obtained the opportunity to enter the high god battlefield. At this moment, how could he not be furious when he saw his greatest pride being killed so easily by Yi Xian? Unfortunately, so what if he was furious? He was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and Wei Zhentian was controlling the Godslayer and preparing to launch a surprise attack at any moment. In such a situation, the Azura clansman was already destined to be defeated. However, Yi Xian didn't have any intention to kill him right away. After all, it was the first time Yi Xian had encountered an Azura clansman, so who knew if he would encounter one in the future? This Azura clansman was clearly slightly careless. So, Yi Xian needed to know more about the Azura clan. Spiritual sense control. Yi Xian directly activated spiritual sense control. This fellow was completely surrounded by god rank mounts now, and he had to fight with all his might. So, he wasn't able to defend himself in time when he was suddenly invaded by divine sense. In merely the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had taken complete control of him. Master! The god rank mounts retreated while the Godslayer returned to Yi Xian's side. On the other hand, the Azura clansman had already knelt on the ground. Yi Xian didn't take control of this fellow forever. In Yi Xian's opinion, taking control of this fellow forever wouldn't benefit him at all. Alright, tell me everything you know about the Azura tribe. Yi Xian collected all kinds of magic treasures and cosmos rings from the Azura clan member while listening to his narration. As expected, he wasn't someone from Yi Xian's overgod's world. He was from a different race. Yi Xian learned from the Azura tribesmen that there were countless races in the Master God's realm, and the human tribe was the lowest in status. Yi Xian seemed to have understood why he, the Lord God, kept waging war. Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, that guy let out an extremely angry roar. Are you awake now? Then you can die now. This time, Yi Xian's control lasted less than 2 hours. Although Yi Xian managed to obtain some information during this time, it was still too short. It seemed that the spiritual sense control skill still had some flaws. Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. The god-slaying sword flew out abruptly and killed that person with a single slash. Devouring hand. Yi Xian couldn't devour the body of the Azura tribesman, but Azura and Xianxia could. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. You are now a first-class superior divine god. Previously, Yi Xian had devoured many magic treasures. This time, after devouring the bodies of Azura and Xianxia, he unexpectedly broke through to the intermediate divine god realm. What a pauper! I thought he would give me something good, but there's nothing. Yi Xian looked at the Azura tribesman's cosmos ring and felt a little depressed. Most of the items in this guy's cosmos ring were black stones. Most importantly, they were of no use to Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target wasn't this Azura tribesman. After dealing with this person, Yi Xian quickly walked towards the interior of the ruins. Just what kind of treasure was able to emit such a powerful light just now? However, when Yi Xian arrived, he was shocked to find that there was no treasure at all. This was all a scam by the Azura tribesmen. He had deliberately used a special method to emit the treasure light in order to attract people here so that he could kill them and steal the treasure. Yi Xian didn't know if this guy's trick had worked before, but this time, he had targeted Yi Xian. Obviously, he had targeted the wrong person. However, although Yi Xian knew that there was no treasure here, the others didn't. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't the only one who had been attracted by the treasure light. It's here. The treasure must be inside. A group of people rushed over. These guys were quite lucky. At least they weren't like Yi Xian, who had been transported here alone. However, they were also unlucky. They didn't expect to find Yi Xian instead of the treasure they were looking for. Someone's here? Looks like someone got here first. Kid, hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, we can only do it ourselves. All of these people were at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Yi Xian knew that it was useless even if he tried to explain himself. Because in their eyes, they were certain that he had seized the treasure. I know. Let me tell all of you that I've just arrived here and haven't noticed anything. You'll definitely not believe me. However, I'm telling the truth. There really is nothing here. Kid, do you think we'll believe you just because you say that? Hand over the treasure and you can leave. Otherwise, you can dream of leaving alive today. Yi Xian shook his head. His god rank mount had entered a period of cooldown, so it was utterly impossible for Yi Xian to deal with so many of them by himself. Looks like I can only retreat for now. I told you that there are no treasures here. As for whether you believe me or not, that's your problem. Megatron. Even though Megatron had become the artifact spirit of the God-Slayer sword, he hadn't lost his original ability. So, Yi Xian directly summoned Megatron and transformed it into a flying sword. QWPM perhaps treasures like flying swords had really fallen behind in the god realm. However, it wasn't impossible to use them in some special environments. For example, it would be inconvenient to utilize large magic treasures like flying boats within the ruins of the fort. Yi Xian didn't waste any time, and he directly leaped onto Megatron and fled at full speed. Pursue him. Damn it. This fellow definitely seized the treasure. Pursue him and the treasure will be ours. When they saw Yi Xian flee directly, they were even more certain that Yi Xian was the person that seized the treasure here. In an instant, numerous rays of light appeared incessantly, and it was those people who were controlling their flying magic treasures to pursue Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they'd underestimated Yi Xian's speed. Yi Xian didn't know how much time had passed, but fortunately, he'd already escaped his pursuers. However, Yi Xian could simply be said to have been in a panic just now, and he hadn't carefully observed where he was heading at all. Chapter 2186. Unknowingly, he had actually charged into the core region of the battlefield. It should be known that in the Master God's battlefield, super experts would fall at any time. Even though the Master God's battlefield was a supreme existence created by two Master Gods, the chaos inside was still unimaginable to ordinary people. In the battlefield of the sovereigns, the most dangerous thing was not the other people fighting for treasures, nor were the traps that could appear at any time. QWPM instead, it was endless negative emotions. Ding! System prompt. Please take note. Host, please take note. Host, please leave this place immediately. Otherwise, your mind will be eroded by the endless killing intent, and you may even lose your nature. The system's warning sounded. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, he released his divine sense and set up a strong protection around his body. At least this way, he could resist the endless killing intent for a short period of time. In the core zone, endless killing intent and countless remnant thoughts filled the entire space. These were all left behind by the super experts. Madness, bloodshed, brutality, wailing, crying, and other negative emotions filled the core zone of the creator space. From time to time, the echoes of the experts' battles could be heard. What was the echo of battle? Echoes were easy to understand, and the echoes of battle referred to the various powerful attacks unleashed by some super experts during battle. Even after millions of years, there would still be traces of them. Back then, the sword intent in the Lingbo Lake was actually a kind of echo. One could only imagine how terrifying this was. Yi Xian didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't feel it when he rushed in, but now, Yi Xian knew how terrifying this place was. Die! Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in an instant, shattering even the void. However, this was not real. It was an illusion, An illusion that possessed great power. Yi Xian clearly knew that it was just a replay of the battle. However, he'd only seen it once and was intimidated by the auras of the two experts. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xian was seriously injured. So powerful. They were really strong. Even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the afterimages they left behind were still able to severely injure Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew that if he stayed, he would only be waiting for death. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, Yi Xian had to leave this place. On the side of Yi Xian, there was the ruins of a fortress. Clearly, a battle had broken out there. It could be said that the more dangerous a place was, the more dangerous it was. However, Yi Xian had no other choice. If Yi Xian stayed outside, the afterimages of battle that could appear at any time, or even the corrosion of killing intent and negative emotions would be enough to kill him. However, if they went to the fortress, they would have some hope of surviving. This was a test. Either Yi Xian could find a way to survive in the ruins of the fortress, or Yi Xian would be left outside to die. As for which choice to make, it was already very obvious. Between waiting for death and taking a gamble, Yi Xian naturally chose the latter. Ding! Warning! Warning! Please leave this place immediately. Please leave this place immediately. The system kept sending out warnings, but Yi Xian could only smile bitterly. Of course, he wanted to leave, but he could only take one step at a time. First of all, the pressure here made it impossible for Yi Xian to move at full speed. Just the inexplicable echo attacks that appeared from time to time were enough to force Yi Xian to move forward slowly. Boom! A loud sound rang in his ears. Yi Xian didn't need to turn around to know that it was just an afterimage of a battle. However, even if he knew, what could he do? The pressure from the afterimage still injured Yi Xian. Move forward, step by step, constantly moving forward. Yi Xian had no choice. Everything depended on the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was still on Yi Xian's side. Therefore, he successfully entered the ruins of the fortress. Just as Yi Xian had expected, there were more and more afterimages here, and Yi Xian was injured time and time again. Yi Xian was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. There was nothing else he could do. These attacks were not targeted at Yi Xian. These attacks were just afterimages, and they were just afterimages, but they were already enough to make Yi Xian so miserable. One could imagine how powerful these afterimages were left behind by powerful experts. One could also imagine how cruel this battlefield of the sovereigns was. Yi Xian's divine consciousness was attacked time and time again. There were even a few times when it was almost broken through. If his divine consciousness defense was broken through, it was possible that in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian would be corroded by the killing intent here and turn into a walking corpse. As for Yi Xian's body, it was even worse. It was damaged time and time again, and then repaired time and time again with the help of his powerful bloodline. However, before the wounds from the last time could be completely healed, new wounds would arrive. If someone saw Yi Xian's appearance now, they would probably not be able to confirm whether he was a person or not. This was because apart from his silhouette, he did not look like a person at all. This was the battlefield of the sovereigns, a powerful and cruel battlefield of the sovereigns. There's light. Suddenly, Yi Xian saw a ray of light in front of him. It seemed to be something like a door. Yi Xian was not in the mood to investigate. He walked in almost instinctively. However, the moment he walked in, he fainted. After an indeterminate amount of time, or at least, Yi Xian did not know how much time had passed. Finally, Yi Xian's body moved slightly. With the help of his powerful bloodline, Yi Xian, who was about to lose all signs of life, finally woke up. However, Yi Xian was still extremely weak. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he did not know how to get out of here again. He could not possibly be trapped here forever. Ding! System notification. Host has triggered the effect of life and death refinement. Body's recovery ability has temporarily decreased. Ding! System notification. Host has suffered a serious injury. Host's cultivation level has temporarily decreased. Host's current cultivation level has dropped to lower rank 1 true god. Another piece of bad news. Then, what other bad news was there? Why not say it all at once? Fortunately, there wasn't any bad news after that. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Host has entered a special sealed space. Special sealed space? What did that mean? Yi Xian sat up. Currently, Yi Xian was extremely weak. However, the situation around him made him feel strange. At first, Yi Xian did not notice it. However now, Yi Xian realized that the place he was in was like a water surface. There were stars in the sky. The reflection under the water surface was another starry sky. What was going on? Chapter 2187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Other than the surface of the lake, there was nothing else. Even Yi Xian was lying on the surface of the lake. Where was this place? Yi Xian stood up and casually walked a few steps. At this moment, he was surrounded by stars. It was a very strange feeling. If not for Yi Xian being able to walk around here, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the stars. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, a huge illusory figure appeared. The figure was so huge that just one eye was enough to make Yi Xian feel like it was comparable to a planet. Even Yi Xian could not see the full extent of the illusory figure. Finally, someone came in. It was only 7 words, but the illusory figure spoke for almost 2 hours. These 7 words had been spoken for 2 hours. One could imagine how Yi Xian felt. "Who are you?" Yi Xian asked. However, he regretted it the moment the words left his mouth because he knew that it would take at least 2 hours for the illusory figure to reply. "Haha, who am I? You actually asked who I am? You came into my space. Don't you know who I am? I am Mirror Image Fate." Sure enough, Yi Xian's prediction was right. This time, he waited for half a day. Yi Xian was about to doze off from waiting. Yi Xian was speechless at the way the illusory figure was talking. Yi Xian did not dare to ask any random questions in the following conversation. He had to get to the point. "How can I leave this place?" Yi Xian asked the question he wanted to know the most. "If you want to leave this place, it's very simple. As long as you can walk out, as long as you can subdue me, then you can come out." Wasn't this nonsense? Yi Xian was speechless. If he could walk out, would he still need this guy to tell him? Helpless, Yi Xian could only get up and start investigating. This investigation lasted for 2 whole days. However, they didn't find anything during these 2 days. However, 2 days later, that voice sounded again. "I can give you a hint. As long as you can defeat the 8 guardians inside and outside the realm, you will be able to walk out." After all this time, that guy was just taking a breather. Damn it. While he was taking a breather, Yi Xian had already spent 2 days here. Right now, Yi Xian was basically certain that he was actually in the space of the mirror image fate. This was also why it was so difficult for him to converse with the shadow. Who would have thought that Yi Xian, who had come here to search for treasures, would fall into the treasure space before he could find any? However, without this mirror image fate, Yi Xian would probably be in for a tragedy. QWPM defeating the 8 great protectors? Fortunately, the goal was quite clear. This way, Yi Xian would not be too confused. With a target in mind, Yi Xian knew what to do next. In the beginning, Yi Xian had thought that the 8 great protectors were the shadow of the artifact spirit of mirror image fate, because a magic treasure could only have one artifact spirit. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally thought that it was the shadow of the artifact spirit. However, when Yi Xian really met the first guardian, he realized that he was the one who had misunderstood. This guardian was a kind of inheritance. If one said that it was a living being, it indeed had the characteristics of a living being. If one said that it was an object, it was indeed an object. Yi Xian did not know what it was at all. And the so-called defeat was not entirely a battle. From the moment he saw the first guardian, Yi Xian already knew. "Little guy, welcome to my world. I don't care who you are, nor can I do anything about it. However, since you can come to mirror image fate, then it is fate between you and me. I was originally one of the 10 great generals under the Master God, but I fell into an enemy's ambush and died here. At the last moment, I used my natal magic treasure to refine mirror image fate. I did so because I did not want this mirror image ultimate skill to end in my hands. Little guy, I don't know what your potential is like, so I set up an eternal seal. If you can learn my mirror image mystique, then you can leave this place. However, if you can't learn it, you will stay here forever until your divine meridians dry up. The mirror image mystique is divided into 7 levels. The first 7 inherited mirror images each have a level of inheritance, and the 8th inherited mirror image is a puppet that I refined. As long as you can defeat it, you can leave this place, and mirror image fate will be gifted to you as well. Work hard. Inheritance, mirror image mystique, treasure hunting, treasure hunting. However, Yi Xian did not expect that he would find the treasure in such a way. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian could only choose to cultivate. This was because if he wanted to leave, there was no other way but to learn the mirror image mystique. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this moment, in the outside world, Emo Shangji's 5th Hall Master was pleading in despair. Senior brother, wait a little longer. Wait a month. This is the last month. I believe that Yi Xian will be fine. He will definitely be able to come out. Behind the 5th Hall Master, almost all the disciples of the 5th Hall had gathered. Today was the day that the Master God's battlefield would close. 1 year. If Yi Xian had not come out after 1 year, then it was basically certain that he would not be able to come out. The flow of time in the Master God's space was different from the outside world. After all, it was built for battle. Therefore, 1 day in the outside world was 50 days in the Master God's space. In other words, although it had only been a year in the outside world, Yi Xian had been trapped for a full 50 years. In the Master God's world, Emo Shanggu was only a small faction. Naturally, they could only enter the outermost regions. Even if their disciples wanted to enter further, their cultivation was not enough. In the Master God's battlefield, there were countless teleportation portals. This was because every ruined fortress had a teleportation portal. In fact, no disciples had returned in the past half a year. The suggestion to close the teleportation portals had not just been made today. It was because of the 5th Hall's insistence that it had been delayed until now. Junior brother, I know that you are worried about your disciple. However, it has already been a year. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out, I'm afraid that he has already met his end. You know that maintaining the teleportation portals requires a large amount of resources. We can't just wait here and do nothing. Senior brother, just 1 month. It's the last month. Furthermore, the 5th Hall will provide all the resources. If Yi Xian still hasn't come out after a month, I will not stop you. Sigh, all right. Since you are willing to use your own resources to maintain the teleportation portals, I won't say anything. You are on your own now. Yi Xian had no idea what his cheap master was doing for him outside. At this moment, Yi Xian had already successfully learned the 7th level of the mirror image mystique and was preparing for the final challenge. Chapter 2188. What an impressive mirror image mystique. System, did you see that? This mirror image mystique is too powerful. Yi Xian was very excited. He only knew how powerful this mirror image mystique was after he learned it. Yi Xian did not know what kind of person had invented this mirror image mystique. But he knew that this mystique should not exist in this world. In fact, even the system could not analyze the mystery behind this mystique. According to the system, this mystique could only be created by someone who had a basic understanding of the laws of time and space. It could be said that even a Lord God would not be able to create something like this. So what kind of mystique was this? Simply put, it was a double copy. Yi Xian could use this mystique to duplicate anything. As long as he had the resources, even if Yi Xian had to duplicate the system, he could do it. As for duplicating anything else, there was no need to even mention it. Of course, duplicating the system was just a fantasy. The amount of resources required would probably not be enough, even if the entire realm of the gods was packed up. It was also because the system could only perform a simple analysis that Yi Xian had to spend so much time on it. At this moment, Yi Xian only needed resources. As long as he had the resources, he could duplicate anything he wanted. What a terrifying mystique. It could be said that it was a miraculous mystique. In mirror image fate, he could duplicate anything that Yi Xian wanted. After all, these were all virtual. Therefore, Yi Xian had successfully duplicated everything he had, except for the system, in preparation for the final challenge. Yi Xian could not imagine what the final challenge would be like. But he knew that it would not be simple. Was it finally time for the final challenge? Yi Xian looked at the final figure in front of him with a cold gaze. This battle was the time to verify Yi Xian's achievements during this period. What he gained would depend on this final battle. Congratulations! You've finally reached this step. If you can defeat the shadow in front of you, you can leave this place. If you can't, you should know the consequences. In order to be fair to you, your virtual Qianquan world will have the same resources as that illusory figure's Qianquan rank. Also, all the mirror images that you condense during cultivation will be cancelled. Battle. How you perform will depend on your own performance. Along with this voice, the mirror images that Yi Xian had prepared earlier all disappeared. Yi Xian was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much time creating these things. However, now that things had come to this, there was no need to care about it anymore. This illusory figure was the same as the previous illusory figure. It was impossible to tell what it looked like, only a silhouette. However, Yi Xian knew very well that this projection wasn't easy to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the projection took the initiative to attack. Suddenly, a flame divine dragon pounced towards Yi Xian. Even though Yi Xian knew that all of this was illusory, that powerful aura and blazing aura still made him feel very uncomfortable. Flame divine dragon. Then, I'll duplicate your flame divine dragon. Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the flame divine dragon. Meanwhile, the system had already begun its analysis. One by one, the virtual materials disappeared from Yi Xian's virtual Qianquan ring. QWPM moments later, with a wave of Yi Xian's hand, an identical flame divine dragon appeared. The two flame divine dragons collided in the air, and a powerful aura spread out. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a step back. However, this was only the beginning of the battle. Yi Xian's movements were extremely fast. A godslayer slowly appeared beside him. However, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian also wanted to mirror Wei Zhentian. This was because only a godslayer with Wei Zhentian would be able to unleash a powerful attack. A moment later, the two identical godslayer swords charged toward the phantom. The projection's reaction wasn't slow. In an instant, layers of defense were raised. However, the power of the godslayer wasn't something that could be blocked by these ordinary shields. Boom! 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 The shields were shattered. The two godslayers pierced through the projection's body at the same time. Was he going to win just like that? Even Yi Xian couldn't believe it. Oh no! Yi Xian's figure moved and instantly disappeared from his original spot. As soon as he disappeared, a terrifying attack came at him. As it turned out, when Yi Xian was mirroring the godslayer and Wei Zhentian, the projection wasn't idle either. It actually mirrored an identical version of itself. The projection was real. However, there was a difference between the primary and secondary. If the projection was destroyed, the primary would not be affected. However, if the primary disappeared, the projection would also disappear. This was a bit like an ordinary duplication mystique. Of course, the duplication mystique wasn't as powerful as the mirror image mystique. The projection possessed 100% of the same abilities as the primary body. Furthermore, it could have its own consciousness. In this way, the projection could be called an enhanced version of duplication. With the help of the system, Yi Xian could even mirror other people's mystiques and so on. Although this projection required Xiaoyao's resources to create. However, even so, it was still incomparably tempting. Yi Xian's reaction wasn't slow. His figure dodged continuously in the air. However, the projection stuck close to Yi Xian, making it difficult for Yi Xian to escape. Fortunately, the two godslayers rushed back in time and started attacking the projection. Only then did Yi Xian break free. Damn it, I'd like to see how you're going to break out of this. This time, Yi Xian was going to mirror the 1,000 beast sword servants. Yi Xian moved quickly. While the two godslayers were delaying the enemy, Yi Xian quickly used his resources to construct the 1,000 beast sword servants. Then, with Yi Xian's command, the 2,000 beast sword servants activated their ultimate move, 1,000 beasts advance. 2,000 god-level mounts appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the ones that appeared were only platinum-level god-level mounts. There were close to 100 of them. Terrifying numbers, terrifying power. The super-strong person who created this mirror image fate had never thought that there would be a day when the person who succeeded in inheriting his legacy would be a person 100 times more powerful than him. Yes, he would never have thought that Yi Xian would be so powerful. This power didn't come from Yi Xian's realm. It came from the treasures and skills that Yi Xian possessed. These treasures and skills were simply too powerful. The 2,000 beast sword attendants unleashed their ultimate moves and flattened the phantom. Chapter 2189. When the last shadow disappeared, Xian was automatically teleported out. Ding! Host's bloodline has been successfully strengthened. Host, please note that your bloodline has reached the highest level of strengthening. Host cannot continue to strengthen your bloodline before a breakthrough. Ding! Host's weakened state has ended. Host has regained his original divine power. Rank 1 Upper Heavenly God. Following the system's notification, Xian was finally out. In his hand, he was holding a mirror-like treasure. It seemed that this was mirror fate. This was the thing that had trapped Xian for so long. Xian looked at the treasure in his hand but did not say anything. A teleportation portal. Suddenly, Xian saw a teleportation portal. To be honest, Xian had seen countless teleportation portals. However, the one in front of him was undoubtedly the most familiar one. Outside the ruins of the fortress, there was still endless slaughter and endless remnant thoughts. He was now in the core area of the battlefield of the sovereigns. Originally, Xian did not have much hope of leaving. At the very least, he did not expect to be able to leave so easily. However, this teleportation portal made Xian extremely happy. Even Xian did not know where this teleportation portal led to. Without any hesitation, Xian stepped into the teleportation portal. However, a strange scene occurred. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the teleportation portal and locked onto Xian, as if automatically searching for something. Xian was stunned and became more and more shocked. Could this be a directional memory teleportation portal? I did not expect such a thing to really exist. This teleportation portal can remember all teleportation activities within a restricted area. No matter where you enter, if you want to leave, you just have to step into any of the portals and you can leave. Xian had heard of such a thing before. However, he had always thought that it was a legend. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment, in Xianxia, the 5th Hall Master and everyone in the 5th Hall were waiting silently. Today was the last day of the deadline. Suddenly, a faint light came from the teleportation portal. Didn't this light signify that someone was about to pass through the teleportation array? In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Could it be that Xian had returned? Light swirled around and a figure appeared. If it wasn't Xian, then who else could it be? Good boy, I knew you wouldn't die. Tianjin Wang strode to Xian's side and gave Xian a fierce punch. However, there were tears in his eyes. What's wrong with you guys? Something seemed to be lightly stirred in Xian's heart. Isn't it all because of you, kid? Half a year ago, everyone who was able to return had already returned, but you were nowhere to be seen. It's been more than half a year. Later on, the sect was unwilling to wait any longer, but it was my father who insisted on it. Furthermore, he used the resources of the 5th Hall to support the teleportation array. In order to prevent the sect from closing, he brought us along to guard this place. Xian was shocked. He even felt his nose tingle. Some words were easy to say, but they weren't so easy to do. Suddenly, Xian laughed. Master, you're so good to your disciple. It seems like your disciple will have to work harder in the future so that he can take care of you when you're old. It was as if the first sentence was a joke, but only Xian himself knew what kind of weight these words held. If Xian had only felt a sense of belonging to the 5th Hall before, then Xian had already treated the 5th Hall as his second home. To Xian, his enemies had to be ruthlessly suppressed and destroyed. However, Xian would repay those who were good to him 100 times over. Because Xian had the right to say such things. Xian's return surprised many people. Of course, Xian was a disciple of the 5th Hall. The others were just surprised and didn't say much. Only the 5th Hall held a grand celebration. However, before the celebration even began, Xian first received a voice transmission talisman from his master's wife. It's for you. It was delivered a few months ago. It's from an aunt's family. She claimed to be your maid and said that she had an urgent matter to inform you. In the end, you didn't come out, so I took care of it for you. Thank you, master's wife. Xian lightly smiled as he directly crushed the sound transmission talisman. It was indeed Fian's voice. However, Fian's report shocked Xian. Master Ku of Lingxian Pavilion asked me to tell you to be prepared. If nothing unexpected happens, There will be a huge change in Lingbo Lake in half a year. Moreover, they have no confidence in winning. Master Ku asked me to tell you that you must leave Lingbo Lake immediately. Otherwise, it will be difficult to guarantee your safety. The words were short, but Yi Xian already understood what had happened. It could be said that, strictly speaking, Yi Xian's trip to the Master God's battlefield this time was simply a waste of time. Apart from obtaining a mirror of unknown use, he had obtained a remarkable ability that required a large amount of resources to activate. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had suffered a loss. However, he did not expect that, as soon as he came out, there would be a huge change outside. Lingbo Lake. Was it the ancient sword intent? Yi Xian had to obtain that item, even if Yi Xian knew that it was incomparably dangerous. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the Master God's battlefield? There, Yi Xian could be said to have died once. Could the ancient sword intent be more powerful than the Master God's space? Master's wife, disciple. Disciple wants to leave for a period of time to deal with some matters. Master's wife knows what you want to do. However, Master's wife forbids you from going. It's too dangerous there. You're not strong enough. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. It was not strange that Master's wife could guess what he wanted to do. However, why was she forbidding him from going? Master's wife. Disciple must go. This matter was caused by disciple. Disciple must take responsibility until the end. To be honest, Yi Xian was very timid in the fifth hall. The reason was simple. He had something he was concerned about. Otherwise, he would not need to ask for Master's wife's permission. However, for Yi Xian, concern was not a burden. Anyway, I don't agree. Even if you go to your master, it's useless. If I say that you're not allowed to go, then no one can let you leave. She was right. Master's wife's words were 100 times more effective than his master's. What should he do? Yi Xian was conflicted. However, as soon as his master's wife left, he saw his master sneaking over to Yi Xian like a thief. Master, what are you doing? Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want your master's wife to hear you? Here. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not know what his master gave him. What are you looking at? Do you think we're all fools? That little girl called Fian has come to our fifth hall several times in the past few months. Moreover, do you think we don't know about such a big matter?